What's up, doggo? One second. Alright, let me get to the right theory, because I think you got a new book yesterday? Nice. What book is it? 38. Alright. So, let me quickly check on something real quick. Yup. 96% done. Sweet.
Game series.
Chat back up.
Book series.
Help wanted.
New book series.
Oh, come on. Fine. Phone guy.
Phone dude.
Purple guy.
Orange dude.
Didn't you just... Fine. Wild card. Change the category. Timeline.
Bite of 87.
Chomp of 83.
Party of 85.
Wait, but...
Time traveling ball pit.
You can't just...
Reverse.
Oh, yeah? Reverse.
Reverse.
Reverse. Reverse.
Reverse,
Reverse. Reverse.
reverse,
Reverse.
Oops.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory! Another day, another installment in the FNAF multimedia conglomerate. So, at this point, some people in the FNAF community really hate my guts. Like, ring me through a meat grinder and feed me to a rabid dog animatronic levels of hate. Like, for instance, this comment, and I'll read it exactly as written to stay true to his authorial intent. Quote, as a hard-care FNAF fan, he's a embracement to FNAF tourists. He insists on using the box to proof his stupid theories, and they don't even make sense. He sooks and thinks he's smart, but he's not. I wish he would stoop. He then goes on to rant for a paragraph about how unrealistic time travel is in a franchise about robot rabbits haunted by ghost metal, but I think you get the point. And though I use this one really over-the-top extreme comment as an example, seeing stuff like this is a bummer, because I don't know if you can tell, but I really do like this franchise, and I see my role in it as a person just connecting ideas or presenting new threads to consider in a franchise that at this point is massive and really confusing. But his comment does bring up something that I should probably address at the top of this episode since it'll be relevant for today. My use of the, how did he put it? The box to proof my theories. Here's the thing, friends. I think this is something that both sides could use as a reminder, both my FNAF theory followers and my FNAF theory haters. There is a difference between canonicity and continuity, and I think a lot of the...
I gotta know why. Why are people hating on FNAF theories? What's the hate? Why are you hating on theories?
times in these sorts of...
Some are dumb, but I don't know why you're hating on FNAF
discussions, they get confused
Especially
with each
by
other.
Matt.
Something being listed as canon just means that it's official. It is blessed by the person who is overseeing the rules of the universe. It is self-consistent within the boundaries of that fictional world. On the other hand, a continuity, at least as I'm referring to it here, is a timeline of events, a continuous story thread where one event leads to the next that leads to the next. Take Star Wars as an example. Rey having magic healing powers in Rise of Skywalker, or Leia flying around like Mary Poppins in The Last Jedi. Because they're appearing in official works of the franchise, those powers thereby get the green light as being canonical powers of the Force in the overall Star Wars universe. The problems people have with them, though, is that they don't fit in cleanly with the continuity that was previously established. If Force healing is in fact a thing, then why hasn't it been used to save literally anyone before this point in the series? Tell you what, it would have been really handy for old Qui-Gon Jinn over there in Episode 1, but the fact remains, healing is now a canonical Force power, which means that the canonicity of certain powers powers is presenting challenges to the established continuity of events that came before. Now, this is where FNAF comes in. You see, you can have multiple continuities all existing under the same canon, and it appears as though this is how the FNAF franchise is working. The original novels and the original games exist in an alternate universe from one another. They are separate continuities, and yet they are all deemed canon. This was all expressly stated.
That's what I said. He said it was just taken from a different vantage point in the one episode, and I said it was just different universes because with the ball bit one.
By Scott years ago. Quote, "So yes, the book is canon, just as the games are. That doesn't mean that they are intended to fit together like two puzzle pieces. The book is a reimagining of the Five Nights at Freddy's story, and if you go into it with that mindset, I think you'll really enjoy it." End quote. Now, what I've been trying to do with my theories, and what I think some people on both sides misunderstand, is that I'm not trying to use the books to solve a continuity. I'm trying to use the books to establish a canon that will then allow us to solve a continuity. The books present us with themes, concepts, characters, and motivations in one continuity that can then inform our understanding of a separate continuity, or at the very least give us questions that we can ask of that continuity. Charlie being a robot in the books tells us that in the canon of the Five Nights world, passable humanoid robots can actually be a thing. So are there any characters in the games who this may or may not apply to? I don't know, but it's a question that we owe it to ourselves to ask because it's been established to be canon within this franchise. Do we know what these little pins are on Baby's design here in the game? No idea. In fact, most people probably didn't even remember that they existed in the first place. But in the books, they play an important role. These are the things that allow Baby to transform into a human disguise. Now, is that necessarily what they're doing in the game? No, definitely not. Is the best and likely only clue for what they really are coming from a separate continuity? Yeah, in this case, yes it is. This isn't us trying to shove puzzle pieces together like Scott warned us against. It's about seeing that in one puzzle, there's a piece that fits in a certain location, and in a separate puzzle, you have a similar piece that might end up acting in a similar way. And here's the thing, you don't have to take my word on any of this anymore. Scott recently made a new post about all of this to clarify the situation. In response to the question of whether the lore of FNAF is solvable, he said this: "All I can do is say that some questions will be answered, even if it may not always be the answer you wanted. Be patient." Let me at least say this: future games will look forward, but look to the novels to fill in some of the blanks to the past. So there you have it, from the creator himself. Does including the books in our discussions make things messy and complicated? Sure, but remember what franchise we're talking about here, friends. Messy and complicated is like the formal first name that Five Nights at Freddy's never uses. Call it McFNAF. Messy, complicated Five Nights at Freddy's. The long and short of it is that when it comes to this franchise, we as theorists have always had to be discerning over what clues are helpful and which ones are just red herrings. This is no different now. Back when we only had the games, we did it with the number of Foxy Toes and Freddy buttons. Did a missing button mean it was a new animatronic? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Now we just have to do it with time-traveling ball pits and sound illusion discs. And here's the last thing I'm gonna say on the issue, and hopefully it's the last time that I have to talk about it. At this point, where there's soon to be more books than there are games in this franchise, take a minute to wrap your head around that one. To dismiss the books entirely at this point is just short-sighted. And I'm not just saying that because we're referenced in the new book Fetch. Yeah, seriously, we're in it. From page, well, I read it on digital, so it's like page 250 out of 3,127. Quote, "Greg did tune back in though when Kimberly Bergstrom raised her hand. Well, he sort of tuned back in. He heard her question, is this just a theory?" She probably didn't actually say it that way. That was just my creative interpretation of that line. Look, Ma, I'm an inside joke hidden inside the second installment of a multi-volume scholastic book series. Made it. Anyway, meta discussion over. Let's talk about this new book and what it means for the franchise, shall we? Fazbear Frights #2 Fetch was recently released, and it is, well, if I'm being honest, it feels much less connected to the series than the first one. Don't get me wrong, the stories are still really good, if not even darker than the original three. I mean, one has a young girl outright being mauled to death and wrapped in a sheet while she lays there dying, so pretty intense stuff. But the connections to the main lore are definitely a bit shakier this time around. I mean, the first book, Into the Pit, featured cameo performances by Golden Bonnie, Baby, Funtime Freddy, the Missing Children's Choir, and more. This one, meanwhile, introduces us to a lot of
that what? So closer is the best one.
new things, a smartphone-powered animatronic dog named Fetch, tiny free-roaming versions of Freddy Fazbear called
the
Lonely
baby
Freddy.
one's Eleanor,
we do get some quality time.
And the Golden Bonnie, whatever he said, is Pit Spring Bonnie. Pit Spring Bonnie is different.
with Plush Trap, but you know, it's Plush Trap. It's like the D-stringer
never
in the
read any of
FNAF
the
canon
books.
alongside
I
the
kinda
Mini
wanted,
Babs
but
and the
I've never
Endoskeleton
even
2.
held one.
Is that a hot take? Did I just offend the Plush Trap stands? I mean, the run barely squeaked into Ultimate Custom Night as is. I'm just saying here, guys. Anyway, let's walk through these 3 new horror stories and what they mean for the franchise, shall we? Story number 1, Fetch. Greg and his 2 friends, Hattie, and Cyril live near Olympia, Washington. Greg feels compelled to explore an old abandoned Freddy's restaurant where he discovers Fetch, a fearsome animatronic dog with sharp teeth and an even sharper understanding of texting lingo. Quote, "How long has this place been empty?" Greg asked. "Fetch looks like he's older than my dad, but smartphones haven't been around that long." End quote. After getting scared out of the pizzeria, the dog goes on to fetch whatever Greg wants with increasingly disastrous results, killing a dog, ripping his uncle's finger off, and eventually retrieving his school crush in the worst way possible. It's actually a pretty simple story, but there are 2 big things to call out about it. First, it continues a theme that we're starting to see develop in these books. Kids are being drawn to these restaurants. It's never explained in the story, but Greg feels compelled to go to Freddy's by some unseen force. Quote from the book, "This might be what he'd felt in the field, what had called him here." And again, a bit later in that chapter, Greg was afraid he might not have gotten what he was there for, had he done what he was meant to do, end quote. Greg is now the 2nd character to have some sort of psychic connection to these restaurants. As I talked about in our last theory, Oswald from Into the Pit had the exact same thing, where he inexplicably found himself drawing
or it's just like kids wanting to go somewhere, really. Not, they feel like they need to.
horrific animatronic monsters without ever knowing about Freddy's to begin with. It's also worth noting that both are the first stories in their respective books. It'll be interesting to see whether this trend holds in future installments. The second important part of the story, though, is that it clearly establishes Freddy's as a place where technology is advanced far beyond where the rest of society is. As I read in that earlier quote, Fetch can connect to smart devices like cell phones despite being older than the kids' parents. The reason I call this out is that in theory crafting for this franchise, I've seen a lot of theorists use the more modern, sleeker designs of the Funtime animatronics to put them later in timelines. But it seems like this story is telling us that those sorts of details don't matter. Freddy's is and will always be fantastically ahead of the curve when it comes to technology, especially technology for kidnapping small children. There was a bit more in that story about random event generators and plants/machines being able to read our minds and summoning stuff to you via mental focus, but I can't quite think of how it's important to any of the actual overarching narratives for the franchise, so maybe it's a discussion for a mini theory at some point down the line, but for now, I'm just gonna skip it. Story number 2, we'll come back to in a minute, as that one has the most to discuss. Story number 3, out of stock. A new Plush Trap toy, the Plush Trap Chaser, a light-activated chomping green rabbit, is all the rage, selling out at stores across the nation. It also retails for $79.99, so Scott be making those fat stacks both IRL and in the book world for his killer merch. A boy named Oscar, fed up with never getting what he wants, shoplifts the last one that someone had supposedly returned for being defective. Quote, is it just me or do the teeth look wrong? Isaac pointed at the straight, slightly yellow, human-looking teeth that were visible through Plush Trap's partly opened mouth. And what's with the eyes? He reached out and poked one of the cloudy green eyes. Ew. He whipped his hand back and flicked his finger. It's squishy. End quote. After a few days of it doing nothing, the Plush Trap suddenly activates and terrorizes Oscar and his friends, chomping through the house's doors and garages just trying to bite them. Their only protection is that Plush Trap freezes in the light. Quote again, he was turning the box over and over in his hands, and there in bold letters was a critical detail. Walks in the dark, freezes in the light. End quote. A few hours and a comedic number of faulty flashlights later, the boys destroy the monster at last by luring it in front of an oncoming train. A few things to call out here in this story. First and most obviously, it explains Plush Trap's behavior in FNAF 4. He really is just a haunted toy that goes on a rampage and is stopped by the power of flashlights. So it's cool to make that lore connection with Plush Trap's original minigame. We also know, based on the story, that Plush Trap apparently has the ability to mimic voices. He has a speaker system built in under his fur and is able to mimic the voices of Oscar's mother and friends. Now, this is a really interesting detail because up until this point, the only voice mimics in the franchise have been the funtime animatronics, with their built-in systems intended to lure children away from their parents so that they could be grabbed. This suggests the possibility that Plushtrap was either a prototype for those larger models, testing out the voice mimicry software, or was himself a funtime era animatronic. Whereas up until this point, all us theorists have classified him alongside the other nightmares from FNAF 4. But the last and most important thing to call out, though, is the fusion of human parts and animatronic parts. The story makes it very clear that the Plushtrap Oscar runs away with has both human eyes and teeth. Quote from the book: "Raj turned to Oscar. You managed to steal us the only Plushtrap chaser that looks like a half-human hybrid." End quote. Now, this idea of a half-robot, half-human animatronic is a completely new concept for the series. But is it? You see, in FNAF 4, we had ourselves Nightmare, the black, transparent, spooky bear that, if you looked closely enough, had a human brain in its head as a part of its design. A detail that pretty much all of us dismissed. I mean, all of us glossed over Nightmare in general as just like the embodiment of death, the game's Grim Reaper as the crying child slowly flatlines in his hospital bed, or, you know, just a figment of the boy's haunted imagination. But with this context from Fazbear Fright, could Nightmare have actually been a real experiment? Was William Afton in his quest for immortality, or Henry in his quest for more lifelike robots, testing the human brain's ability to survive in and operate an animatronic body? This would make Nightmare the literal Frankenstein's monster for family entertainment dining. And even though I say that jokingly, it's also something that appears in the Curse of Dreadbear DLC for FNAF Help Wanted, where we actively program a brain and insert it into Dreadbear's head before Hand Unit tells us this:
"Well done. It's time to introduce the creature to the kids for focus testing and troubleshooting."
We know, based on the original trilogy of books, that Afton was obsessed with recreating living metal just like those original haunted animatronics. I see Nightmare, Dreadbear, and this Plushtrap all as potential experiments looking to do exactly that. Lastly, we come to story number 2, Lonely Freddy. It's my personal favorite of the bunch. In this one, we have rebellious teen Alec looking to expose his goody two-shoes sister Hazel for the fraud that she really is. Alec, in this story, is actually a really tragic character. He's a teen who acts out because he's ignored by his parents, and the main reason he's trying to bring down his sister is because she is always the one who gets the attention. The two of them inexplicably team up to torment their parents in the lead up to Hazel's birthday party at Freddy Fazbear's, with Alec planning on double-crossing her the day of the party. When the day arrives, Alec's plan backfires. It's revealed that Hazel is truly just that pure and good of a person. It's been Alec who's been the jerk, pushing everyone around him away, thinking himself as the victim when he was actually making himself into the victim. With the parents just trying to cater to his needs and Hazel just wanting a brother who liked her, Alec runs off, ashamed of his actions, and hides in the storage closet. Just as he starts to make a promise to change for the better, he meets with a short little Lonely Freddy, a free-roaming 2-foot doll made to entertain kids that are ignored or forgotten about at parties. But things are never quite what they seem in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. The cute little bear hypnotizes Alec and then body swaps with him, imprisoning Alec's consciousness inside the tiny bear body. Quote from that moment: "There, sitting across the table from his sister and his parents, was Alec. It was the same rumpled t-shirt he'd thrown on that morning before the party, the same ripped jeans, the same unruly golden curls, his light green eyes. 'Hey,' Alec said, the voice in his head quiet at first, but quickly it was screaming, 'Hey, that's not me! That's not me!' His eyes, his stolen green eyes in his stolen body, gleamed at Alec. And then, the fake Alec smiled. As Alec, trapped in the Lonely Freddy, was carried away by a store employee, he saw fake Alec wink at him from the table before returning his attention to a smiling, happy family. Dark, right? And Alec isn't alone. After he's puked down by one of the kids at the party, he's picked up and thrown into the dumpster, where he meets a couple new friends. One final quote: "His fall was broken by dozens of plush bears that looked exactly like him. Dozens of discarded Lonely Freddies. Help!" Alec thought he heard himself say. Pretty soon, it was every bear in the bin, their thin, muted screams for help swallowed by the metal and darkness that entombed them. Alec and his new friends, dozens of the lonely ones. Ah, what a great closing line for that story. It is so heartbreaking to see this misguided kid suddenly learn to love his family, only to have his chance at redemption ripped away by these animatronics. It is so sad as as a story. But here's the thing, for as sad as it is, this story carries over yet another recurring theme that we're seeing develop in these books, that animatronics are stealing the identities of kids. In the first book, we had the story To Be Beautiful, where Baby steals the looks and identity of a girl named Eleanor. Here, we have ourselves another robot AI, this one housed inside the Lonely Freddy module, stealing the body of Alec. This, to me, is right in alignment with what we've been expecting from Vanny in the new FNAF game that's slated for release later this year. Remember, in FNAF VR, we hear the story of Jeremy and how he cuts off his own face in an attempt to reject the system taking control of his brain. And when we beat that game, it ends with Glitch Trap basically locking us away and taking over our body. We let him escape through us. But what we thought was happening on a small scale, one person getting taken over in one game, instead appears to be happening to kids in pizzerias everywhere. It's further evidence supporting this theory that I did on FNAF VR, where the story from this point forward is basically Afton creating an army, a cult, a bunch of brainwashed, or more accurately, body-swapped people hiding in public, hiding in plain sight, taking over bodies one by one. Kinda makes you wonder what FNAF 2020's got up its sleeve, right? But before we look forward, we actually have to look backward. You see, there's one last topic I'd like to explore with this final story, but it's a doozy. It's the parallels that this story has with FNAF 4. In fact, I believe that the Lonely Freddy story is helping us to solve what is one of the longest standing mysteries in this franchise, and also one of the strangest inclusions that we've never really had a solid answer for to begin with. And that, my friends, is the true story of Psychic Friend Fredbear.
Oh,
He's
shoot.
here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic Friend Fredbear. But in order to tell you why, I'm gonna need a bit more time. So until then, my friends, there's only one last thing to say. Do you want to save money on pizza? Yeah, that's right. All this Freddy Fazbear talk has gotten me hungry for a nice old slice of pizza. Luckily,
Get out of here. Just gonna give an ad.
Look what has happened with just one kiss. I never knew that.
Get out of here.
he's your buddy. When your brother is a jerk, he's your pal. When your dad is off at work, he won't leave you. When you go get a bite, at least until the sixth night. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic Friend Fredbear. He's a flower.
He's giving
for
this
reasons
thing a
still
whole
unknown,
intro?
and he stalks you. On your way back home, he makes a promise that throws off all the lore. Seriously, Scott, what is this line for? And is it supposed to be in a slightly different yellow font here? Are you meaning this to be figurative or literal? Because if it's literal, you are opening up a literal can of worms. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic Friend Fredbear. He's here, he's
Oh my God,
there,
how much is he
he's
gonna do this?
everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic Friend Fredbear.
And then we got an ad. That is crazy. Get out of here, dude. We gave this bear a minute-long intro.
Hello,
They
Internet.
threw an ad
Welcome
at
to
us.
Game Theory, where I start off today with a disclaimer. Warning. In entering this video, and honestly all of my theories, you are entering a zone of speculation, where any idea is valid for consideration in the hopes that it solves more problems than it creates, answers more questions than it raises, or ties together dangling pieces of evidence in a narratively satisfying way. Am I trying to solve the lore? Yes. Am I doing it by
Yes.
asking really extreme over-the-top questions, looking into very specific details way too closely, and more often than not drawing connections between concepts that probably aren't connected at all? Absolutely yes. Side effects of entering the theory zone may include a blown mind, total and utter confusion, a deeper appreciation of your favorite franchises, fun stories to share with friends, a head full of random
Brain
factoids that will at no
wrinkles.
point aid you in life, and disillusionment about human existence
Wait.
and our own place in the universe. Enter at your own risk.
What?
Disclaimer.
Wait. I gotta read some of these.
Side effects of entering the theory zone may include a blown
Blown
mind, total
mind.
and utter confusion, a
Oh, I can't read
deeper
that.
appreciation of your favorite franchises, fun
Extreme rage. Deeper appreciate your favorite
stories to share
franchise.
with friends, a head full of
Brain wrinkles. Fun stories
random
for
factoids that will at no
friends. Desensitization to child
point aid you in life, and
murder. Head full of random factoids that will at no
Illusion
point
about human existence and our own
aid
place in
you
the
in
universe.
real
Enter at
life.
your own risk. Disclaimers aside, theory crafting is a tricky needle to thread. A good theory is one that has enough evidence to support it, but not so much evidence that it's
That's
basically
exactly
a known
true.
fact. It requires
Well, it's the entire
extrapolation,
FNAF
thinking
book.
beyond just the stuff that we're given, but not so far past that you're overreaching or making baseless claims. And all of that while still maintaining a satisfying story. A story that stays true to the franchise that you're talking about while not being afraid to take that known story in new, often riskier directions. In a lot of ways, theory crafting is like writing fan fiction, just, with more evidence and less aggressive cuddling. A lot less aggressive
Whoa.
cuddling than some of the fan fictions I've been exposed to over the years. Anyway, the reason that I say all of this
I don't
right
think
now
Matt
is that
Pat
today's
likes his
theory
research
is,
100% of the time.
how do I put it? It's one of the stretchier ones. Like, there are some theories that are rock solid. There's some really strong evidence in the game, and it's supported by stuff that's been said by the developers or creators. Then there are others that require a bit more creative license, where the connections are there, but they might require you to squint a little bit, or just, have fun with it and go along for the ride. And this episode is one of those theories, because today we're once again diving into the world of Fetch, Book 2 of the Fazbear Fright series. You see, last time I mentioned this, Fetch was recently released, and it is, well, if I'm being honest, it feels much less connected to the series than the first one. The connections to the main lore are definitely a bit shakier. This one, meanwhile, introduces us to a lot of new things. A smartphone-powered animatronic dog named Fetch, tiny free-roaming versions of Freddy Fazbear called Lonely Freddy's. And that felt weird to me. Every
Well,
story
Those tiny loading Freddies, we've seen those. The Frittles in
the
FNAF
first
4.
book felt very connected to established characters, from Golden Bunny suits to shape-shifting baby to Funtime Freddy. So why was this one, the second book, doing
Doggo, do you think Eleanor is what Charlie looks like? Or no?
so many new things? It felt like a pretty extreme
I think
tonal
Eleanor's
shift,
completely
especially
different.
considering Scott had just posted about how these books would fill in some of the blanks from the
No,
past. So
I
then I
didn't think
thought
so.
about it, and I considered what blanks from the past this odd collection of
So I was
stories might be
thinking about
trying
it
to
as I was
fill.
saying it, I was
Something
like,
clicked. I think
probably
that there's
not.
a chance that one of the new
Because when you see Eleanor in the picture I seen from Eleanor in the book, or not Eleanor, but Charlie, it's not like
in this book
a
is
long
actually
neck
something that
animatronic.
we've known about for a long
she's
time.
so, like,
An oddball
somewhat
character
human.
that's confused us and stymied our theories for years. I believe that there's a chance that Fetch's Lonely Freddy's may actually be the real identity of FNAF 4's psychic friend Fredbear. You remember that
What?
plush doll from FNAF 4 with the living eyes that tracked your movements as you walked around the room, that stalked you in the streets and disguised itself as a flower? The thing that could actually read the crying child's innermost thoughts. I think that guy was a type of Lonely Freddy doll. But to truly understand why I think these two are connected, let's begin with Lonely Freddy's story. To quickly recap this story in a bit more detail than I did last time, because now the details actually matter for the theory, Alec is an angry teenager who's upset that his younger sister Hazel gets all of their parents' love and affection because she's practically perfect in every way. So when Hazel, just out of the blue, starts being overly nice to Alec and wants to join him in making their parents miserable, he doesn't trust her. He suspects that she's up to something, and so he concocts a plan to expose her for being a spoiled brat at her upcoming birthday party, which happens at, wouldn't you know it, the local Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. His plan, well, it's not a particularly good one, and if I have to fault this story for one thing, it's that the mechanics of how it all
What was
works is
this-
kind of
what was
confusing.
the
So
plan?
stay with me here. At Freddy's, they
What
have
are the
this
plans?
big money booth. You know, those clear boxes with fans that blow all these tickets around you, and you try to grab them, and you walk away with whatever you're able to capture in the booth. And in the booth, there's a special ticket that allows you to win the top prize in the restaurant, a Yarg Foxy. Basically a large Foxy doll with extra hook swinging action. Okay, so it seems like Hazel really wants to win the Yarg Foxy, so Alex sabotages her chances by taking out the special winning ticket before she gets in. Except she does win. By some weird, magical, unexplained miracle, the ticket winds up in her hair and she wins the Foxy doll. The twist, though, is that she didn't want to win it for herself, she wanted to win it for Alec. You see, Alex secretly loves Freddy's Pizzeria, but he never gets to have his birthday there. And of all the characters, he loves Foxy the most, even pretending to be
What's up with
Yarg
Spice?
Foxy around the house when no one's looking. But when Hazel tries to give it to him as a sign of friendship, as a way to try and finally make him happy, all it does is infuriate him. Once more bested by his perfect sister, Alec loses it, he rips the Foxy doll and runs off to the storage room crying. Once there, he meets a Lonely Freddy doll, a small small, free-roaming version of everyone's favorite bear. The bear hypnotizes him and then body swaps with him, leaving Alec's consciousness trapped forever in the doll's body, while an AI with his face roams free, unbeknownst to his family. So forgive me the detailed plot description, but I needed to get all that in because Alec's story strangely
Maybe Alec deserved it though. I mean, he's kind of
closely matches
jerked
what
his
we
family,
see
man.
happening in FNAF 4's Crying Child. Now, I don't think Alec is the Crying Child by any means. There are just way too many differences here, but I did want to call out how similar these two stories are because the parallels seem intentional. They seem to be inviting us to compare these two stories. So let's do exactly that. Just like in FNAF 4, there's a countdown to a birthday party happening at Freddy's at the end of the week. Though in this case, it's a sister's party and not his. Speaking of the sister, Alec's younger sister Hazel is described as being cute and perfect, with a lot of emphasis being placed on her green eyes and her curly yellow hair. An important physical description considering Elizabeth, the girl who would go on to possess Baby and who we assume is Crying Child's sister and owner of this room in FNAF 4, is also blonde with green eyes. In fact, eye color is brought up a lot, an unusual amount throughout the
Eye
Lonely
color is
Freddy
really
story.
important in
Quotes
the
like this:
FNAF 4
Alec had
series.
never noticed the bear's eyes before. Had they always been that blue? And again, its eyes were as blue and deep as an ocean trench. Over 13 times are eyes in this story qualified by their color, which is worth noting considering that a lot of the other short stories thus far in Fazbear Frights have had themselves pretty sparse character descriptions. But this one, for some reason, really chooses to emphasize the fact that Alec and Hazel have green eyes and that Lonely Freddy has blue eyes, which, if you have an obsessive level of knowledge of the series, should ring a few alarm bells. In Sister Location, eye color was a huge deal, so much so that I did a whole theory about it back when Sister Location came out, where the baby animatronic had blue eyes until she scooped Elizabeth and her eyes turned green. And here we have something very similar happening. Quote from the story: Alex stared hard into the blue eyes of Lonely Freddy, eyes that had burned through his soul, and he searched for answers of his own, but he only came away with more questions, because the blue eyes of the bear had suddenly turned a light green. End quote. And again, in this quote, all Alec could see was the bear as its newly green eyes bore through him. So we've got a party, a sister, and some eyes, but obviously there's gotta be more, right? Alec, when his plan fails, runs off to hide in the storage room crying, similar to the crying child being locked in the storage room in FNAF 4. And in general, Alec is just a sulky, moody kid who, similar to our crying child, both loves and hates Freddy Fazbear's. Alec, in the book, secretly loves the restaurant and its characters, but he also hates it because he only gets to go when it's for his sister, which makes him bitter and angry to be there. It's a lot like the conflicted feelings our crying child has for the restaurants, who clearly likes the franchise. I mean, he has all the toys in his room, and yet while he's there, he's clearly miserable. We're not exactly sure why, but he does have mixed feelings about this franchise. Kind of like me. That is hashtag relatable. I feel seen, crying child. But to me, one of the most telling connections between this story and the game is the Yarg Foxy toy. When Hazel tries to give the toy to Alec, Alec freaks out and rips the toy's arm off. It's a small detail, but one that immediately made me think of the Foxy that's in the crying child's FNAF 4 room. A Foxy plush with one very specific feature. A feature that has never gotten explained. Its head was pulled off. So we have ourselves two Foxy plushies, both with a body part ripped off in some way, in the possession of a kid who both loves and hates Freddy's, that winds up locked in a storage room crying, attends a birthday party, and has themselves a green-eyed sister with blonde hair. It is just an oddly specific series of parallels that are almost so precise, they're inviting us to compare them. It's actually a bit uncanny. Alec in this story is almost like a fusion of the crying child and his brother. You see, crying child for all the reasons that we just talked about, but also the older brother because, well, he's a mean older brother to his sister, and his favorite character is Foxy, so much so that he pretends to be Foxy around the house, just like we see the older brother doing to torment the crying child in FNAF 4. Again, it's not exactly the same. There are plenty of differences between these two scenarios, but there are a lot of parallel details, almost like alternate universe versions of roughly the same series of events. So what does any of this have to do with psychic friend Fredbear? Well, I believe that all of these parallels with FNAF 4 are intentional. They're drawing lines between the two stories, inviting us to compare them. And when you do that, it becomes undeniable that psychic friend Fredbear is a Lonely Freddy. To understand why, let's start with the book. This is how Lonely Freddy is first described. Quote, "It was a weird name for a toy, but the weirdest parts of it were harder to define. The bear stood stiff, almost at attention. Its eyes stared straight ahead at the stage, but Alec had the strangest feeling that it was still watching him." End quote. So, a small Freddy toy with eyes that watch you as you move around the room. Definitely sounds like what Psychic Friend does as we maneuver our way through the FNAF 4 minigames. His white eyes just move around with us, wherever we go. We're also told that the Lonely Freddy is able to free roam in order to follow the kids around. Again, explaining why he shows up in practically every screen of the FNAF 4 minigames. It is literally designed to be a moving surveillance camera. I mean, maybe it can't disguise itself as a flower or whatever, but just chalk that one up to Scott's artistic license. Later in the story, we're told what the purpose of the Lonely Freddy is. Quote again, "At Freddy Fazbear's, we believe that no child should have to experience the wonder and delight of Freddy Fazbear's Family Pizzeria alone. Using patented technology and a touch of that Freddy Fazbear magic, Freddy will learn all about your child's favorite things just like a true friend." Aunt Gigi leaned close to their mom. "Is it just me, or does Lonely Freddy sound like the cure for the unwanted kid? It's a mechanical last resort, as in no one wants to play with this kid, so here's a machine that'll do it instead." End quote. This is a device specifically designed to become a friend to sad and lonely children. Children just like FNAF 4's crying child. Children just like Alec. And in a line, again drawing parallels between the two stories, we get ourselves this. Quote, "If there was ever a kid who would have been foisted onto a Lonely Freddy at a birthday party, it would have been Alec." Now, this is important. One of the strangest things about Psychic Friend Fredbear in the game was his knowledge of crying child's innermost thoughts, saying things like, "Remember what you saw," and "he hates you." It's the whole reason I started calling him Psychic Friend Fredbear in the first place. The toy's knowledge of what was going on inside the boy's head was just uncanny. Just one of the many strange things about this character. One of the many strange things about this character that gets an explanation via Lonely Freddy's behavior in the story. The bear approaches Alec in the storage room and starts asking questions. Questions that start to turn serious. Quote from the book, "I've been waiting for you, friend," the bear said. "We should be best friends." "It's a stuffed animal," Alec told himself. "It's a stuffed toy." "What's your favorite color?" "My favorite color is green." "What's your favorite food?" "Lasagna." Then the bear's questions took a different turn. "What would you do if you were asked to hurt someone you love?" It felt like the bear was reaching its soft plush paw into his very soul and extracting the answers he kept the most hidden. And it was doing it so effortlessly. So the Lonely Freddy is a stuffed bear designed to act as a surveillance camera on kids. Follow them around, talk to the sad, lonely ones, and then extract information from them to become their friend before eventually body swapping with them. I mean, each and every one of those details, minus the whole body swap thing, is something that we see the Psychic Friend Fredbear do. But there is one last detail that I haven't included yet. The Freddys are controlled by a man who works in a private backroom office. Quote again, "The party prepper turned a dial on her hip-clipped walkie-talkie and pressed her finger to her headset. Someone get Daryl to do a Lonely Freddy demo." "Daryl's on break." The fact that there's someone behind the scenes controlling these devices in the book is a direct callback to the secret private room from Sister Location. The one where there were surveillance cameras watching the FNAF 4 house, guarded by the password 1983. It was in that room that we saw a Psychic Friend Fredbear for the first and only time in a non-8-bit setting. There, on the desk, was a short little plushie with his white little surveillance eyes and a walkie-talkie right next to him, coinciding with this scene from the book. So, there you have it, friends. The official name of Psychic Friend Fredbear is Lonely Freddy. It's not quite as fun, but I guess it's easier for me to type, so that's a plus. It's a camera system controlled by someone hidden in a back surveillance room. A system that has the ability to walk and talk and maybe even hypnotize and body swap. Now the question that we're left with is, who was controlling it in FNAF 4? I mean, it seems like the obvious answer here should be William Afton, right? Who else would be doing it? But the bigger question is why? Why would he be doing all this just to watch what what we assume is his own son. And then over in Bookland, the question is whether all of this is intentional. It seems like the employees don't actually know the true nature of these robots, so is this an AI roaming around, or was a normal Lonely Freddy swapped out for one with body snatching abilities? That one seems like the most likely scenario, considering in story number 3, out of stock, the plush trap chaser is swapped with an evil one with human body parts. So maybe William Afton or some of his people in this book universe are slowly seeding out evil animatronics into the world to run as little test cases. Also, since I'm wrapping up my discussion of Fetch here, something else for you to chew on. At Hazel's birthday party, there's a girl named Charlotte. A girl who shares a name with the child that we know goes on to possess the puppet. A girl who, in this story, is allergic to chocolate and accidentally eats some and then spends the rest of the party vomiting. Could this actually give us an explanation for why Charlotte in the games would end up outside of the party, outside of the restaurant, when we see her in FNAF 6 before she eventually gets killed and turned into a puppet? It may be. It's just a thought that I'm throwing out there into the universe for everyone to pick apart. But with Fetch out of the way, it's time to look ahead. Because based on the descriptions, it's books number 4 and 5 coming out later this year that seem like they may hold the biggest lore reveals yet. In book 4's description, we see that one of the main characters will have the name Susie. If she also has herself a dog, Susie is almost guaranteed to be confirmed as our Fruity Maze girl, and our first ever victim, the one who goes on to possess Chica. We also know that one of the book 4 stories will be about Pete and his younger brother who, quote, get in a fight in the wake of their parents' divorce and fall prey to a gruesome curse. Two brothers
what
with
is
divorced
going on
parents
with the
that have some
FNAF
blood
universe?
curse on their family. Seems like it could be another
Hello,
stand-in
William.
for our crying child and Foxy bro getting wrapped up in the cycle of serial killing their father started decades prior. And then flipping over to book number 5's description, quote, in room 1280 of Heracles Hospital, something evil is keeping a man alive. A man with gruesome burns all over his body and an iron will to live. Sounds a lot like our good old buddy William. Or it could be the aftermath of the FNAF 6's restaurant burning. With that being the last book in the Fazbear Fright series, I'd expect that one to tie up a lot of different loose ends. Speaking of loose ends, by the way, I hate them. That is why this show exists, to get rid of narrative loose ends, to tie them up, put them neatly and organized back on the shelf. So you know what I really appreciate? What doesn't have loose ends? Wireless earbuds. No wires means no obnoxious tangling, which in turn means less stress. And it is a very stressful time right now, so I'll take less stress anywhere I can.
Right. Don't give me that.
Let me come home with you. Is there room for one more? Can I come home with you? Let me come home with you. Can I come home with you? Is there room for one more? Bring me home.
Why is there
There's room for one more.
Yo, this happened.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Book Theory! Because if you have one moderately popular indie Smash game in your franchise, chances are you also have yourself a 10-installment book deal. That's barely an exaggeration. Bendy and the Ink Machine, 3, with more promised on the way. Hello Neighbor, 6. Heck, it's a surprise that Baldi's Basics doesn't have an entire trilogy dedicated to the horrific backstory of the Jump Rope Girl.
That makes me sad.
No joke, at this point in my life, I'm reading more video games than I'm playing. But of course today, we're not talking about any of those other franchises. We're talking about the Grandpappy.
Alright guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna keep playing this. I'm gonna keep watching from a different device, but I'll be right back.
The one that paved the way for all those who would dare to follow in its footsteps. 5 Nights at Freddy's and its 8 books, as well as its 2 graphic novel reimaginings of the first 2 books. But here's the best part here, friends. True to this franchise, the books were supposed to end at Fazbear Frights number 5. We're currently at Fazbear Frights number 3. The end was in sight. That was gonna be it. That was the end of the line. Mystery over. But oh no, my friends, of course not. Now, there are 2 more final installments announced, just like every game after FNAF 3. I used to joke that the fan was the scariest part of this franchise. Oh no, not anymore, dear theorists. Now it's multi-platform merchandising. So Fazbear Frights number 3, titled 1:35 a.m., just came out, and whoo boy, there is a lot to talk about with this one. If you'll remember, Scott has made it pretty darn clear that this new book series is meant to help us solve the mysteries from the past. and that the stories are, as they say in every book's official description, pulled from all different corners of the FNAF lore. But unlike the past two Fazbear Frights books where the connections have been a bit looser, I suppose is the best way to describe a time-traveling ball pit that leads to a scene of some 1985 pizzeria murders, the stories contained in this one, in 1:35 a.m., all feel very strongly connected to, well, like I just said, every corner of the FNAF canon. The stories here are starting to show how they're connected to not only each other, but also how they're connected to the original book trilogy, and yes, how they're even connected to the games, creating this elaborate web of complicated animatronic death. But more than anything else, these books are starting to confirm things for us. Theories and suspicions that we've had for the better part of the last 5 years, which, you know, is kinda nice to receive some level of validation. Like I said, it is a lot to cover, and so I'm gonna cover this one like I've covered the last two books. Today's episode is gonna be dedicated to a general overview of the stories, spotlighting some of the most important details for theory crafting, and explaining what I think this new batch of stories is trying to tell us about the series' mysteries. And then the next video, we're gonna be doing a deep dive into probably the biggest mystery of all three books so far, FNAF's newest killer animatronic, the Stitch Wraith. This guy is actually really interesting, and his story is starting to weave through most of the 9 other small stories that we've covered in these other books, and what he means might actually have some severe implications for not just the original trilogy of novels, but also the future of the games. Like I said, more on that next week, but for today, let's start with our title story, 1:35 a.m. This one is pretty straightforward. Delilah is a young woman with a tragic backstory. Her parents both died when she was 11, at which point she was bounced around and abused, sadly, in the foster care system for years. Eventually, she finds a stable home and happiness with a man named Richard. They get married, and Delilah excitedly looks forward to finally having a child of her own so she can finally complete the family that she never had. Everything is going great in her life until Richard divorces her. Now she's alone and sadder than ever. And then she dies, trapped in a ventilation shaft after being tortured by the embodiment of the child that she never had. Children's entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so I may have skipped a few steps there, but it's roughly the idea. One day, Delilah finds an animatronic doll named Ella at a garage sale. A doll that reminds her of the child that she always dreamed of having. Quote, with brown curly hair, big dark eyes, and plump pink cheeks, the doll looked almost exactly like the baby Delilah had envisioned having someday with Richard. She'd been sure that she was gonna be a mother, so sure that she'd named the baby before the baby was even conceived. Her name would be Emma. Delilah reached for the tag that hung on the doll's wrist. My name is Ella. Ella, so close to Emma. Delilah felt an odd tingle slither through her body, end quote. She buys the doll, in part because it reminds her of her almost never child, and because it has a built-in alarm clock. Emotionally scarring with a side of functionality, just the way I like it. Anyway, she sets the alarm inside of Ella for 1:35 p.m. to help wake her up for her shift at work. But the alarm doesn't go off. And just like that, Delilah gets her first taste of parental disappointment. So she does what any good parent would do in that situation, immediately hurls her would-be child into the nearest dumpster. Yikes, Delilah. Maybe it's better that you and Richard didn't have that kid after all. Anyway, that night she's awoken at 1:35 a.m. by Ella. Delilah assumes that she accidentally set the alarm for a.m. rather than p.m., which reminds me of the time I didn't bother to set the clock right on my Tamagotchi and was forced to scoop his poop every day at 4 in the morning. I can't imagine why he died. Certainly not my fault. Anyway, she tries to find the trashed Ella doll, but can't. And from that point forward is slowly driven insane by the doll waking her up every morning at 1:35. I mean, you know, 1:35 is still early enough at night to get a decent night's sleep. It's not a 3 a.m. challenge or anything like that, but whatever. Yeah, knowing that she'll never feel safe again, she climbs into a ventilation shaft in a building under construction and dies. Quote from the book, she'd never wanted things, she wanted love. Oof, it is a heartbreaker. Man, the stories in these books so far have been pretty sad, but this one is just tragic. In fact, all 3 stories from this particular book are just rough. Now, this story has 2 really important details in it. Details that seem to make Delilah's horrific struggle a strange nexus point for both the original book canon as well as the games. So let's start with the books first. In 1:35 a.m., the Ella doll is described as a, quote, helper doll manufactured by Fazbear Entertainment. Continuing forward with that quote, the booklet had a list of what Ella was designed for. She could keep time and serve as an alarm clock, manage appointments, keep track of lists, take photos, read stories, sing songs, and even serve drinks. Serve drinks? Delilah shook her head. Now, in the games, we never really get to learn much about Henry, the creator of the animatronics, but in the novel trilogy, Silver Eyes, Twisted Ones, and Fourth Closet, we get to meet not only his daughter Charlie, but also some of his other creations, including, wouldn't you know it, a doll named Ella, who is built to serve tea. From the Silver Eyes novel, quote, "Outsailed Ella on her track, a child-sized doll bearing a teacup and saucer in her tiny hands like an offering," end quote. Now, across all three novels, we never get a solid physical description of the Ella doll, but in another book, The Freddy Files, which collects all the main information about the franchise, we do get to see our first illustration of the doll, and wouldn't you know it, everything matches the description of Delilah's little garage sale find from 1:35 a.m. Quote again, "Wearing a puffy-sleeved 1980s-era bright blue full-skirted dress with pink ruffled trim and a big bow around the waist," end quote. It's the same doll, meaning that this first story is happening in the novel timeline after the events of Fourth Closet. Somehow, this is the doll that Henry created for his daughter Charlie, who, I need to technically remind you, is his daughter, because again, remember, his daughter died at a young age, and he replaced her with a series of 4 robots that represent Charlie growing up at various ages, so Ella technically is an early version of his own daughter. Figured I'd throw that little factoid in there since, you know, this is a real and totally valid plot point from the novelized series of events in this very easy to understand series. But that's not all. While I was reading this story, the way Delilah decides to hide in the ventilation shaft felt really strange to me. Like, why? It was super random, but also was one of those things that felt so oddly specific that it felt like it had to have had a bigger purpose. So I dug around and found this for you. For your consideration, I present to you Night 2 of Sister Location.
So, funny story. A dead body was found in this vent once. Okay, so not that funny, but it's a story.
So, could Delilah be that body that was actually found in the vents of Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals? Maybe, but probably more likely it's alluding to that story from Sister Location rather than directly the same one. You see, in the book, we're told that Delilah's vent is in a site that's under construction, a 3-story structure that feels a bit like an office building. Sister Location, meanwhile, takes place in an underground facility underneath a residential home, so it's probably not the same building. At the same time, though, the story makes it clear that Delilah was drawn to this place. Quote, "The answer to her plight was in here. She was sure of it. Someplace here she was gonna find a way to escape Ella forever," end quote. Time and again throughout all of these Fazbear Fright stories, we're shown people being drawn to the Freddy Fazbear locations through some supernatural force. So could Delilah, or whoever died in the vents of Sister Location, have been compelled to come there? And this story is just giving us a hint as to how that happened. Maybe. And whereas the Delilah Sister Location connection might just be me reading too far into things, that certainly isn't true for our second story, Room for One More. In this story, and stop me if any of this sounds familiar, Stanley is a night guard at a mysterious underground facility full of little ballerina dolls looking to escape to the surface. Ding, ding, ding! It's like in one sentence we just won FNAF bingo. Each night he falls asleep on the job, wakes up to find a mini Rena doll on the desk asking to go home with him. Stanley falls asleep again, and when he wakes up, the doll is magically gone. Over the next few days, his arms start to swell, his throat starts to bleed, and yet he keeps going to work, keeps finding dolls, and keeps falling asleep. Eventually, he learns that the dolls have been crawling into his mouth while he sleeps, causing his body to swell to the point of bursting. The end. The moral of this story, kiddos, be a good employee. Don't sleep on the job, otherwise little animatronic creatures are gonna crawl into you and make you explode from the inside out. What's also interesting about this story is Stanley's
I was wrong. Way wrong. I didn't...
dreams. Each time he sleeps
Didn't
while
know
on
what I was
duty, he
talking
has
about,
himself a
yes.
strange dream. In the first, Funtime Foxy is a cab driver. In the second, the facility's power cuts off and he comes face to face with Funtime Freddy. And in the last one, Ennard is a dentist and Ballora is his dental assistant, which I would say is one of the strangest things to ever appear in this franchise, but then again, I turn your attention to this corner where we have time-traveling ball pit, anime Foxy, Yandere Chica. Anyway, this one is pretty obvious, right? Stanley is working at Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals. dolls, that underground facility from Sister Location, and the dolls crawling into his mouth are a parallel to Ennard using Michael's progressively decaying body as a skin suit in that game's secret ending. I think this story might be trying to give us a more realistic interpretation of those events, or something that more closely matches what we see happening in those ending cutscenes, that instead of Michael being scooped and having his skeleton removed and all of that at the same time, that our protagonist Michael instead is being slowly filled up with animatronic pieces night after night, giving him that progressively sickly look that scares all the people around him. Stanley's story even mentions this, quote, "He staggered and stumbled down the sidewalk. Passers-by stared, some seeming worried, others just annoyed, like it inconvenienced them to see another person suffering," which feels right on point with how those cutscenes were depicted in Sister Location. But okay, of the 3 stories in 1:35 a.m., it's story number 3, New Kid, that's the most exciting to talk about, at least for today's episode, because this one gets to the heart of what is still to this day the single biggest question of the series, and that is the identity of Golden Freddy. Let me tell you, I thought we had this one pretty well nailed down, that it was Cassidy, aka the vengeful spirit from Ultimate Custom Night, and yet this story, well, it causes me to question a few things about our conclusions. First, let's go through a quick summary. Devin is a 9th grade social loner.
Well, okay. He's changed who he thinks Golden Freddy is about 5 times now.
Alongside his only friend Mick. One day, a new kid in school named Kelsey shows interest in spending time with the two of them. Kelsey is good looking, he's charismatic, he immediately attracts the attention of all the cool kids in school. And even though Kelsey, Devin, and Mick all get along as friends, eventually Devin gets jealous of Kelsey, because Kelsey has everything that Devin wants. And so to get some revenge, he lures him to an abandoned Freddy's restaurant long forgotten at the outskirts of the town. His plan is to trap Kelsey in a spring-lock suit for a few hours to scare him, but, well, you know what's gonna happen. The sheer mention of spring-locked suit immediately gives you a spoiler alert as to what's gonna go down. Kelsey puts on the Golden Freddy suit and gets skewered alive. Quote, "The blood saturated the bear's matted fur in seconds and began pooling on the floor. Devin stared at the moving blood. It looked like it was a living thing. A thinking red liquid lake stretching out." End quote. Mick and Devin leave Kelsey for dead for fear of Devin getting in trouble, but they're not quite sure he actually died. Nearly a week later, Devin is convinced to go back and check on Kelsey, but when he does, he's in for a surprise. Kelsey has vanished. Devin eventually sticks his hand inside the suit's mouth to feel around for Kelsey's slumped over dead body, only for the spring locks to fail again and crush his arm. As Devin lies on the floor, trapped and slowly bleeding to death, he gets a final glimpse into the suit and, well, let's just say what he sees inside rocks the foundation of what we know about this franchise. Quote, "Devin wiggled in one more attempt to free himself. The mouth opened even more and Devin got a sudden glimpse inside the suit. He gasped. Down low, past his arm, Devin could see a body, a dead body, just like he thought he'd find when he came back here to check. But it wasn't exactly like he thought he'd find. This one had curly black hair. The body in the suit wasn't Kelsey." Now, there's a lot of weird things about this story that I don't quite have answers for, but I do have some thoughts about. First and foremost is the ending. You see, the book doesn't end with Devin's death like you would expect. It actually continues to a final scene with Kelsey, alive and well, as the new kid at school introducing himself to 2 boys. It seems, at a first reading, like this should be a flashback to when Kelsey first meets Mick and Devin at school. Like, oh, this was the fateful meeting that would eventually lead to multiple of their deaths. But it's not. This is Kelsey at a new school meeting 2 new boys. In the story, Mick meets Kelsey first and then brings Kelsey over to meet Devin, and it all takes place in a classroom. This closing scene, meanwhile, is outside the front doors of a school, and the 2 boys Kelsey introduced himself to are less social outcasts like Mick and Devin, and more like bullies. We're expressly told that the boys are snickering at the passing kids. Even Kelsey's first line to them is different. It implies that Kelsey has somehow lived on after his supposed spring-trap death in Golden Freddy, and now he's the new kid at yet another new school, introducing himself to 2 new kids. And the way that this final scene is written, with Kelsey scoping out the 2 boys from afar before he approaches them, it feels like he's actively targeting loner kids to make friends with. Could this be Kelsey's attempt to befriend kids that most overlook and then lure them back to a Freddy's Pizzeria for some tragic incident to happen? It seems like it would be a stretch, but let's talk about Kelsey himself. Mr. Perfect. Kelsey is a weird entity in all this. Throughout the story, there are moments when his behavior is specifically called out as slightly off. Quote from the book, Kelsey tilted his head and studied Devin for a couple of seconds. For those 2 seconds, Devin had the weird feeling he was being evaluated. And again later, Devin was tempted to stab Kelsey to see if he was a robot. Kids don't say stuff like that. Once they're actually at the pizzeria, things go surprisingly smoothly for Devin's plan. The line in the book even goes like this, quote, this was going even better than he imagined. He thought he was gonna have to talk Kelsey into trying on the Golden Freddy suit, but it looked like he was gonna do it all on his own. It was like it was meant to be. All of it seems to cast some level of suspicion on Kelsey's true motivations, and that's without me even mentioning the fact that his body just goes missing at the end of the book when it has been skewered and bled to death.
Yeah,
to me, it feels like Kelsey may just be our vengeful spirit from Ultimate Custom Night. In the story, Kelsey is described as having wavy blonde hair and blue eyes. Now, we have a pretty solid idea that its hair is straight, with a slight wave, and it appears to be blonde. But here's the kicker. This image was created by inverting colors. It's what gives it that blown out and kind of creepy appearance. If you invert the colors of the vengeful spirit's eyes, you get blue, gives it just blown like out Kelsey is described in the book. And it would fit the idea of a vengeful spirit, a kid who is angry about his own death, perhaps in an accident like we see in FNAF 4, or in this particular story, looking to get revenge on other kids who are similar to his original killers. He goes from school to school, presumably ones near Fazbear locations, to somehow trick kids into getting killed by the suit. The parallels with vengeful spirit even go to the moments right around Kelsey's death in the book. This is how it's described, and the sound wasn't the bad part. It was bad, yes, but the bad part, the really, really bad part, was the way the suit started jerking in a spastic, horrific dance. It looked like the moth-eaten, mildew-blotched gold bear was convulsing, but it wasn't the bear, it was Kelsey. It's remarkably similar to the final cutscene from Ultimate Custom Night, where we see again an angry Golden Freddy, presumably filled with the vengeful spirit, twitching off into the darkness. Also worth noting is that the spring-lock suits are apparently big enough for kids to slump down into the body. Devin, when he initially can't find Kelsey's body inside the suit, decides to dig deeper down into it. Quote, had Kelsey somehow slid down into the suit? Was that his hair that Devin could see? This, to me, confirms what we see in FNAF 4's storage room cutscene, the strange tuft of hair that's coming out of the body of the suit. Back then, we weren't sure what this was trying to tell us, what that tuft of hair was meant to be. But now, I think we can safely conclude that it is indeed a child stuffed into that body, and that we're only seeing the top tuft of hair poking out. It would seem to imply that there was a victim before the bite of 1983, and that the crying child was somehow aware of at least one, if not multiple, of past victims shoved inside the suits. But all of this brings us to the obvious question of this story, the curly black hair at the bottom of the suit. Who's that? And honestly, I'm not sure. Cassidy, which is what we've been assuming to be Golden Freddy's name this entire time, does indeed have black hair, but it's always been described as long and straight. In the fourth closet, we physically see Cassidy, and she's described as this, quote, that's Cassidy, a girl with long black hair approached. And in the survival logbook, where we first learned of Cassidy's name, there's this girl who again has long, black, straight hair. And that's something worth pointing out, for as chaotic as the story in this franchise has been for all its iterations, names and hairstyles and colors of the victims seem to be fairly consistent. Susie is always associated with her dog. She has blonde hair with curls and blue eyes. Cassidy always appears to have straight black hair. Fritz always has freckles. The names and the faces of the surrounding characters may change, but the missing children all seem to be fairly consistent in both name and physical description, which is an important detail to keep track of moving forward. So could all of this mean that Vengeful Spirit and Cassidy are two separate entities? That two spirits might both be in possession of Golden Freddy, or that Cassidy isn't really associated with Golden Freddy at all, and is instead the identity of one of the other animatronics? Because,
well, we know this is like a separate universe, though. So this could be like Cassidy is Golden Freddy in this one, but in the book, whatever the other person's name was, is the Golden Freddy of that universe.
in fourth closet, she technically wasn't the one who was associated with Golden Freddy. Honestly, I don't know. I need to actually review the evidence for this one, and I encourage you to do the same. The last thing worth mentioning for all of us to chew on is the mysterious slithering that's heard throughout this story. While the boys are exploring the abandoned pizzeria, they hear something inexplicable in the walls. Quote, while they were in the bathroom, Devin
Yellow
was pretty
bear?
sure he heard something
There's no way
slithering
Golden
through
Freddy's
the
showing
walls.
them a yellow
He didn't
bear.
say anything. From the way the other boys' faces paled, he knew they heard it too. They didn't mention it either. It's never mentioned again. Nothing ever comes of this strange little detail, but it's clearly important because more inexplicable, strange sounds come from the Freddy torso after Kelsey dies. In a later quote, did you leave anything else? He tried to ignore the fact that the scuttling sound was coming from the bear suit. Now, this is after Kelsey has already stopped squirming and twitching. So again, we're left with some mysterious force moving around in the pizzeria, creating these sorts of...
Pause. I don't think Markiplier made the name Golden Freddy. I think it was made up by like the community too. Also because he's Freddy, which is golden.
sounds. Is it Ennard?
Markiplier
Is
is
it the
probably
Stitch Wraith? Is
I
it
didn't
something
know.
else? Like I said, lots to
I
chew
don't know if
on
I watched this
with
FNAF
this
from
particular
gameplay.
book, but as you can tell, it's given us pretty explicit information about some of the biggest questions that this series has had. Now it's up to us, as always, to put all those pieces together. And there certainly are a lot of pieces that'll start coming together next time as we start looking into the power of agony and the twisted timeline of FNAF's next newest murderer, the Stitch Wraith. So make sure you hit that subscribe button to get
That's what I hit,
notified of
Stitch
when
Wraith.
that video comes out next week. And in the meantime, do me a favor, remember, it's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
I just want to see if something else happened. What was that?
The octagon has more than 8 sides, but for many,
It's a metal arm. Let's see, let's look at
It's alive. It's alive. It's a...
Map pet tweaking. Oh, that's what it is.
Hello, Internet.
Star
Welcome to
Wars.
Game Theory, where today we're covering the scariest topic in all of FNAF lore, the timeline. But not for the games. Oh, geez, no, I hate myself, but not that much. Whew, I'll probably have to do that at some point down the line, but not today. No, what we're covering today is a different timeline. You see, there's a new monster afoot in the FNAF universe, a killer that has horrifically taken the lives of nearly a dozen people. A killer
Dang.
as yet unseen in the games, but one who will, after today's theory, provide us with key insights into how this whole FNAF universe works, the true nature of Remnant, and how ghosts can possess endoskeletons. As I said, he hasn't been in a game yet, but I have a feeling he'll be showing up soon, maybe as soon as the new game's security breach. But in order to know for sure, it's our job to track his movements, to understand what his goals are, and where he's headed to next. You see, last FNAF theory, we did a surface level analysis of 1:35 a.m., the latest installment of the Fazbear Fright series, and boy was that one a biggie, with huge revelations about sister location, ultimate custom knight's vengeful spirit, and the real identity, or should I say identities, of Golden Freddy. And looking back, since the Fazbear Frights books became a thing, I've done 5 theories on them, covering the many, many connections that they have to the various facets of FNAF lore, from new strings of murders happening in 1985
Alright.
to the
Real quick, you know what I was thinking? What is, like, Scott's deal with things going from blue-eyed to green-eyed? Like, we've seen it happen with Baby and the Lonely Freddy, but, like, Scott has an obsession with stuff that are blue-eyed and then, like, turning. Or, like, eyes changing colors for some reason. I don't know, it's weird.
true identity identity of psychic friend Fredbear. But despite all of this new FNAF talk, there's been one element I've largely been glossing over: the Stitch Wraith. In the event that you haven't picked up any of the installments of the book series yet, let me catch you up. Each new book contains 3 short stories, right? That's the selling feature. It's what's advertised on the back of the box, so to speak. But each one also comes with a bit of a bonus. In reality, each book is more like 3 1/5 stories. You see, each one ends with an epilogue, our little MCU post-credits teaser giving us a piece of yet another story. The tale of the Stitch Wraith, a story that appears to be spanning out across the ending of each and every book in this new series. And that alone would be pretty darn cool, right? Also, it's a brilliant marketing tactic to keep us buying more just to see the end of this thing. Slow clap, Scott Cawthon. Slow clap. But 3 segments in, and it's becoming clear that the tale of the Stitch Wraith
Scott's trying to
isn't
make his
just
money.
another horror tale. It's instead a running thread throughout nearly every other shorter story that we've been reading through, which in turn seems to connect it both to the original trilogy of books as well as even the games. So in order to understand what this thing is and where the lore is headed, it's time to go Easter egg hunting for a monster. Now, admittedly, my first theory on the Fazbear Frights books briefly covered the Stitch Wraith, and back then I assumed he was Ennard. The Wraith was described in that book as a mysterious figure wearing a black cloak and wearing a white mask with features drawn in thick black marker. The description specifically calls out his 2 eyes, one of which appears to be blacked out, a big toothy grin with blood around the mouth, and a limping or shambling walk. White mask, blacked out eye, shamble, shake. It seems like a slam dunk for Ennard. However, the epilogue for 1:35 a.m. threw that hypothesis out the window, as it revealed just exactly how the Stitch Wraith was brought to life. A process that actually reveals a lot about how this series' mythos works. In this epilogue, we're introduced to Dr. Phineas Taggart, not to be confused with his friend Dr. Ferb Fletcher. Phineas is a bit of a mad scientist type, studying the
No way,
untapped
he just
power
made
of
that
human
reference.
emotion. As he says himself, quote, "Human emotion is slower to
Phineas and
impact,
Ferb.
more insidious. It emanates from us, or is excreted from us like sweat or tears, and it wafts outward like a noxious cloud soaking into the surroundings." In particular, his research is centered around the intense emotion of agony. In order to study it, we see that Phineas collects hundreds of haunted objects to search for this emotion trapped inside. Again, from the book, the word haunted could mean showing signs of torment or some kind of mental anguish. These items on Phineas's shelves weren't possessed by ghosts. The ones that were truly haunted were energized by agony. Agony, I'm convinced, radiates farther from people than any other emotion, Phineas said. My work is focused on my hypothesis that you can take a saturation of agony, add any sort of intelligence, even an artificial one, and they'll combine together to transmute the energy of emotion into the energy of physical action. This, I believe, is what explains what people call haunted objects. And already you might be starting to see how this all ties into what we already know about this franchise. In FNAF 6's Insanity ending, we were introduced to the blueprints outlining how the sister location Scooper worked, and it was, well, it was not what we expected, to say the least. Through those blueprints, we learned about the mystery metal called Remnant, and its ability to supposedly give life to objects that it touches. The novel The Fourth Closet took it one step further and showed us the
I don't know. Does anyone know if Scott has like a team that helps him with this, or does he just do the stuff by himself?
remnant metal being created and used. In that story, we watch as William Afton melts down pieces of the old animatronics, creating a remnant soup that he then uses to give life to new living robots, specifically the Funtime animatronics. Quote, "On the heating table rested the endoskeletons of the original Freddy's animatronics, welded and melted together, immobile and featureless, and still inhabited by the spirits of the children who had been murdered inside of them so many years ago, still filled with life and motion and thought, all trapped, all in terrible pain." Usually this goes into something mechanical, something I made, William said. If we remember back to Candy Cadet's stories of 5 things always becoming one thing, 5 kittens getting sewn together, or 5 keys melted down into one, this is exactly what those stories were referring to. But Phineas's experiments in 1:35 a.m. actually take it one step further and give us more insight into the true nature of Remnant. Things that are brought to life via Remnant aren't necessarily infused with a soul, but instead with agony, with intense human emotion, with extreme human suffering. This is important because it means that characters like Balloon Boy, the Bitty Babs, and the Mini Renas and Sister Location, heck, even animatronics like Mangle, don't necessarily need to have actual victims associated with them. We used to look at solving the mysteries of this series as having it be one-to-one all the time. Susie equals Chica, Charlie equals the puppet, Cassidy equals Golden Freddy. But what we're starting to learn is that there are other ways to bring things to life in this series, that some animatronics may contain multiple souls, like we talked about last time with Golden Freddy, and some might not contain any souls at all, as long as it always ties back to some extreme tragedy filled with this all-powerful emotion of agony. So with that little analysis in place, let's go back to our story. We see Phineas collect objects associated with horrific tragedies, and via some means funnel all the agony from them down into an endoskeleton, which we're specifically told is meant to be a stand-in for bones, so we're talking like a FNAF 1 or FNAF 2 era endoskeleton here. Phineas then puts the head of a large 3-foot doll on it, a doll whose description bears a shocking similarity to Blank, actually, from the fan game Five Nights at Candy's, and finally a battery pack before turning this beast on. And not only does this modern...
Okay, quickly, I just looked it up. So, he started off just by himself. He has a team now, but originally he didn't. In 2019 he joined, but he mainly for storyline, character design, and gameplay. So he's basically doing most stuff, but he's getting help.
Frankenstein come to life, it immediately kills its creator, Phineas, seemingly by accident, surprisingly, and then runs off, hiding under a black cloak. The Stitch Wraith has been born. But okay, why am I making such a big deal out of this thing? Why does this guy deserve his own episode? Well, because solving the Stitch Wraith story in these books is like a game unto itself. You see, there have been very subtle clues hidden throughout the 9 other stories in this series that connect things back to the Stitch Wraith. My first clue was the battery pack Phineas uses to power the Stitch Wraith as he's building it, because it's not just any battery pack. It came from Fetch, the murder animatronic dog from book 2 of the series. Quote, "The item in the second box was an animatronic dog that clearly no longer functioned. The dog was an ugly dog, with a triangle-shaped head and a wide mouth full of sharp teeth. In minutes, he'd revealed the dog's battery pack." So immediately we know that the Stitch Wraith story is happening after the events of the Fetch story from book number 2. So I dug around deeper and more connections kept coming. Earlier in this same book, in the title story 1:35 a.m. about the haunted Ella doll, there's one line referencing a man named Phineas looking online for a particular toy. Quote again, "One of the searches for special Ella doll led her to an online ad posted by a user named Phineas who was trying to find one of the dolls. His ad referenced the special Ella doll and said he was willing to pay a premium for the doll's energy." Overall, across the 9 stories published so far, 7 seem to tie back to the Stitch Wraith, allowing us to create a rough timeline of events. So bear with me as we go through this. We know that 1:35 a.m. and Fetch must come first because Phineas is alive and looking for the Ella doll like I just mentioned, and the evil robot dog has just started his murder spree. From there comes the story we just covered, Epilogue 3 and the Stitch Wraith's creation. After that, he begins to roam the city collecting body parts for some purpose. You may remember book number 1 story to be Beautiful, in which Baby hacks apart a human girl named Sarah in order to steal her identity. Sarah is rebuilt out of junk only for her to fall to pieces at the end. Well, in epilogue number 1, we hear that the Stitch Wraith was seen collecting those junk pieces of Sarah. Odd, right? And it's not the only time that it happens either. In book number 2, there's the story Out of Stock about a group of friends who steal a defective plush trap doll, one with oddly human-like eyes and teeth, only for it to go on a rampage. The boys manage to escape by luring it in front of an oncoming train where it gets shattered to pieces. And again, in epilogue number 2, we see the Stitch Wraith on the scene salvaging whatever he can find of the broken bot. And that's where it would seem to end if it weren't for one other small detail. You see, in one of the other stories in this book, Room for One More, about a security guard being force-fed mini Rena dolls in the basement of Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals, there's a passing reference to a restaurant called the Snack Space. "Hey man, I was picking up a takeout order at Luigi's the other night and saw your ex on a date with the manager of the Snack Space. Seems super unimportant, right? Well, it would be if this was the only time that it was mentioned, but it's popped up in one of the other stories. In Into the Pit, the very first story, the one about the time-traveling ball pit, the snack space is where the protagonist's father works, which means that Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals sister location is also in that world, which in turn connects it to one final story, Count the Ways, where we see an old, broken Funtime Freddy planning to execute a girl trapped inside of his stomach. And while these aren't necessarily directly tied to the Stitch Wraith, it certainly feels like at some point all of these stories will come together, as though we're working on chunks of a larger puzzle. We've got a big chunk over here, that's the Stitch Wraith connections, and a big chunk over here that's all connected through sister location and the snack space, and then you have a few other random pieces over here, and by the end I expect all of them will come together. So assuming that they are all connected, the timeline seems to go about like this. Lonely Freddy, the story about the kids getting mind swapped with mini Freddy dolls, has to be first, because it's the only one of these stories so far where Fazbear locations are open and ready for business. At some point, Freddy Fazbear's closes, leading to Room for One More about the underground facility filled with mini Renas hoping to escape, which would parallel what we hear in Sister Location.
Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
At some point, Baby and the mini Renas escape from that underground facility, leading to 1:35 a.m. with Phineas looking for the haunted doll and Greg activating the murder dog in an abandoned Freddy Fazbear's in Fetch. From there, the next major moment is Stitch Wraith's creation in Epilogue 3, which then leads to his quest for body parts in To Be Beautiful Epilogue 1 and Out of Stock Epilogue 2. We also know that Into the Pit and The New Kid happen near the end of the timeline, since they both feature a closed down, forgotten, or repurposed Freddy's building. Also, there's Count the Ways, which is towards the end of this timeline, grouped with these other stories, since a retired Funtime Freddy is just randomly sitting in a garage killing kids. What does all of this tell us? What was the purpose of doing all this work? Well, first, all of this seems to connect us pretty solidly into the book trilogy. The fact that we have an Ella doll infused with agony that Phineas wants his hands on perfectly matches the Ella doll that Henry made for his daughter Charlie. To quote from the fourth closet, agony erupted, flooding the room with its sound. A man lay curled on the floor, something cradled tightly in his arms, and when his mouth opened, the room shook with the sound of his anguish. Who is that? Charlie said anxiously. What is he holding? You don't recognize her? Elizabeth said. That's Ella, of course. It's all your father had left after you were taken. He cried over that cheap store-bought rag doll for 2 months, cried into it, bled into it, poured his grief over it, end quote. At which point, he makes the robotic Ella doll that we talked about in the last episode. So what we're seeing in these stories appears to be, at least to some extent, the aftermath of that trilogy of books, which also means that we might already know the true identity of the Stitch Wraith. It's a bit of a long shot, but it's my personal headcanon until proven otherwise. I think that the endoskeleton that powers the Stitch Wraith, the main body that's become the conduit for all of this agony, is the same endoskeleton that killed Henry. The robot that he used to end his own life. The stabbing robot, which, let's be honest, is like the most complicated way to do that sort of thing. Like, build a robot to stab you to death? What? Creative types, man, they are weird. Anyway, we're told in the Silver Eyes that it's a basic Gen 1 endoskeleton with an unfinished face, which would explain exactly why Phineas needs to put a head on it. Quote from the Silver Eyes, she could see its face, if it could be called a face. Its features were scarcely formed, crude and shapeless. Its blind eyes were only raised bumps like the eyes of a statue, seeing nothing but its own grief. We also know that this endoskeleton would be absolutely filled to the brim with agony. I mean, as far as endoskeletons go, a murder bot built by a grieving father is a pretty huge deal. And it's apparently an important enough character to this franchise to have also appeared at the end of the book trilogy. When Charlie is being attacked by Baby, it's this same murder bot and its trusty knife that Charlie uses to do them both in. I have a very, very strong theorist instinct that the Stitch Wraith will, at some point during this book series, be revealed to be connected back to Henry and his bizarre death. Just saying, the pieces are in place for us. Oh yeah, and assuming that the Fazbear Fright series is connected a bit closer to the book trilogy, like it appears to be, we know that Book 5, Bunny Call, features a story about a man with gruesome burns over his body and an iron will to live. I mean, we already suspected that was William Afton, but going back to see how his story ended in the fourth closet, we see that his death is far from certain. In his final moments, his hospital gown catches fire and he's pulled into a massive furnace. But then, nothing. No official confirmation that that burning actually kills him. Therefore, a burned man in a hospital who refuses to die sounds like a certain yellow bunny we all know who always comes back. And with that, I've had enough FNAF for now. Oh man, it has been a lot. The new book comes out in early July, so at the very least I get a break for a couple of weeks. Thank goodness. No.
He didn't come back in the
Man, I am
security
a
room.
little on edge these days. 2020 has really started to mess with my head. I need to relax.
Either way. Dude came back like
But I've
4
seen
times.
all of this, literally everything on every streaming platform. If only there was something new to watch. Wait, can it be? Our sponsor for today's episode, NordVPN. What are you?
Not Austin. I can already tell it's Austin just by the beginning of this. I already know it's Austin.
Dear Scott Coffin.
I know.
Hi, it's me, Austin. I read your book,
dude.
this one. A little bird told me that you hid some science in it, you little nerd, and so I read it. And boy, howdy do I have opinions. Okay, so where to start? Did you guys watch Matt's vid, the one on agony and animatronics?
Just now.
No. Okay. Okay, so you know how in Five Nights at Freddy's there's these evil animatronics trying to kill you? Well, they're filled with ghosts? Filled with robot ghosts? Is that right? Is it robot ghosts? Whatever. Okay, so let's just start at the beginning. The premise. You feel me? Okay, so the story we are going to be looking at primarily is the first story in the second Fazbear Frights book, Fetch. A story that's about, get this, an evil animatronic. I know, a huge deviation from the formula. Anyway, these stories set up the rules of the FNAF universe as well as give quite a bit of lore and backstory for the games that is sometimes super obvious and at other times it's a little bit more subtle. In this story in particular, we get a lot of insight into the weirdly specific pseudoscience rules that make up the way the Five Nights at Freddy's world works, and I think gives a tremendous amount of lore fodder to explain how exactly it is that creepy ghosts or agony-powered spirits or whatever actually control and manipulate animatronics to do their bidding. So, okay, in this particular story, Fetch, we follow the internal monologue of an uber nerd named Greg as he struggles to navigate the social mores of high school, and through the course of the story, several real-world scientific studies and theories get dropped as being worth keeping in mind. 0 point energy, random number, or rather random event generation as it pertains to the Global Consciousness Project, and the experiments of Cleve Baxter, a CIA interrogation specialist who used polygraph machines to read reactions from plants in the 60s. And since the plot of the story takes off pretty much right away, we're gonna have to sidestep for a minute to discuss a few of these concepts before moving on, because these three concepts form a triangle of support for one another within the FNAF universe that frames the metaphysical rules of the world and gives us a peek into the puzzle pieces that fit together to make it so that evil animatronics can exist in the first place. The first corner of the triangle is honestly the least important, and that's the experiments of Clive Baxter. Baxter's experiments in the 60s supposedly were able to register some sort of response from plants using polygraph machines, specifically pain, empathy, and some sort of extrasensory perception. Nobody has ever been able to successfully replicate his studies ever since, and they're commonly thought to be bunk. However, in Fetch, these studies seem to be a bit more legitimate. The fact that plants are able to pick up on extrasensory information is less important than the fact that extrasensory sensory perception is a real, measurable thing in the FNAF universe, even though it isn't in our universe, which brings us to the second point in the triangle, 0-point fields. 0-point fields sound very complicated, but they're actually really simple-ish. In quantum mechanics, there's something known as a quantum vacuum state, which is the lowest possible energy a space can exist in. Imagine a box that is a perfect vacuum. It has quite literally, no particles, no photons, no electrons, no nothing. This is a quantum vacuum state. There's no heat, because heat is energy stored in particles, and since there's no particles, this space is effectively entirely devoid of energy in every conceivable way, hence 0-point field. It's the point at which there is zero energy in the field. The field in this case being the space itself. But what if I told you that this wasn't the whole story? That in these fields where there is absolutely nothing, something can be created. These somethings are called virtual. These somethings are called Why is this hard to say? These somethings are called These somethings are called virtual particles. These somethings are called virtual particles, and are particles that quite literally are created from nothing. Thought that was impossible? Well, it actually isn't. Our universe is a closed system, meaning that no new energy can be put into it, and no energy can be deleted from it. And virtual particles are no exception to this, but they do kind of cheat the system. When a virtual particle, a proton or a photon or whatever, is created out of thin air, or rather thin nothing, an antiparticle of the exact same energy level and composition except the exact opposite is created as well. And 1,000,000 times out of 1,000,001, these particles recombine and zero each other out, snapping out of existence immediately. If they don't combine immediately, it's no big deal. The antiparticle will move on and collide with something else and remove the required amount of energy from it. This is actually the phenomenon that creates Hawking radiation that shrinks black holes. Mass isn't actually escaping black holes. What's happening is that particles are snapping into existence near the black hole, and sometimes those antiparticles get sucked in past the Schwarzschild radius and remove energy from the black hole, effectively shrinking it. So what does all this have to do with Five Nights at Freddy's and Fetch? Well, a lot actually, because these 0-point fields, or rather these 0-point energies, are treated as the medium through which psychic energy travels, and may itself actually be somehow sentient. Whether it's just a transmission medium or whether it actually has a will of its own is something that we'll have to wait for further books if they touch on it at all. But in the FNAF world, well, okay, think of 0-point fields as a Newton's cradle, where a thought or intention goes in one end, smacks into the field, travels, and shoots out the other end, which in turn lifts up before falling down, hitting the field, and sending something back. Except this transmission is three-dimensional, not just one-dimensional like the cradle, and it is infinitely more complicated and beyond our understanding. And trying to figure out the best way to make the cradle do what you want is, I don't know, like a monkey trying to figure out how to fly an airplane. You're probably gonna end up hurting yourself before you figure it out. As for the third point in the triangle, well, we'll get to that later, because for now, we know all we need to know in order to continue building our premise. So Greg, our protagonist, is an uber nerd who knows all about this stuff, and in his experiments with trying to read instructions from the 0-point field, and these lead him and his pals to check out, hey, wouldn't you have guessed it, a derelict children's pizzeria. This is where the story actually starts in the book.
What is with all these dumb kids going to abandoned Freddy's places? Like, oh, I got a good idea. So it's an abandoned place where a bunch of children died.
Greg is already in an abandoned Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria franchise, looking around for stuff. And stuff they find, because these books aren't a joyful slice of life anime about making soup or whatever. And what they find is Fetch, an animatronic, but not quite like the ones we're used to seeing in the franchise up until now. For one, he's smaller, a lot smaller. He's a prize, actually. One of the super awesome prizes you get for spending $1 million in the store. Basically, Fetch is a Furby, but FNAF branded, aka barely more terrifying than an actual Furby. This supposedly is what was drawing Greg to drag his friends into this pizzeria, as stated in the book itself. Greg turned his attention to Fetch. He wanted to see if he could get the dog thing to do whatever it was supposed to do. He had a hunch this might be what he'd felt in the field, what had called him here. Fetch's documentation, in spite of being super old, states that he was supposedly built with the capability to sync with your phone and retrieve information and things for you, like a creepy real-world version of Siri. You love to see it. Anyway, in his
And I think this thing was like built in like 1980 something. So not even like, I don't even think flip phones were made yet.
fiddling, Greg unknowingly activates Fetch,
Don't know
who,
how a
after they leave the
smartphone
pizzeria, starts
is gonna
texting
connect to
Greg, retrieving things for him, saying creepy stuff, and over time, getting things for Greg without Greg actually directly asking, taking his request too literally, leaving severed fingers on his doorstep, and killing his girlfriends. You know, all the stuff Alexa secretly wants to do for you, but can't because she doesn't have legs or creepy, spiky teeth. Which brings us at last to the final corner of the triangle of FNAF metaphysics: random event generators and the Global Consciousness Project. Because this is the key that holds everything together. How is Fetch able to sync up with a phone that runs on an operating system over half a decade more modern than when he was created?
That's what
It's
I'm saying.
this triangle, this trifecta of ingredients of science, numbers, and pseudoscience that all mix together into a soup of weirdness and terror, culminating in one simple, horrific ability: the ability to manipulate not just computer code, but the very world around you, just with the power of your mind. Random event generators, or REGs, are a big subject in Fetch and come up again and again and again and again, and they're a key tool in the study of global consciousness, a field of parapsychology which is, it's not real. Sorry, it's not. There's no support for any of these fields at all, and all supposedly interesting findings have all failed to be replicated by independent review. It's very, very important to me that you understand going forward that this, out of everything I've said today, probably is the most not real thing in the books, in spite of having a real history. And every study I read on them gave me an ulcer, and some of them even had typos in them. The
Dang, I
general
got zero people
principle is
watching. I know
this:
there's at
under
least
this field
one.
of study, the existence of some sort of extrasensory networked human consciousness is taken as a given, and they attempt to measure it, you know, like good scientists. The method they use is random number generators, machines that are designed to output, you know, what it says on the tin: random numbers. In this case, they output ones and zeros specifically. The people who study this field then try to find anomalies in the number generation, something that's outside the norm, an above average number of zeros or ones in a specific area, and then find a correlation within the real world. Is it hurting your brain yet? Yeah, me too. Me too. Now, REGs produce ones and zeros only, but produces them at random. You're with me so far, right? And this field of science tries to discover ways to influence these numbers through external means, either through the power of thought or by bringing the machines themselves into areas where they expect may have some sort of paranormal thingy going on. You know, haunted places, graveyards, pizzerias, what have you. Now, there are two types of REGs, one that sucks and one that is awesome. And now let's go over what those are, starting with the sucky version, in order to show
FNAF
you why
world
the
is not
awesome
the
one
sucky version.
is so awesome. Okay, but first, how about a magic trick? Want to see something cool? I have psychic predictive powers. Check this out. I'm gonna run a random number generator code and tell you exactly what numbers it'll spit out. Ready? 60, 51, 84, 63, 40, 91, 4, 23, and 20. Did I get it? Heck yes, I did. You know why? Because this thing spits out the same random numbers every time. Look, I'm running it again, and again, and again, and again. Why is it the same every time? Because random number generation, while random-ish, is also predetermined, and most of them follow the same basic principle. They have a seed, a P1, and a P2. You take the seed, multiply it by P1, add on P2, mod 100, don't worry about that, spit out the number, take the number as the new seed, and repeat the formula again. My RNG code uses a seed 3, a P1 of 263, and a P2 of 71. This is why you'll sometimes hear RNGs called pseudo-random, because they aren't actually really random. They are determined. They're just really, really hard to predict. That is, unless you know the seed and the formula. Even very complicated and secure random number encryption services use this basic model, although with tweaks here and there. They usually use bigger numbers and use smart ways to get seeds, things that are themselves pretty random, like the exact amps being used by your CPU at a given moment multiplied by the system time or something. This is what's known as using machine entropy, and while it's pretty random, it's still, you know, boring. You know what's less boring? Quantum randomness using 0-point energy fields. And this is how the really good, fun RAGs work. They are random number generators generated not by the, frankly, predictable methods of a computer algorithm. Rather, they pull random numbers literally out of thin air by measuring the actually random but consistent fluctuations in 0-point energy fields themselves. And Greg and his crush Kimberly are assigned by their teacher to spend time with his REG in order to attempt to influence the machine through sheer will to output the numbers that they want. Greg isn't able to, that's called foreshadowing, but Kimberly actually registers significant deviations from the norm, and it's here where you've probably started to see how all these things tie together. 0-point energy fields in the FNAF world are the weave through which thoughts and intentions flow, measurable by the Baxter methods and controllable by those who know how to use them. That said, as we learned with computer-generated RNGs, something being determined and controllable doesn't necessarily mean you know how to control it yourself. Do you know what number, for instance, comes after 20 in my RNG code? Do you? It's 31. And maybe, if you had enough time knowing my formula, you could actually figure that out for yourself. But what if I asked you to tell me what seed you needed to input in order to get me a 98 on the 11th number? Would you be able to do that? These are the forces at play here. Even if something like this were even real, if outside metaphysical forces were able to impact the world itself, it'd be very hard to pull off correctly. The seed number, by the way, would be 5. In the FNAF world, this is shown to be possible. The ability to manipulate this field and pull information from it is real because Kimberly can do it. But we also know that Greg sucks at it.
But you know who I don't think
sucks at it? Fetch. I think Fetch is an absolute master at event manipulation. Knows just what energy to put into the quantum vacuum to send just the ripples he needs through the Newton's cradle right into his perfect subject, Greg. He gets Greg to come to the pizzeria, he gets Greg to activate him and free him. And once he's free, how is he able to tap into Greg's phone and hear all of his conversations and maybe even read his thoughts? It's definitely not Bluetooth. It's not 5G. Fetch is able to send ripples through the very nothingness surrounding all of us and influence technology on a fundamental level, beyond machine code, down to the binary. Remember, REGs spit out only ones and zeros, so someone capable of manipulating that sort of thing, the sorts of things that phones run on, someone who is themselves a machine would be more than capable of spoofing a number and overriding systems almost entirely undetected. What's more is that while I'm not 100% certain, I'm pretty sure somehow other creatures in the FNAF universe are going to be capable or are already capable of using these sorts of powers themselves. Even if mostly nobody does, I guarantee you that the Stitch Wraith, at the very least, is gonna find some way to use these powers. Thankfully, this sort of thing isn't real. You can't manipulate quantum fields through the power of your thoughts alone. And you know how I know that? Well, aside from reading up on it, I built one myself. No, really, I did. Through the power of the quantum random module in Python, it was actually really easy. Quantum random connects to the ANU quantum random numbers server in Australia, a server that measures actual fluctuations in 0-point fields for realsies and gives them to the public for free in real time. It's pretty freaking cool. Since it was so easy, it took me literally only 10 minutes and 16 lines of code to make a random event generator that would spit out only a 1 or a 0 randomly based on the quantum fluctuations of the universe itself. My very own quantum-powered coin flipper. And for my baseline test, after 1,000 flips, it did pretty good. 499 ones and 501 zeros, a totally normal split for 1,000 iterations. And then, hell, just just for funsies, I ran the exact same experiment that Greg and Kimberly did in the book. I will disprove this global consciousness theory once and for all. I decided to make my machine using only the powers of my mind spit out more ones than zeros, and for 15 minutes I sat there as it pinged a server on the other side of the world telling it 1, 1, 1, 1. Ha! This'll show him. And after nearly getting bored to tears, I can finally tell you that I got 524 ones. Much over half a standard deviation past one standard deviation. That's, let me do it again. 530 ones? Wait, do I have magic powers? Wait, does this mean that evil psychic animatronic robots can actually exist? Stay away from that Chuck E. Cheese graveyard, kids. You do not know what might happen. Sincerely, Austin. P.S. Those numbers, while true, aren't statistically significant. Calm down. Magic isn't real. I just thought it was pretty funny. Want to give a huge shout out to my high-level patrons, Jared Beecher, Draven Stanley, Emma Sims, Francis Gagnon, Royal Gaming 16, Etta Damn TP,
Man,
Dan.
shut up, Austin. You want to see Map Path. Although that one's actually really cool. I like that one. Nobody wants to watch me, doggo.
You can be a pirate, but first you'll have to lose an eye and an arm. You can be a pirate, to lose an eye and an arm. First, to lose an eye and an arm. Lose an eye, lose an eye, lose an eye, lose an eye. And an arm.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that is, without exaggeration, thinking of reaching out to Scott Cawthon so that we can jointly buy Chuck E. Cheese's quickly dying restaurant franchise so we can transform them into what they were always meant to be, real-world FNAF experiences. Heck, they've already got the terrible pizza taken care of. We could probably even sell the idea to YouTube Originals and make a whole series about transforming the pizzerias into horror-themed dining experiences, which would also help mitigate.
There was one episode that was YouTube original, and that was the FNAF IRL one.
The costs of doing all that. No joking here, Scott. This is something we absolutely can and probably should do. I've recreated your games before in real life, and they seem to be pretty well received. So between my feeder background and your, well, you know, your gobs of money and masterminding of the IP, I think we can make something that's really cool. And yeah, the reason I'm bringing it up here is so fans can start talking about the idea both here and on Reddit to show you how excited they are for this to happen. Anyway, let me just leave it at, you have my email. I eagerly await your response. Who knows, you've probably already bought it at this point. You're just waiting to reveal that fact to the world. Speaking of Chuck E. Cheese restaurants, the grandpappy of FNAF, I actually have a theory in the works about those pizzerias that any FNAF fan will enjoy. The episode will be going live in the next few weeks on my newest theory channel, Food Theory, which, if you haven't checked out yet, you totally should. Link is down in the description. Yes, it sounds like a joke. No, it's not. We've not only got episodes about Chuck E. Cheese on the way, but also horror episodes like how the ghost of KFC's Colonel Sanders has been cursing people for decades. Yes, it is a real thing that we are currently researching. It's the same science, math, and over-research that we do over here, except, you know, on real-life topics. And for anyone who's hesitant to check out a channel about food, we're already winning people over. Like Jack here over on Twitter, who said he started out skeptical, but watched the episodes and immediately got the concept. We've got over 500,000 subscribers in the first 24 hours, and we're getting really, really close to that million in these first 2 weeks. So please, please, please help us reach that milestone in record time. Show the world how passionate we theorists are by shattering that subscriber record. And hey, FNAF even already has made an appearance on the show. It's in every single intro of Food Theory. So subscribe to Food Theory today to get your daily dose of brain food. In a sucky, no good, awful year, seeing so many people excited about this new channel has really helped us all out. So thank you guys for your support. Thank you for your subscription, and I can't wait to deliver you more. It's been a lot of work, but it's really fun. All right, a new month, a new FNAF book, a new set of lore reveals. Earlier this month, the latest Fazbear Fright book, Step Closer, hit store shelves, and and even though it has a super forgettable name, the stories inside of it are epic. Not just because they're some of the most gruesome in the series. I mean, page 1 literally starts with a dream sequence where a kid's eye gets popped by Foxy's hook, but because of the lore drops that are happening in this thing, they are huge. Up until this point, the Fazbear Frights books have given us interesting concepts to chew on, fleshing out the world of FNAF and giving us new insights into events that we already had a pretty good handle on. It's been useful, certainly, but nothing too earth-shattering. Animatronics can have people stuffed inside of them. Confirmed outright in book 1. People can have animatronics stuffed inside of them. Confirmed in book 3. Everything is powered by human agony. The missing children's incident probably happened in 1985. Animatronics can steal identities. Humans can be body swapped with animatronics. Golden Freddy might have multiple souls trapped inside of him. Ghosts might be able to escape from their animatronic prisons to lure more people to them. Like, there has been a lot across all of these stories, hence why I've been covering these books so much. But Step Closer's lore drops are attacking some of the biggest lingering questions still in existence from these games. The ones presented to us by the two most frustrating games in the franchise, FNAF 4 and FNAF 6. Questions that are still hotly debated by the FNAF community. So today we're looking at the first of those debates, the ones related to FNAF 4, and looking at what those answers mean for the rest of the series. Today, we confirm the identity of this guy, the older brother, Foxy Bro. Real quick though, before we get to the meat of this theory, let's quickly speed our way through probably the least important story of this new trio, the middle one titled Dance With Me. In it, we cover Casey, a young woman who's coming from a tragic childhood. She lives on the street picking pockets and nabbing purses. One day, she robs a mother and a young girl outside of Circus Baby's Pizza World, which we're told has itself a big red door. Woo! 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 Potentially important detail alert. Anyway, one of the items that she nabs is a set of cardboard glasses. When Casey puts them on, she sees a hologram of Ballora spinning in the distance. Weirded out by this, she has other people try the glasses on and no one else manages to see Ballora. From that point onward, each time she puts on the glasses, the hologram gets closer and closer, which begins to freak her out to the point of her leaving town and trying to put her life back together in hopes that it gets Ballora to leave her alone. A couple cities and failed jobs later, Casey eventually decides to return the stolen items to the mother and the daughter, hoping that it'll make amends. The family welcomes her in and forgives her, but when the little girl Isabella puts the glasses on, she not only sees Ballora, but she immediately begins dancing. It's a very vague ending because it's unclear whether Ballora, who was one step away from getting Casey, instead nabs the girl because she's the one who puts the glasses on next, and the dancing is the girl becoming possessed, or if it's the girl just excited to be dancing alongside one of her favorite characters, Ballora. Anyway, there's not a whole lot to talk about with this one. The technology is super strange. Freddy's is a
Real quick, I just want to say how it went from the story of real life that was taken from how some guy got fired from some place and then he like killed some people and then changed to something, and then it was a child's like dream or coma that he was in, but now it's got like actual, like, what is going on? There's been like 5 different stories that's what's been going on so far.
Apparently advanced enough to have holographics that work in cheap cardboard glasses for kids. That would be strange enough, but there's also some extra weirdness that the holograms can interact with the physical world. We see throughout the story that this Ballora hologram kicks up leaves and causes them to swirl around her. To quote from the story, there was Ballora, pirouetting among the colorful fall leaves. As she spun, the bright leaves were sucked into her vortex. For a few seconds, Casey admired the beauty, but then she thought, wait, if Ballora is just a picture, a hologram, then how is she affecting the objects around her? It didn't make sense. Welcome to the world of being a FNAF theorist, Casey. It didn't make sense. Prepare to get that one tattooed on your forehead. But in all seriousness, it does raise a big question. Is she actually a hologram or just invisible and the glasses are somehow revealing her? It's unclear. Today I'm going to be talking a lot about those weird little details that just seem so oddly specific for a book to call out that it feels like the book is trying to tell us something, and this seems like one of them, but while I could spend a lot of time trying to figure it out, to my knowledge, holographic or invisible animatronics haven't really been a thing yet in the franchise, so we'll just have to cross that bridge when it becomes important. Unless, oh damn it might be a phantom animatronic. No, they don't interact with the real world, do they? Last point to be made about this story, though, is its recurring theme of mothers and motherhood. A lot of the backstory that we get on Casey is her troubled relationship with her mom, which has played a big part in how her life ended up the way it did. Casey, throughout the story, is also visited by an older woman at a bus station that gives her grandmotherly motherly advice. She's saved from the police by another elderly woman. She makes amends with that mother and daughter that have a relationship that she envies. I mean, it could be me thinking too much about this, big surprise, but it doesn't feel like a coincidence that Ballora is the main animatronic featured in a story about motherly relationships. I had a theory a long time ago, 2 years ago, that Ballora was some sort of stand-in for Mrs. Afton. Not in any sort of creepy way, get your mind out of the gutters. I mean that she represents the wife that William Afton lost or divorced him, or most likely that he abandoned in the aftermath of his daughter getting clawed to death by Baby. I mean, just look at the song that Ballora sings in Sister Location.
Why do you hide inside your wall when there is music in my hall? All I see is an empty room, no more joy, an empty tomb.
An empty tomb, aka the bedroom of our tragically deceased child. William hides inside his walls by diving even deeper into his work. It's something that William's partner Henry does in the original novel trilogy. When he loses his daughter, he shuts out the rest of the world, hiding behind his walls and obsessing over his work to try and bring her back. And so when William does this in the games, his wife is left alone and probably ends up leaving him. As such, as some sort of coping mechanism, William recreates her in animatronic form, depicting her with perpetually shut eyes because to William, she was blind to what needed to be done to rebuild the family. Blind to the fact that his work was so important. She wanted to move on, to do frivolous things like sing and spin and dance, or at least that's how he felt from his perspective. William Afton was mired in his own misery of loss. Like I said, it's a bit of a stretch and something that I've lightly talked about before, but I thought the connection between Ballora and mothers in this story was particularly interesting and worth calling out. Anyway, onward to the real story I want to address today, Step Closer, which isn't just sparking new theories, but is straight up confirming stuff that we've argued about for years. In it, we meet Pete, a 16-year-old who, due to their parents' divorce, has to babysit his little brother, Chuck the Chump. One day, while watching him at a Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, Pete, annoyed about having to be the responsible one, decides to scare Chuck a little by taking him backstage to see an out-of-service Foxy. Pete fires up the machine and Chuck runs away, leaving Pete alone to get seemingly hypnotized by Foxy's performance. A performance that repeats one line over and over. You can be a pirate, but first you'll have to lose an eye and an arm. And from there, you can probably guess what happens. Over the next few days, Pete gets into multiple accidents that put either his eye or his arm in danger. A scalpel nearly hits his eye in science class. A butcher knife almost chops off his hand at the store. A buzzsaw blade shoots out at him from a nearby construction site. He gets hooked in the face by a fishing line, and he almost loses a hand to a Chinese finger trap at the school carnival. Anyway, the two brothers eventually make amends and come to the realization
Almost lost his hand because of a Chinese finger trap at school. That's not... The thing can't take your hand.
that Pete needs to face down Foxy to break some curse. Pete rushes to Freddy's, but in his panic, he's hit by an oncoming truck.
Like the taste of fresh apples? At Angry Orchard, we use real fruit from our 100-year-old...
Killed. Out of nowhere. It's this awful reveal that you absolutely do not see coming because you feel so bad for this kid. You're like, oh, he's apologized to his brother. They have a good relationship. They have a plan for getting Pete out of this after him being brutalized for the better part of a week. He's on his way to close off the story and then, bam, it just ends. And that would be where the story ends, except for one thing. Pete is still alive. Kind of. We pick up back in the hospital where Pete's soul is trapped inside of his own dead body. Pete is an organ donor. Against his will, I might add. Thanks a lot for signing me up for that one, Mom. And they just got an emergency request for, you guessed it, an eye and a hand. Pete is forced to helplessly watch as his body is taken apart by surgeons. Like I said at the beginning of this episode, this story is shocking. But what's even more shocking is the lore confirmation that we get in this thing. Pete's story 100% confirms for us that Foxy Bro, the older kid from FNAF 4 who repeatedly traumatizes his younger brother before eventually getting him chomped in the jaws of Fredbear, that is undeniably Michael Afton. 100% no doubt. It's something that we strongly suspected for a while.
I knew that it
something
wasn't
that later evidence started
Michael
to throw into
Emily.
question, but this story happening 5 years after that game's initial release finally clears it up for us. Obviously, there are some superficial similarities here. Pete has a younger brother who's scared of the animatronics, just like Foxy Bro has the crying child, his younger brother who's scared of the animatronics. Pete is connected to Foxy.
But hold up, because now Matt Pat's starting to confuse me. I knew the kid wasn't Michael, but for a bit, Matt Pat kept calling the crying child Michael. I think.
See throughout the story, just like the brother
no,
in the
hold on,
Foxy
Michael
mask.
Afton-
Pete and
Michael
Chuck's
Afton
parents
really-
are divorced, just like
Wow.
it seems William and Mrs. Afton are in the game, leaving the
I'm not
older
gonna
brothers
swear.
alone to care for their younger siblings. At one point in the story, Pete's hand starts to turn purple, which points us back to Michael Afton and sister location physically turning purple. And lastly is that final scene where Pete should be dead, but isn't, which exactly mirrors the iconic words of one Michael Afton.
Father, it's me, Michael. I should be dead, but I'm not.
But all of it is just a bunch of weak parallels between Foxy Bro and Michael and Pete, and Foxy Bro and Pete. How do we know for sure that all three of these characters are connected? One word, gum. People ask me a lot how I come up with these theories, and more often than not, it's...
Do you know if you'd be able to come back?
small details that just stick out as off for the author or game designer to include, as though they're purposely seeding these details out there to try and signal something to us. And in this particular story, the odd character detail of Pete is that he chews gum a lot. Page 4, he's chewing watermelon gum while watching his brother. Later, when he's scared by the Foxy animatronic, the book makes mention of him swallowing that gum. Okay, that's fine, that's a one-off thing, no big deal. But later, on the way to the butcher shop, we're told that he, quote, pops a wad of watermelon gum into his mouth. On the boat fishing with his dad, he wishes he had brought his watermelon gum. It is mentioned a lot in this short story, enough that it sparked my theorist senses and made me flag it to look into later. Now, obviously, at no point during FNAF 4, or heck, any of the games, do we see a character actively chewing gum. That'd be silly, but that's not the only place that we see these characters at this point. Let me direct your attention back to the FNAF Survival Logbook. Who knew that a book with dabbing Chica as an active selling feature would become the single most important item for lore solving of this franchise? For those of you who don't remember this little gem, it's the logbook, originally owned by Mike, as we see on the title page, that helped us to solve for Cassidy's name. And wouldn't you know it, but today it's also the thing that's gonna now reveal to us Michael Afton's true identity. Page 49, quote, list 10 bad habits you'd like to break. Number 1, chewing gum excessively. I mean, there it is, plain as day. Pete chews gum excessively. Michael Afton chews gum excessively. Pete eventually turns purple and comes back to life after being dead. Michael Afton eventually turns purple and comes to life after being dead. Pete is an older brother who scares his younger sibling using Foxy. Foxy Bro in FNAF 4 is an older brother who scares his younger sibling with Foxy. Pete equals Michael, and Michael equals FNAF 4's Foxy Bro. Done, confirmed, another character identity locked. This detail has been sitting in the logbook for years, just waiting to be used. Kind of impressive. Well done there, Scott. Well done. And this confirmation tells us everything we need to know about Michael's motivation for the rest of the game series. He's avenging his brother's death, the one that he made happen. When Golden Freddy appearances are accompanied by the words, "It's me," it is literally the younger brother saying, "It's me. I'm here," to his older brother. But of course, it is never that easy. This same security logbook, this thing that has been so pivotal to solving so many mysteries of this franchise, raises just as many challenges. Because sure, here it just confirmed the Foxy Bro connection, but then it also has lines like these. Page 103, the party was for you. Page 75, does he still talk to you? In reference to psychic friend Fredbear. Page 23, was your favorite childhood toy a plastic purple telephone? Page 20, what do you remember? And most troublesome of all, page 31, do you remember your name? All of these questions seem pointed to the crying child. The party was for him. His favorite toy was the purple telephone. Fredbear did talk to him, and never to Foxy Bro as far as we know. In fact, these are the exact questions that got us to throw the Foxy-Michael connection away so many years ago. Why would the spirit in this book, Cassidy, be telling Mike things that are very clearly true of the crying child, if Mike was indeed the older brother the entire time, like this latest Fazbear Fright story just confirmed for us? It doesn't make sense, which is why why now we have to solve these last two questions. What do you remember? Do you remember your name? I mean, yeah, I do remember my name. It's Mike. I wrote Mike on the first page of the book, didn't I? Unless Mike never truly was my name. The question that we're left with, and the question I pose to you and that I still need time to think through is, what did Michael forget? And how did he forget it? Was he the bite of 87 victim? Is that how he lost his memory? Did some sort of other trauma cause him memory loss? And more importantly, is there some other strange connection between Michael and the crying child? Like, seriously, why would the book say that the party was for Michael when FNAF 4 clearly tells us that it's not? I can't believe that this is just some sort of typo or something. This book is so precisely engineered.
Maybe it used to be Mike's book.
To be the linchpin in too many mysteries of this franchise for that to be the case. So could that connection between the two brothers be the reason why Michael's name might somehow be different? All theories for another day, my friends, but at least for now, we're one more confirmed step closer to getting the answers we've been looking for so long. So maybe that's the reason why the story is in fact called Step Closer, because otherwise that title for a story about a kid losing an eye and an arm just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Next time, we tackle Susie and her connections to FNAF 6.
So
Cheetos mac and
maybe it used to be
remix your mac and
Mike's book.
cheese. It's a Cheetos thing.
And that's why it's crossed
We
out.
love Sephora because it's got hair care for me
Because
and me.
it
Let's
was
get
given
into it.
to
Let's
the
go.
crying
We got
child.
a makeup for the curls. Okay.
But I'm not sure if we know the crying child's name. If so, I don't remember it. You gotta go? Alright, doggo. See you later or tomorrow. I'm gonna watch this last one. Because I don't think anyone else has watched this one.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where today's episode is perhaps the single most important that we've done on the FNAF lore in a long time. Today, my friends, our goal is to solve Golden Freddy. That's right, FNAF Reddit, I am justified in using my favorite golden boy in the
Wasn't it Cassidy? Then it was like Kelsey or something like that?
thumbnail today because this episode is all about
at one point, wasn't it Michael?
him. It's them? Which I gotta be honest is probably a good thing because
It's
I've run
him,
out of ways to
because
make old Yeller over here look interesting in a thumbnail. I mean, the
character's
dude's only got like 2 decent quality images in the entire 6-year history of this franchise. Say what you will about milking this franchise dry, we've milked that image dry. If only every other character in this franchise was as clickable. But seriously, with the recent release of Bunny Call, the 5th Fazbear Fright book, I think we have enough information now to finally put together a quasi-definitive answer on who is in that iconic golden suit, which, gotta be honest, is like the biggest mystery to me in this franchise at this point. Solving this one is like obtaining the first of 3 massive holy grails when it comes to the lore of this franchise. But in order to do it, we're gonna have to look at the games, the books, and the spin-offs, and by the end, we'll have ourselves an answer that not only fits with the established lore of both game and book, but also an answer that satisfies pretty much everything about this character. An answer that irons out all the wrinkles and frustrations that I've had when concocting past theories about this guy. Oh, and it also just picks a little bit at the scabbed over wound of a past theory, poking it just enough that it might get infected. So, are you ready to have your mind blown? Are you ready to finally have the answer to this mystery that has been 6 years in the making? Well then, let's begin with the Stitch Wraith. For those of you who've missed it, the Stitch Wraith story is happening in small chunks at the end of each Fazbear Fright book. It's kind of like an MCU post-credits teaser minus the color-shifting Thanos. It's about an animatronic suit pieced together from the haunted spare parts of various toys and robots, given life through the power of human agony. Now that it's alive, the creature is wandering the city, collecting more haunted toys, and killing people with its zappy hands, sucking their bodies dry and making them cry oily black tears. And up to this point, that's pretty much all we knew about this monstrosity. Lead me to conclude that the reason we're meeting this thing is to prove the existence of Remnant, and how it works via negative human emotions. Maybe send him up as the new villain for that upcoming game security breach. breach. Or, at the very least, that's what I thought. But oh no, dear theorists. The Stitch Wraith is far more important than we could have ever imagined. In the epilogue of book number 4, Step Closer, we meet Andrew and Jake, the two souls who find themselves trapped inside the Stitch Wraith. And the conversation that they have when they first meet starts to give us some of the lore drops that we have been waiting years to hear. Quote from the book: "Now Jake was inside a metal thing. He didn't know enough about anything to understand what it was, but he did know that he wasn't alone. He was sharing this strange place." "Oh, hi," Jake said. "I'm Jake. Who are you?" "I'm Andrew." The child's voice was rough. He sounded a little like a boy Jake used to know in school, a boy who was always talking back to the teacher and getting himself in trouble. Jake thought Andrew sounded angry. Very angry. End quote. We're told that even though both their souls are infused into the same endoskeleton, Jake is the only one able to move the Stitch Wraith's body. He's also the only one capable of seeing the outside world. Andrew is blind to it all. It's kind of like those two-man horse costumes. You never want to wind up being the butt in those things, especially on Chipotle days. It's no wonder Andrew's so mad. I'd be too if I was forced to spend an eternity looking at someone else's soul butt. However, it's when they start talking about their former lives that things start to get really interesting. Quote again, "My memories are kind of fuzzy," Jake said. "Fuzzy? Yeah, so are mine," Andrew responded. "But I do remember wanting to get back at someone who hurt me. I think I attached myself to him. I got into his soul, made sure he couldn't move on when he should have died. I remember I wanted him to suffer, the way he made me suffer. I remember they tried to kill him, but I wasn't gonna let him go until I was ready." With a story like that, you could almost say that Andrew is a spirit wanting revenge, a literal vengeful spirit, perhaps. Now, loyal FNAF theorists have an idea of where this is all going, right? Back when Ultimate Custom Night first came out, we theorized that the entire game was William Afton trapped in a fiery hexscape, a constant cycle of torture and torment at the hands of his past victims. Or should I say one victim in particular, the spirit of Golden Freddy. Sure, he was called by many names, the one you should not have killed, the vengeful spirit, but in the end, by doing the impossible of that game and beating 50-20 mode, it's revealed that Golden Freddy lingers on, twitching with rage, refusing to move on into his afterlife. And here, Andrew is pretty much confirming exactly that. Sound the party horns and the children celebrating. It looks like we got one right. Or should I say mostly right? What's interesting about this whole Jake-Andrew conversation from the book is that back with Ultimate Custom Night, we assumed that William Afton was dead and that this was just his afterlife in purgatory or HE double hockey sticks or whatever. He died in Henry's Fire, the one that was set at the end of FNAF 6, the one meant to bring the whole series to a close. I mean, how could he not be dead? Henry even had that awesome final line for him.
"Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend."
You don't just survive one-liners like that. And yet here, Andrew says that he was actively keeping his killer alive against everyone's attempts on his life. So does that mean that Afton is still... No.
I always come back.
He attack, he protect, he always come back. But just because William may have been kept alive in the book lore doesn't necessarily mean that he was left alive in the game lore too. Well, it shouldn't, but I think it does. Fast forward to this month in our newest book, Bunny Call. What was originally supposed to be the 5th and final installment in the Fazbear Fright series. A literal 5 books at Freddy's. Until of course it got extended and now we have ourselves the bonus 6th and 7th night books. And while the first 2 stories in this new book are interesting and certainly worth talking about on a different day, it's the 3rd one, The Man in Room 1280, that ties into our Golden Freddy mystery today. Stop me if you've heard this one before. It's about a mysterious man in a hospital, burned well beyond the point of death, and yet somehow he remains alive. Quote from the book. The man had no face. A hole in his skull indicated where his nose used to be. Dark, cavernous pits lacking eyes looked at nothing. A toothless mouth gaped without lips to protect it. "We'd be remiss if we didn't warn you," the nurse said. "We know what that is. Evil, Father Blythe. Evil." In fact, the hospital staff is so convinced that he's the embodiment of evil that they tried to kill him multiple times, via injections, via smothering, via seances, but nothing will do it. He cannot be killed, but not for the reasons that you would expect. It's not an iron will to live or the remnant that's flowing through his veins that's keeping him alive. It's a ghost. Each attempt on the patient's life is thwarted by the ghost of a boy with curly black hair wearing an alligator mask. In fact, the two seem to be intertwined intertwined with each other. The story informs us about the patient's brain patterns, and they're a bit unusual. Quote, according to the hospital's sleep expert, that particular REM pattern indicates nightmares. Horrific nightmares. See, there and there, the nurse pointed at one part of the brain scan. 2 signals means 2 living things, 2 entities. They're both vying for control of the brain, but they're at odds with each other. We think they're tormenting each other. Sounds a bit like Andrew, right? Andrew attached himself to the man who killed him and refuses to let him die so he can torment him, which is the exact relationship between the vengeful spirit and William Afton in the games. And if there was any doubt about who this mysterious man in the hospital is, the patient wants to go to a Fazbear distribution center, and we're told that the Stitch Wraith mystery is somehow tied to a mysterious fire involving Freddy's and the former owners of the business. Every which way to Sunday, this is our William Afton stand-in for these books. Andrew is our vengeful spirit stand-in, and it feels like the book is trying to tell us that Custom Night wasn't purgatory or heck, it was Afton's living nightmare as he was laying in a hospital bed recovering. William Afton may still be alive, or maybe he was alive and then he eventually explodes. Yeah, the story ends with William's carcass being wheeled out to the Fazbear distribution center, and then it literally blows up like a bomb. It is just as gross and gory and disgusting as you would expect it to be. Maybe it's a good thing that these books don't have pictures. My personal guess is that this is what releases the angry spirit of Andrew into lots of other toys like Fetch and Plush Trap, and it may also be how Afton's soul gets itself into a computer chip that eventually gives life to Glitch Trap. Okay, this has been a lot about Afton, and I promised that this would be a mega theory about Golden Freddy. So how does it all connect together? Well, notice how I described Andrew's ghost, a boy with curly black hair and an alligator mask. It's the same hair as the mysterious dead body found inside Golden Freddy's suit back in Fazbear Frights number 3. Quote from that book, down low past his arm, Devin could see a body, a dead body, but it wasn't exactly like he thought he'd find. This one had curly black hair. The lore of this series doesn't tend to give us a lot, but one thing it tends to keep relatively consistent is hair. So knowing that Andrew is an angry spirit with curly black hair, and that Golden Freddy has a body inside of it with curly black hair, Andrew is pretty clearly our Golden Freddy kid, which makes things related to Andrew roughly related to Cassidy back in the games. Want even more of a connection between the two of them? The name Cassidy is derived from an Irish surname meaning clever or curly-haired. Actually owe that little factoid to Redditor Shrek the First. It's a good find on that one. I actually would have never thought to look into the name Cassidy. So even though Andrew may not be named Cassidy in the books, he is still representing the origin of the name through his hair. Now, here is why all of this matters. Follow me on this. Both Andrew in the books and Cassidy in the games are missing children's incident victims, stuffed inside of suits and angry enough to keep their killer in a purgatory state so he can be tortured. Seems like a pretty slam dunk connection there. We know that up to this point, the books have been hinting at the fact that Golden Freddy may have more than one soul inside of him. And in these stories, we see Andrew actively upset that he has to share an endoskeleton with another dead kid. So is it possible that in the games, Golden Freddy is possessed by both Cassidy and the Bite of 83 victim, Vengeful Spirit and the Crying Child, just like Andrew sharing a body with Jake in the books? After all, we know via clues in the text, as well as book number 6's description, that his endoskeleton mate Jake is a nice kid who died tragically in a hospital. We know that the Crying Child is also a nice kid who dies tragically in a hospital, even though he got bitten before, but you know. Now, admittedly, that alone is a weak sauce connection, I admit it. What's not weak sauce, though, is that evidence is actually out there to prove that 2 spirits are in Golden Freddy. So last month we proved that Foxy Bro is definitely Michael Afton. It is a huge confirmation from the series, but that came with a set of problems, specifically in the form of the security logbook. The problem is that the spirit Cassidy in the book seems to be talking to Mike about things that only apply to the Bite of 83 victim, saying things like, "The party was for you," and talking about his plastic purple telephone. It doesn't make sense if Cassidy is talking to Michael Afton. But what if Cassidy isn't talking to Mike? What if Cassidy is having a conversation with someone else, with a second spirit? The logbook doesn't just have one person in it, it has 2. This was brought to my attention by a comment on YouTube from Inky Ink, who says it's not useful reading the YouTube comments, right? Quote, "I direct you now to pages 89 and 109, where we see a spirit replying to Fated's questions through altering the text existing in the book. Therefore, we know that Fated is not talking to Mike, but talking to Mike's brother, who is also in the logbook. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk." I gotta say, that is the best TED Talk I've ever seen. Definitely beats the one about how to dry your hands using a single paper towel.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And Inky Ink isn't wrong here either. I went back to double check. One of the things the faded text says is that the party was for you. And right there on page 89 is the answer, it was for me. A statement and an acknowledgement of that statement. A conversation. 2 spirits, 1 book. 2 spirits, 1 animatronic. For years, I have been frustrated by the fact that the crying child, the bite victim of 83, would have made the most sense to pass into the Golden Freddy body, but it never lined up with the fact that 5 kids died during the missing children's incident, and that one of them would have had to have gone on to possess Golden Freddy. But now we have a solution to both of those things. Golden Freddy can still have the bite victim in him, one that says, "It's me," when he sees his brother working as a security guard. But it can also have a second spirit in him, one who died in this horrific missing children's incident murder, and one who continues to torment Afton long after he's passed on. And the logbook isn't done. Sure, on those pages we see the responses of, "It was for me," and "I'm scared," but we also see the responses of, "I can hear sounds," and "I can't see." It, once again, is a parallel back to the Andrew and Jake situation, where one spirit can see and maneuver the body, while the other is trapped down below the surface, able to listen, but unable to do much else. This feels like the solution to Golden Freddy that we've been waiting for. The problem with him is that we've always assumed he was just one kid, one spirit who we tried to make fit into all the various details about the lore, but it never quite worked. And that's because it would never work. In reality, you always needed two entities. One, sensitive and kind, a younger brother looking for peace, and one, the victim of a brutal murder, violently eager for revenge. And here's the real twist, my friends, that might not be all. There's one last small detail in the Stitch Wraith story that we have to keep an eye on. We learn in that story that Jake and Andrew aren't intentionally murdering people, that when they reach out to touch someone, they accidentally zap them. Jake assumes it's Andrew doing it, but he's wrong. Final quote from the book. "I just want to scare people, okay? The zap is killing them." Well, that wasn't what I wanted. So if what you're doing isn't doing what you want, maybe it's doing something someone else wants. Maybe something else is here with us. You were a hitchhiker on the man who killed you. Why can't someone else hitchhike with us? So it looks like there might be more souls involved when it comes to Golden Freddy, but that's a story for another day. And with that, my friends, it's the last book until next year. There's definitely a few stories I haven't talked about that merit another video or two, but for now, Fazbear Frights and all its numerous lore reveals have come to an end, which I gotta say I'm kinda sad about. These have been a great way to engage with the mysteries of the franchise with the slow drip coming out over the course of this year, like a book every other month. It's been a really cool release strategy. And honestly, some of these stories are the creepiest things produced by this franchise in a long time. Anyway, I guess the only thing left at this point is crossing our fingers for that new game to come out soon? Now? Alright, Scott, don't you release another game on us or anything. No? Huh, that used to work. Oh well, probably better to wait anyway. Halloween is just around the corner, and there's not a whole lot of other ways we're gonna be able to celebrate it this year. But hey, if you haven't checked out these books yet, but are a fan of the series, then check them out using our sponsor for today's episode, Audible. It's one thing to read these stories, it's another thing to hear these stories. I gotta say, nothing is better than hearing a scary story told aloud, and
boom. Next one. It does talk. I'm just trying to figure out what he was spelling.
welcome to Game Theory, the show that's always a bloody good time. Today, we have a few massive announcements before we get to the episode, so please skip to here if you're not interested in them. But I don't think you should do that because these aren't things you're going to want to miss. First and most importantly, mark your calendars because on Tuesday, December 1st, right here on this channel, I am unveiling our biggest project ever. And I don't take that lightly. The Game Theory $1 Million Challenge. It's an all-day live stream to benefit St. Jude Children's Research Lore. Okay, it's actually more like 16-bit at this point, but still. We're told that this game is called Princess Quest, with you playing as a little girl lighting torches to unlock doors and running away from glitching bunny people. Glitching bunnies, you say? After making your way through a ruined castle and cemetery, you eventually unlock a long corridor that leads to a final lantern and, no points if you guessed it, Glitch Trap himself. The screen goes dark and suddenly you're taken back to the game's main hub. Now, this seems fairly self-explanatory, right? It's a reference to Glitch Trap in a game that that had to eliminate him due to size constraints. But it's the details here that really matter, not counting the torches in front of the 6 gravestones, which are very clearly references to the original 5 missing children plus the child who possesses the puppet. There are 16 torches in total for the princess to light. This isn't a coincidence. It perfectly lines up with the 16 cassette tapes that you had to collect in the original Help Wanted in order to release Glitch Trap. In fact, Glitch Trap only appears once the 16th one is lit, further cementing that connection. But where things get really interesting is when you decode what Glitch Trap is saying. As the game ends, there's clearly a dialogue box along the bottom containing weird glitching text, but you'll notice that the patterns aren't random. Some shapes actually repeat themselves. These right here and these right here. It's actually a letter substitution code that spells out everyone's favorite phrase from the game.
I always come back.
And taking it all one step further, we can actually extract the audio from this moment.
What?
And do some audio trickery. By doubling the speed and then reversing it, we get this. I always come back, let me out. So in essence, Princess Quest is showing us a recreation of the events from the original Help Wanted. This does a couple of things for us. First, it basically proves 100% that this is, in fact, William Afton's spirit and not some sort of AI or code meant to replicate him. It is him through and through. Dude wasn't lying when he said he always comes back. He's got more lives than Jason Voorhees. He's also got himself a solid understanding of brand consistency. Afton always comes back. Secondly, though, what Princess Quest is doing is confirming for us the origin story of our new killer, Vanessa. In the original game, the fate of Tape Girl was unclear because she sometimes encouraged us to collect the tapes and sometimes didn't. But here we get clarity on the whole story. Vanny is the princess with the lantern. She collects all the tapes, pieces, whatever, and gets taken over by Glitch Trap. This all confirms what we were speculating about before with Vanny in a previous theory from a year ago, that a young woman named Vanessa, Vanny for short, would be taken over by Afton to kill in his name, brainwashed or partially controlled by a spirit living inside of her.
Yes, I hear you. I know. No. There's no miscommunication.
There's also a similar conversation currently hidden in the source code of Scott's website, except here you see both sides of the conversation. Stay the course.
I will.
Focus on my voice.
I will.
Don't let anyone lead you astray.
I won't.
Have you selected one?
I have.
The one that seems to be selected is Gregory from the new game's trailer.
Gregory, be still. I think she's found us.
So, is that it? Just a recap of a lot of information we already knew? Are we just left to speculate about the rest until Security Breach finally comes out? Well, no. You see, in the last year, there's been one final source of information about Vanny, and it's a big one. A game that I've largely ignored up until now, FNAF's augmented reality game, Special Delivery. If you haven't heard about this one, basically the concept is that animatronics get shipped to your home so you'll have yourself some new friends. Because let's be honest, fighting for your life against a malfunctioning robot is probably still better than trying to hold a normal conversation with a living, breathing human being. I think I've been dancing around this one just because the possible canonicity of characters like Shamrock Freddy, Liberty Chica, and Clown Springtrap makes me have a nervous breakdown. But questionable lore implications of flamethrower bear endo aside, this game has been seeding us more info over the entire last year about the history of Vanny and Glitch Trap, and it requires us to do one of the scariest tasks any FNAF game has ever required: reading emails. You see, the game will occasionally share you on emails that aren't intended for your eyes. On one side, we have ourselves the story of a company working on behalf of Fazbear Entertainment to disassemble old animatronics and scan their circuit boards into their computer system. And, just like Tape Girl warned us about back in FNAF VR, this causes a virus to spread through the system. Quote from those emails, "Turns out that wasn't a glitch. We released a virus when we scanned that last circuit board. It's spreading really fast. We're gonna need all hands on on deck. New email. Hey Jim, just checking in. I emailed you earlier this week about a virus caused by one of your circuit boards, which is currently spreading throughout our system and causing serious problems. Please contact me ASAP. Thanks, best, Steve. So that is our Glitch Trap origin story. And to me, it's especially interesting because I think it helps explain something that dates all the way back to FNAF 3. Recently in the series, we've learned that the FNAF games are canon in the games. Now, that's a really confusing sentence, so let me explain. In both FNAF VR and the Fazbear Frights books, it's confirmed that the urban legends about murders happening at Freddy's restaurants are mainstream enough to have gotten some video game spin-offs. Not necessarily the FNAF games that we know, and certainly not FNAF World, since everyone, including Scott, wants to forget that one, but games inspired by the
FNAF World is so good. Why does everyone dog on FNAF
Legends
World?
of the Pizzeria. In FNAF VR, in fact, we're told that they were made by Fazbear Entertainment as a cover-up.
Fazbear Entertainment hired the game developer. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
And looking back on it, I believe that we've seen those games. I think we've played those games. They're the 8-bit minigames from FNAF 3. Mangle's Quest, like BB's Air Adventure, Chica's Party, and Stage 01. Heck, they might even include the Take Cake, Give Gifts, etc. minigames from FNAF 2. Those are the games being referenced in the games. I mean, they even have those sorts of cheesy titles that would come with cheap Atari-style games of that era. And how do we know all of this, and why am I talking about it now? Because of Glitch Trap. It's easy to forget, but the last minigame that you have to play in FNAF 3 features a glitched out bunny hopping, I didn't even mean to put the pun there, hopping between the various minigames. This is the first appearance of Glitch Trap. It's Afton's spirit trapped inside the circuit boards of these retro games looking for an escape. An escape that doesn't actually get realized until he's scanned into a new modern computer system meant to produce FNAF VR. Now, admittedly, this is a bit confusing when it comes to the timeline. We know Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was founded in 1983, as we see from the VR coins in Help Wanted. In FNAF 1, Phone Guy tells us that the animatronics have been around for 20 years. That puts FNAF 1 in 2003, not 1993 like I previously thought. And based on the official description for FNAF 3, Fazbear's Fright and the discovery of Springtrap all happened 30 years after the closure of Freddy's, making that one roughly 2033. Now, we have no idea when and how Afton got a piece of his soul into the circuit boards, probably via his extreme agony at getting spring-locked. But if this company is literally opening animatronic suits sent from Fazbear Entertainment and scanning the boards as implied by the emails, are we assuming that they opened up the Springtrap suit, completely ignored the dead body inside, and scanned it? Just doesn't seem likely to me. Is Fazbear Entertainment rescuing the board after he was burned to death in FNAF 6? It's just odd. This is why I don't like to talk timeline with this series anymore. To me, the simplest solution here is that William Afton's soul is just in multiple places at once, split like a Harry Potter Horcrux, only instead of swords and scars, he's split between suits and circuit boards. And one of those iterations is Glitch Trap, stuck in the various games' codes until he's eventually released. But reminding all the way back to FNAF Special Delivery, there's a separate and related story happening in the secret inbox between Lewis and his fellow employee, Ness. Ness, as in Vanessa. It's Vanny again, my friends. Here we see a series of emails where Ness is acting weird, and Lewis, the IT guy, is honestly acting weirder because he's creeping on Ness. Here's a few highlights from these emails. Hey Ness, it's no big deal, but I wanted to reach out off the radar and remind you about the company policy about personal internet usage. Certain words and phrases trigger red flag reports, so your last order got automatically sent to me. Basically, anything mentioning torture is gonna raise the alarm. If you have any questions about the policy, let me know. We could even get coffee or something and go over all the words to avoid. And now I've raised my own red flag. Good thing I'm the one who gets the notification. Smiley, Lewis. Hey Ness, wanted to see if you're doing okay. I appreciate your taking my advice about red flag search terms. If I thought I'd have to file an incident report on you, I think I'd just have to quit instead. I was a little worried. Maybe something is going on with you. One day you're researching flowers and the migration pattern of bees. Fascinating, right? And the next day you type in, how far can a human being be cut in half before losing consciousness? I figured maybe you're writing a screenplay or something. Always here if you need me, Lewis. Hey, Ness. So the word compliance by itself isn't gonna set off any red flags, but the sentence, how to induce compliance in human subjects and how to induce self-compliance did actually get my attention. I think the answer might involve chocolate chip cookies. Always works for me. I also thought it was strange that these were immediately followed by searches that couldn't possibly have any relevant answers for you. Did you search for help by itself? Anyway, my offer still stands if you want to go over the company policy. I'm free any day after work. We could grab dinner or coffee if you want, Lewis.
This dude's still
Lewis.
Lewis
When you
is
say
so
stuff like that,
weird,
it makes me...
The sad panda.
But HR violations aside, these conversations tell us a lot about Vanny's mental state. She is sharing control of herself with Glitchtrap. That's why we get references to her searching the internet for help. It's part of her psyche crying out for anything, anyone who can save her, anything that'll provide an escape. It's also why it's so important that Lewis calls out the searches for inducing compliance in human subjects and inducing self-compliance. That is Glitchtrap, searching for a way to gain complete control over Vanny, over her psyche. This further confirms something that we talked about in my last theory on Vanny. In that episode, we talked about how she's a reluctant follower, that Afton isn't in complete control. On Scott's Voices.com page, where he tends to hire out actors for the various vocal roles in the game, Vanny's listing was for a character named Reluctant Follower. So this woman is clearly a devotee, brainwashed or controlled by Afton to an extent, but a part of her is actively fighting back, hesitant to do what he asks, which makes me think that in Security Breach, we may be able to save or redeem her. In fact, knowing that may help us out with the gameplay. Maybe it's a secret or a true ending condition. That, my friends, is what I believe to be the big twist that awaits us in Security Breach. Wait, as I finish this video, of course, new statues just dropped with important lore reveals, so let's just talk about these real fast. With Gregory hiding inside of Freddy, definitely looks like my idea about gameplay being a version of hide and seek is absolutely confirmed, or maybe Gregory is just piloting an 80s era bear-shaped Gundam suit. Either way, I am totally living for it. As for the other statue that just dropped, looks like Vanny is gonna be taking a page out of the Afton playbook, the classic security guard by day and serial killer at night. Old habits die hard, I guess, but in Vanny's case, here's my question. Is she gonna remember it? My guess is no. I think it's gonna be a classic case of Jekyll and Hyde. But who knows? I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see what it is. I hear that some big things are coming to this franchise before the end of the year, and I'm not just talking about all that cool new merch we dropped, which, as one last reminder, is all available right below this video. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Ugh, lame. Boring. Been there, done that one. Guys, huddle up. Y'all here? It's kind of hard to count you all. At this point, there's more of you than there are Pokemon species. Paper plate people. Here. Obscure lore-filled egg baby. Here. Jar of pickles. Great, listen up everyone. Y'all have a big problem on your hands. You all are yesterday's news. People know about you. They survived you. They remember you. Well, except for you, egg baby. Long story short, guys, people know what to expect of you. To be scary, you need to be unexpected, new, unpredictable. And that's why, gentle bears and lady chicks, I introduce you to the new breed. Welcome to the family, guys.
Of course, get mad.
Ready for game day?
No, or intro.
Hello, Internet, welcome to
Ruining
Game
your childhood since
Theory, the
2011.
show where my waistline is extending faster than the FNAF universe. When it comes to Five Nights at Freddy's, I've made no small deal about how huge this franchise has gotten. I mean, if you're looking to keep up with all the lore, this year, 2020 alone is home to not one, but 5 new book releases. As if 7 main games, 4 spin-offs, and the Still in the Works movie weren't enough. But there was an announcement made by Scott earlier this year that I've been wanting to talk about for a while. An announcement that, to me, isn't just important to this franchise, but is important for all of gaming. Between all my jokes about how much I hate the franchise and how complex the lore has gotten, I've always said that the way Scott has crafted these games and how he's managed to run his community is perhaps the smartest, most modern way of making a video game. From the very first Five Nights game, he understood that the current age of gaming is all about sharing your experiences, that no 2 playthroughs should ever be alike, that obscure screens, jump scares, glitches, minigames, all of it should appear randomly and with very small probabilities so that people can go online and ask their friends, wait, did you see that? Was this a real thing? From the first appearance of Golden Freddy in the newspaper clippings in FNAF 1, all the way up to help wanted surprise Easter eggs of coffee from his early game The Desolate Hope, these sorts of things form the lifeblood of this franchise. That is what gets people talking about your game and sharing your game and sharing videos of your game. And yet, it's a game design feature that shockingly modern developers just don't seem to do. But all of that's happening on the micro scale. Today we're zooming out to talk about the big picture. Another move that Scott's made that completely bucks the trend of modern game development and truly embraces what it means to lead a successful franchise in 2020 and beyond, an age of creators and accessible game making tools. I'm speaking, of course, about the Fazbear Fanverse Initiative, something Scott announced back in August of this year. In case you haven't heard about this thing, here's a quote from the Reddit post. There have been some great fan-made spin-off universes created in this community, and I want to see them keep going. That's why I've put some of my own cash toward development of new games in those game series. However, I'm going to stay out of the development side of things so that these creators can do their thing. They're going to develop these games and interact with the fan base just as they would have normally. And when the games are done, they'll be released on Game Jolt for free, just like normal. The difference now is that they'll also be bundled up with other games and sold on most major consoles and mobile as well. At least that's the plan. Did I mention there may be some toys and other merchandise of these fan games too? It's a project that's designed to invest in those franchises, give back to the developers, and hopefully bring new entries to those franchises as well. So the TLDR version of this, Scott's pulling a reverse Nintendo. He's embracing and extending fan games. He's investing in them, helping them with distribution, and heck, maybe even merch. The first wave of this initiative involves 5 titles. Five Nights at Candy's 4, which, is just FNAF, but with cats. Pop Goes Evergreen, which is, FNAF with rodents. One Night at Flumpty's, which is FNAF with eggs. The Joy of Creation, which is FNAF, but on fire. And FNAF Plus, which is, it's just FNAF Plus. That is obviously a big simplification of all these games just for the joke, but you get the point here. They're all spin-off games with the basis of Five Nights at Freddy's. Now, all of this sounds well and good, right? I mentioned that it seemed like Scott Cawthon was taking the initiative to embrace and extend existing fan works, and those are words with warm and fuzzy vibes, but they're also words that have, they have themselves a history that's a lot less warm and fuzzy than you might think, thanks to a third E that's less mentioned, extinguish. That might sound harsh and seem like it's coming out of nowhere, so let me explain what I mean with all this. I think it's necessary to talk about another company that publicly took the embrace and extend approach and what it meant for the evolution of an industry and how Scott is taking a similar approach but turning it on its head. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a lesson on everyone's favorite game theory topic, antitrust law. Antitrust law seems to be a hot topic these days, with Facebook robot Mark Zuckerberg and Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey getting grilled in front of Congress this year not just once, but twice. While it might be a trending topic in 2020, big tech companies getting taken to task for monopolistic and anti-competitive business practices is nothing new. Back in the 90s, before companies like Google and Twitter and Facebook were but a twinkle in some source code's eye, the tech giant that everyone had their sights on was Microsoft. And mind you, this was almost a decade before anyone had even heard of an Xbox. This is back in the days of Internet Explorer, who, let me tell you, was facing some fierce competition from the likes of Chrome, Firefox? Heck no, this is the 90s, baby. Their competition looked a lot more like Netscape Navigator and Mosaic, and Microsoft resorted to some, not so pleasant, and as it turns out, not so legal tactics in order to edge out the competition. During the 90s, Microsoft was public about their strategy of embrace and extend. The basic idea is that you start by finding something that someone else has made, like a technology standard, a protocol, or a tool of some kind, and say, cool, we're gonna embrace it and start using it ourselves. And then you extend upon it by saying, well, this thing that someone else made is cool and all, but we're gonna make it even bigger and better. We're gonna build our own proprietary technology on top of it, and people can begin using our version of that old standard. Steve Ballmer, who at the time was the executive vice president of Microsoft and went on to be president and later CEO, described it in an interview with the New York Times. Quote, new products and services should simply be extensions of the old. Whether it's me or the guy who replaces me because we don't do well, we'll keep coming, and we will do well. Yeah, I'd say you did pretty well for yourself, Microsoft, and largely because of this embrace and extend motto. Heck, according to one article I read, a Microsoft employee even wrote a song titled The Battle Hymn of the Reorg that ended with that exact phrase. The song goes a little something like this. Oh, our eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the net. We are ramping up our market share. Objectives will be met. Soon our browser will be everywhere. You ain't seen nothing yet. We embrace and we extend. Man, and I thought I was nerdy. On its face, the policy of embracing and extending tools and protocols made by other people seems generous, right? You're adding to what's already there. But what this hides is the fact that once you take an existing standard and extend it with your own proprietary technology, you own the part that you're adding. And not only that, you're replacing the original public open standard with your own version that you alone have control over, effectively taking ownership over a standard that someone else created. And when Microsoft talked publicly about the first two E's, there was a hidden third E that they didn't like to mention in public: extinguish. Because once you've extended the old standard with your own proprietary additions, having effectively hijacked something that someone else had made, you now have control that you can use to extinguish the competition. By the way, that third E, extinguish, isn't just speculation on the part of Microsoft haters. Though Microsoft never talked about it publicly for obvious reasons, an investigation by the US Department of Justice found that the motto extend, embrace, extinguish was used in Microsoft internal communications. And considering that the entire court case centered around the fact that Microsoft was allegedly using anti-competitive practices to bar other companies from competing with them, the fact that they were literally trying to extinguish the competition didn't work all that well in their favor. Pro tip, if you have a business strategy that's evil and illegal, try not to use words that make it sound evil and illegal. And then don't use it in company emails, you doof. The Microsoft example is a bit technical, but it's easy to see examples of a similar strategy used in the entertainment world if you look at Disney. Rather than creating their own original stories, they began by embracing folk tales and classic stories in the public domain, like Sleeping Beauty, Beauty and the Beast, Cinderella, and The Little Mermaid. No problems there. They were open and available for anyone to use. Then they extended these classic fairy tales by creating their own animated versions of these stories with their own spins on them. But then they effectively extinguished competition by replacing the original work with their own. And when it comes to protecting their own characters and copyright, Disney is fiercely controlling. Unlike Microsoft, Disney has managed to do this without breaking any laws. Technically speaking, they just lobby to change the copyright laws. Mickey Mouse, as a 92-year-old character at this point, should technically be in the public domain by now, except for the fact that the laws seem to mysteriously change every time his copyright is set to expire. Strange coincidence, huh? Couldn't possibly have anything to do with the millions of dollars that Disney is spending to lobby Congress every time it happens, could it? Nah. There is some serious irony in the fact that Disney has worked so hard to prevent their characters from entering the public domain, despite the fact that they began as a company by creating their own versions of classic public domain stories. And in many cases, Disney's versions of these stories have effectively replaced the originals in the public consciousness, which I gotta say is a shame considering I personally want to re-experience the original Little Mermaid's ending, where, you know, she's given a dagger and has to choose to murder the prince or herself, and the red Red Sea at sunset is actually the result of her blood pouring out into the water. Yep, that is the original story. Can't imagine why people would prefer the Disney version. Anyway, it's not all that surprising that you go to the books section of Amazon and search for classic fairy tales like Cinderella. The first thing that pops up is a Disney coloring book. Disney's worked really hard to make sure that their version of the story is the only version of the story that matters. So is Scott Cawthon guilty of doing the same thing here? Funding fan projects might seem like a generous gesture, but is this really part of his plan for world domination? Well, the short answer here is no. In fact, while his strategy might at first appear to have some superficial similarities with the behavior of Microsoft in the 90s, you can actually argue that he's doing the exact opposite of the business practices that we see from companies like Microsoft and Disney. And this applies to basically every step in the process. For instance, Microsoft worked by embracing public standards or products that other people had created, and Disney worked by embracing fairy tales and folk stories from the public domain. They were effectively targeting things that other people had created. But here, Scott is honing in on what's effectively his territory to begin with. Scott's own work is the foundation on which these fan creations were made. They exist with his blessing. This is something that we talked about in our FNAF fan art video from last year, but the long and short of it is that while Scott doesn't have the rights to publish work created by fans without their permission, fans don't have the rights to publish work based on his characters without his permission. All the fan creators are working with Scott's blessing, but ultimately it's his characters and intellectual property to do with as he pleases. He's not capturing someone else's folklore and planting his flag in it to claim ownership over it. His flag was already there to begin with. And what's more, he's doing this with the full consent of the fan creators, which brings us to the second E, extend. Rather than trying to extend these fan works for himself in a way that would allow him to claim creative ownership over them the way that Microsoft did, he's leaving the power in the hands of the fan creators and letting them be the ones to extend their own fan lore. And lastly, the third E, extinguish. Once again, it feels like Scott's doing the opposite of the original EEE strategy. Rather than trying to quash other creators so that the only thing left in the space is his original FNAF games, the entire point of this initiative is to include and promote other creators who can offer their fan games as an alternative. Not satisfied with only 7 official FNAF games? Here, check out what other people have made. And now you can check them out on more platforms since they're coming to consoles and smartphones, and Scott Cawthon has given them the development resources to make it happen. So yeah, I think that far from being an example of a monopolistic business trying to control everything, this is an example of the opposite. Rather than being overprotective with his IP and issuing a cease and desist to anyone who tries to create their own fan game or spin on his creation, Scott is doing the opposite. He's giving the fan community's biggest developers even more resources, all while letting them have control over their own products. If all of this is starting to sound like one big puff piece and you're feeling ripped off that you got this far into a video without any tea being spilled, sorry, the drama you're looking for is in another castle. Because this, to me, feels like the future of the games industry. In the internet age, this age of social media, we are a culture of remixers. We meme, we take other people's creativity, we build upon it. We embrace the worlds that they've created to make our own original works via fan art, via fan fiction. And that is something that should be welcomed, embraced. If your product is important enough in someone's life that they want to develop their own version of it, they want to show their own fandom by doing their own video, game, whatever, that is a compliment. You hire them, you bless their work, you be a mentor to them, whatever it is. I can't help but think about Sonic Mania, which was created by a team known for their work in the Sonic fan game and ROM hack communities, and Sega gave them the keys to the kingdom to produce what's probably the best canonical Sonic game in recent history. Now contrast Scott and Sega's behavior with Nintendo, banning Twitch live streams for games that were paid for and played on release day, shutting down fan games because they were worried about it competing with their own products, shutting down tournaments run by people that are still really passionate about a multiplayer game that was originally released back in 2001. Sorry to pick on you, Nintendo, but I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't think it was deserved. These are bad moves. When games like Pokemon Uranium or another Metroid 2 remake come out, you just kill them. You stomp on them. What could be and are in many cases fully fleshed out games made by creators who spent years putting them together out of a love for your work, you put them through a shredder. Congratulations, you protected your IP, but you killed the love of your community in the process. And from a purely financial standpoint, heck, you could have just embraced those projects, could have hired those people on, you polish them up a little bit, you had 2 quick and easy money makers. If you're thinking about it from just the pure cold-hearted dollars and cents, that is money you left on the table. Period. I'm sorry, times have changed and the industry needs to change with them. With so many scummy, exploitative, and downright crummy business practices that exist within the gaming industry, it can be easy to lose sight of the positive stories, the companies that are doing it right. And if we're able to recognize the more positive examples of how some companies are able to succeed by doing the right thing, maybe we can get just a little bit more of that sort of thing. FNAF is a huge example of a game that isn't just a game, it's a community of fans that pour tremendous amounts of love and effort into making their own content, whether it's the Let's Play videos that first brought the game onto the scene during its early days, or the people that have gone the extra mile and been inspired to create their own fan games. The Fazbear Fanverse Initiative is a great example of what can happen when fans love a game franchise, and the franchise is willing to love them back. I just wish more people were paying attention. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Excellent. Someone in my chat told me that Golden Freddy's real name is Yellow Bear, and that Markiplier made up Golden Freddy. I don't fully believe that.
The hardest are.
It just doesn't make sense.
Jake! Can you hear me, Jake? What did you do today, Jake? I went to the movies. We watched a scary one. It was so scary that I jumped out of my seat and spilled my popcorn everywhere. Did you do that, Jake? Were you there? Jake. Then I went to the arcade. I ate a bunch of pizza there. I got red tomato sauce all over my mouth and more red on my clothes. There were so many other kids there, and then there weren't. I love you, Jake. You know that, right? I love you. Open the cabinet, Jake. Come over here. Open the cabinet, Jake. Open it. Open it. Open it. Open the cabinet, Jake.
I thought this was FNAF, not it.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where today the theory is coming from you. That's right, just because we're all still waiting for Security Breach to release doesn't mean that FNAF theorists out there have been twiddling their thumbs. In fact, the lack of a new game has prompted the community to go back and comb over all the pieces that were in place for us before. Pieces that we might have overlooked or missed the first time out. And it was this thorough re-review of the clues that prompted what may be the biggest fan theory to blow up in over a year. And that's saying a lot since 2020 was full of us connecting massive pieces of this franchise's lore. I mean, with the help of Fazbear's Frights, throughout last year's videos, we managed to pinpoint the year of the missing children's incident as 1985. We solidly connected Foxy Bro to Michael Afton. We even concluded the high likelihood that 2 spirits are trapped inside Golden Freddy, not just one. Our vengeful spirit Cassidy, as well as our Bite of 83 victim, the Crying Child. But have you ever noticed that that kid doesn't have a name? I mean, it's been 6 years since he was introduced into the franchise in FNAF 4, and we still don't have any hints as to what Crying Child's name might actually be when he's, you know, experiencing literally any other emotion. Wait, is that Crying Child? But no, that's Happy Child, and that's Angry Child, and that's Confused Child. That's Apathetic Child. That is Passionate Child. Nope, not that one. Ooh, is that Emotionally Repressed Child? Hashtag relatable there. But really, take a moment to think about that. We know the puppet's name, Charlie, and her father, Henry. We know that Baby was originally Elizabeth Afton. Purple Guy / Springtrap is William Afton. Other purple...
He tried... Never mind.
Guy is Michael Afton. There's the missing children's incident victims, Jeremy, Fritz, Susie, Gabriel, and Cassidy, the vengeful spirit, who is at least one of the things trapped inside Golden Freddy. I mean, there is a name for pretty much every single character in this franchise, except for this one kid. The one kid who, wouldn't you know, was also important enough to have the first on-screen death of the series. Feels like we should probably be able to solve this one by now, right? Like, we should probably have gotten a name for him somewhere along the line, or at the very least, the means by which to solve for his name. The pieces have got to be in place for us, right? Well, today might just be the day where we solve exactly that. One Reddit user named Wolfie1740 Kingdom thinks that they've cracked the code to finally solve the final name of the FNAF mystery, to finally give the Crying Child, the Bite of 83 victim, a proper identity. So break out your tambourines, theorists, because it's Morty time. It's a theory review.
Leave your theories in the comments below. I'll pick my favorites in the next episode of Morty.
Now, today's theory starts where all the best theories begin, dabbing Chica. That's right, folks, we're back to the most important lore item in the whole franchise. Not any of the novels, certainly not the games. Those are just afterthoughts at this point. Nope, it's back to the children's activity book, FNAF Survival Logbook. In a past FNAF theory, we had a huge revelation about how this thing works. Basically, there are 3 people present within this book. There's Mike, who's alive and always writes everything in red pen. There's Cassidy, who haunts the book and speaks in ghostly faded text, but there's a second spirit here, the crying child, who's forced to communicate by actually altering the words that are found in the book. The example that proves it is right here. Cassidy says, "The party was for you," and the crying child responds on page 89 by altering the text of the book to read, "It was for me." We know FNAF 4's party wasn't for Mike, and we know Cassidy wouldn't be saying this to themselves. As such, it must be crying child acknowledging what Cassidy has said. Same thing here on page 59 with Cassidy asking, "What do you see?" and crying child answering on page 109, "I can't see." Again, altering the actual print of the logbook. So that alone was pretty huge, and it went a long way to supporting the theory that both Cassidy and crying child possess Golden Freddy. And that alone would be pretty awesome, but it still leaves a major part of this book unsolved. You see, on page 95, there's a loose thread that's never been tied up, one that has personally driven me crazy for years. It's a grid where you're told to draw an 8-bit Foxy. Just another random activity in this children's workbook, right? Wrong. The grid is numbered, and you can see in faint print that you're supposed to put letters into the squares, with the first few already being put in. So in our quest to solve Golden Freddy's name years ago, we collected the page numbers where the phrase "my name" appeared, we added them together per the instructions hidden in the book, and then we plugged those coordinates into the Foxy alphabet grid to get the name Cassidy. Good game, everyone. Let's all treat ourselves to some orange slices and give ourselves a pat on the back for solving another piece of the lore. Except that's not how it worked. You can imagine my surprise and confusion when the numbers got plugged into not the alphabet grid that was clearly being telegraphed to us, but rather the word search.
The word search. I can't even skip this one.
Ready for game day? It's going to be electric.
No way, literally just played the same ad twice.
Ready for game day?
They played the same ad twice, but one was 15 seconds long, the other one was 5. That's absurd.
And
that's how I feel like Map Height. It's exactly how I feel.
We're right to do that since Scott Cawthon himself confirmed in his FNAF movie announcement the critical role that a child named Cassidy plays within the lore. But all of this still means one thing. The alphabet grid is awkwardly left completely unused, despite it obviously needing to be used to solve one of the mysteries within this book. And that's where Wolfie 1740 stepped in. In the book, there's one Cassidy question that's left hanging. On page 31, Cassidy asks, "Do you remember your name?" Of course he does. He's the crying child, duh. Crying child Afton. His friends call him Bite Victim for short, just rolls off the tongue. But seeing that the logbook had helped to solve for Cassidy's name, Wolfie suspected that it might also be helpful in solving this other name, using, you guessed it, the Foxy alphabet grid. What Wolfie noticed was that the crying child specifically uses the night's 4 and 5 shift rating questionnaires to speak with Cassidy. For the first 3 nights, the section reads as follows: overall, fulfillment, health, stress, purpose, hope, and existential dread. But on nights 4 and 5, you have other things mixed in here, like I'm scared, and it was for me. So Wolfie reverse engineered things, taking Bite Victim's answers and matching them to the page numbers where Cassidy asks the question. To quote from Wolfie's own post, the first one is I can hear sounds. The page it's responding to is 75, which says, does he still talk to you? And one trend to notice is that all 4 pages have a piece of blood on it. Next is it was for me, which is responding to page 103's question of the party was for you. Third is I can't see, responding to page 59's what do you see? And last is I'm scared, which stumped me, so I went off of what I already had. End quote. He then fully filled out the Foxy chart with the alphabet, and going in the order that Bite Victim's answers appear, he followed the grid code to find the following 4 letters: E-V-A-N. Evan. after 6 years. Could it possibly be that Evan is the name of the crying child? Honestly, I'm not sure. Or at least I'm not convinced off of this alone.
No,
Don't get me
it's
wrong,
gotta
I
be,
don't think that this is a bad theory at all. Quite the contrary, in fact. Anything that tries to figure out the true purpose of that stupid Foxy grid is gonna get credit in my book. The problem here is the methodology. Throughout the book, Cassidy asks a lot of questions, but only 4 of them actually matter. Wolfie also points out the bloodstains, but there are bloodstains on a lot of the pages throughout this book, not just those 4. And even then, an answer like, I can hear sounds, to the question of, does he still talk to you, it feels just a bit off. It's not very precise. You know, it feels random, arbitrarily trying to fit pieces together in a book that has been crafted to be anything but arbitrary. I mean, the Cassidy code alone required you to find 6 numbers, find a page that points to another page on what to do with those 6 numbers, and then translate all 6 of them into the word search. Multi-step puzzles like this have to be precise in order to work. And while the puzzle pieces in Wolfie's theory certainly fit, they fit a bit loosely, you know? I mean, even Wolfie admits that finding the last N was a bit of a stretch, and it forced him to break his own methodology. In fact, another Reddit user, Godzilla813105, tried to correct for that to find the N in a different way. One of the other lingering threads of the book is a series of tally marks written by Mike that never quite add up to anything. They're never used, or at least their true use has never been discovered, but again, similar to the Foxy grid, they must mean something, right? To quote from Godzilla's post, I realize that there's a magazine Foxy is holding on the first page of Night 1 that has 5-3 on it. When you add 5 and 3, you get 8. Then I took every single tally mark set in the book and added them together. I got this from the idea of how the whole quiz thing at the end of the shift says tally up your score. Putting all of these together gets you 47. 4-7 on the Foxy grid gives you the letter N, end quote. Again, it sounds good on paper, and I love the attempt to make sense of it all, but the why of it just doesn't line up for me. Why add tally marks to this number on Foxy's magazine? How are those elements related? And why would they be connected to a completely different set of 3 numbers gotten from a completely different set of clues? Plus, the story just doesn't hold. Contrary to what Godzilla says in their post, there is no tally up your score at the end of those nightly surveys. Thus, the rationale just doesn't hold up. In short, it all feels like we're convinced that we have a solution to the problem, and we're trying to back our way into how to get there. This is classic confirmation bias, where, as you conduct research, you try and find sources to justify your belief, or you retrofit the data to fit the conclusion that you're looking for. And I should know about confirmation bias, because lots of our theories over the years play with that very concept. Mario is a villain, provided you ignore all the times that he saves the kingdom. You play as the king in Hollow Knight, as long as you squint really hard during this one cutscene that might disprove that. For me, theories like those are all about telling a story, connecting dots that definitely exist within a game that flip your understanding of the plot, but also sometimes go against what is much more likely and probably much more intended by the developer. And the theories that I tend to focus on are the ones where you can connect a surprising number of dots, even if 1 or 2 tend to disprove it. They're just meant to be fun thought experiments, you know? I like playing with the lore of these worlds. But here with FNAF, we have to be really careful. While I love both of these posts, FNAF theories tend to be about trying to solve things, speaking things into the generally accepted canon, and as a result, the methods by which we come to conclusions require more scrutiny. And here, the methodology of arriving at the name Evan just doesn't hold up as well as I'd like. But that doesn't mean the name Evan doesn't hold up. Because here's the twist, friends. This isn't just coming from the logbook. Shortly after Christmas, the Fazbear Frights book series released its latest installment, Blackbird, and it contains what is to date the most moving story in this franchise. The Real Jake, short story number 2, tells the tale of 9-year-old Jake, who's dying as a result of a tumor in his brain. With his mother prematurely passed away and his father overseas in the military, Jake is under constant care by the young Margie. But there's one other special person in Jake's life, a mysterious figure named Simon, who speaks to him at night from a small cabinet in his room. Quote, the first night Simon had talked to Jake, Simon had made it clear he would be in the cabinet until Jake got well enough to walk to the cabinet. When you can do that, I'll be here waiting for you. End quote. And while it seems like Simon should be a sinister force, since, you know, this is a FNAF book after all, it's actually an expression of love. Margie had created this small doll named Simon with a walkie-talkie inside of him that allows Jake's father to speak to his son, distorting his voice to make him sound younger. Simon, every night, insists that Jake speak about what the real Jake is doing, the one who isn't afflicted with cancer, the one who is outside playing with his friends. All of this was intended to give Jake hope, with Margie updating the doll every few nights with food stains and scrapes on his knees to reflect the adventures that the real Jake has been having. It's a beautifully sad story with some legitimate surprises that I'm actually not going to spoil here. But the reason I bring it up is that strangely, it is the only one of the 18 Fazbear Fright stories so far that has no explicit connection to FNAF. At all. Zero. Every other story thus far has mentioned a Fazbear pizzeria or connected back to a familiar animatronic in some way. This one doesn't. Yes, it does have some lore connection to the ongoing Stitch Wraith storyline, but the lack of anything FNAF stands out like a sore thumb when every other story thus far has connected back in some way, which is why the name of Jake's father stands out so strongly. Jake's father is named Evan, which alone is interesting, but becomes much more noteworthy when you consider that he has a brother named Michael, his only living family. And not only that, this is how Michael is described in the book. Quote, he's a little different. He's intense about making money and he's really good at it. Just the way he is can make him seem like he's not human. So he's like a cyborg with bad programming, end quote. Two brothers, one named Michael who gets compared to a human robot hybrid. Where have I heard that one before?
Father, it's me, Michael.
And that's just the surface level stuff, friends. Looking deeper, this is a story about a father communicating with his son via walkie-talkie, just like we see in Sister Location. Heck, you see him communicating through the walkie-talkie that is in a plushie. In the real Jake, it's Simon the doll with a walkie-talkie inside of him. In the games, it's psychic friend Fredbear with a walkie-talkie. Both children suffer from a severe head wound, Jake with his brain tumor and crying child with the bite of 83. In the story, Jake goes on to possess the Simon doll, only for him to then pass on to the Stitch Wraith, sharing that endoskeleton with another soul named Andrew. In the games, could it be that our crying child dies in the hospital and goes on to possess psychic friend Fredbear, which then somehow gets him passed into the Golden Freddy suit, where he then shares it with another soul named Cassidy? And all of this is happening in a story that has no connection to FNAF, but very clearly has a connection to FNAF. I'm just saying that the absence makes it all the more conspicuous. In short, I'm not convinced that the FNAF survival logbook is solved or anything like that. Right now, I'm just not sure the methodology for arriving at a final name is really as solid as I'd like it to be to enter my personal headcanon. But strangely enough, the name Evan feels like we're onto something. It has some very compelling evidence to support it from the real Jake story. So at this point, I want to hear from you. Let me know. Are you sold on the crying child being Evan alongside his older brother Mike? Or is this yet another example of Scott trying to bury the lead a bit and confuse us by using the same name a bunch of times, shoving Michael in a bunch of places where he doesn't belong? All I know is that I can't wait for the next book coming out in March. At this point, forget Security Breach. It's all about those sick book drops, my friends. Because let's be honest with ourselves. At this point, uncovering the lore of FNAF requires more reading than your typical JRPG. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
We're almost halfway.
Y'all quit messing around. Let's drive.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we're kicking off Game Theory's 10th anniversary month. Yes, I am that old. April 18th will officially mark 10 years since the first episode of Game Theory was uploaded. For context, my debut was the same year that everyone fell in love with a Pop-Tart cat flying through space, and Rebecca Black's Friday was the most watched video on YouTube, and yet we still call them the good old days. Anyway, to celebrate the channel being older than dirt, all month long we'll be doing special events like remastering an old theory or two, giving you a behind-the-scenes look at what it actually takes to do these things in 2021, and capping it all off with a live stream celebration on April 30th to thank you guys for an unreal decade of overanalysis. There's also a commemorative 10th anniversary gold foil shirt filled with Easter eggs from the past 10 years of episodes if you want to celebrate alongside us. That's available right now below this video and only until the end of the month, so if you're interested, grab it before it's gone. As for today's episode, well, it wouldn't be an anniversary of this channel without an episode about FNAF. And what better way to cover our longest running series than doing it rewind style.
Oh, that's hot.
Not that rewind.
Jack. No.
I'm talking about editing it in all the styles that we've had across the 10 years of this channel. So without further ado, let's talk about new developments in FNAF in game theory styles through the ages.
What was that?
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, gaming's tangential learning experience. In the past few months, we've gotten a lot of new FNAF content. A gameplay trailer for Security Breach dropped, 2 new books that I haven't talked about yet, and there was even a bunch of images from the game revealed as part of a charity stream. And sometimes, dear Webiverse, you have ideas, random thoughts that are floating around your head, but not enough to make a full theory out of. Maybe enough for a game hypothesis, perhaps, but not so much for a fully fledged theory. So today I'm gonna nab those little theory nuggets hovering around my head and serve them up on a delicious platter for you to munch on. In true Fazbear Frights fashion, I'm gonna present to you 3 mini theories covering the upcoming Security Breach, the twists I expect that we'll see in the game, and where the franchise might be headed next. Because I think the information is starting to leak out. With delays in this new game causing it to lag behind, I think other parts of the franchise, especially the books, are starting to surge ahead, and might already be giving us clues as to life after the breach. So without any further ado, hop aboard, friendos, because this theory train is about to leave the station. Woo! Woo! Theory number 1, the Glamrocks are secretly toy animatronics. Recently, my good friend Dawko held a 24-hour charity stream benefiting the World Wildlife Fund, which, first off, congratulations to him to reaching his goal. The reason I bring the stream up here, though, is that as Dawko crossed different donation milestone goals, he was able to unlock screenshots from the upcoming Security Breach game, which, by the end, amounted to 20 images in total. And while most of them are just better angles of places that we saw in the recent gameplay trailer, there were a few that had details that really stood out. First was confirmation that Bonnie appears to be in the game in the form of Bonnie Bowl. Whether Bonnie is physically in the game or if this is just an Easter egg reference is unclear, but it's a huge detail because up to this point, Bonnie has been absent from all the imagery of the Glamrock animatronics, seemingly replaced by the newcomer Montgomery Gator. It had led everyone, myself included, to think that the game was just pulling a sister location where, if you'll remember, Chica was actually absent from the Funtime lineup, replaced by new characters like Baby and Ballora. But nope, Bonnie is here at the Pizzaplex. If not physically, then at the very least from a lore perspective, leaving the only missing face from the core 4 to be Foxy, and we'll get back to that in a minute. Other interesting shots included a view from what appears to be inside of Montgomery Gator's mouth, and while this certainly could be a walkway to a different part of his Gator Golf section of the restaurant, considering we see decorative heads on the walls and different photos from the stream, the view from inside this mouth just doesn't line up for me. It feels too high up to be a walkway, too closed of a mouth to have humans walking through it like they'd be walking through a golf course. Instead, and admittedly this is a bit of a long shot, could this be an indication that we're actually going to be riding inside of Monty at some point in this game? It might seem outlandish, but it actually fits with what's already been leaked out about this title. In case you weren't aware, Funko Pop leaked out this statue of Security Breach, where we see our character Gregory hiding inside of Glamrock Freddy, indicating that at least one of the animatronics, Freddy himself, will be working alongside us to survive against Vanny the Killer Rabbit. So why not the other animatronics too? Looking at the characters side by side, we see that both Freddy and Monty seem to have a similar build and the same flip-open chest cavity. And consider this, we're stuck in the Pizzaplex, meaning that we'll presumably need ways to unlock different sections as the night goes on. Maybe one way to do that is by unlocking new abilities from the animatronics themselves. We see in the gameplay trailers that Monty is able to break
by literally killing them to upgrade Freddy
through locked chain link fences. Maybe instead of him using that ability to chase us, it's us inside of him using it to access new parts of the park. Kind of like Zelda, except, you know, animatronic murder themed. Like I said, bit of a long shot, but admittedly it'd be a pretty interesting gameplay mechanic that kind of aligns with stuff that we think we know about this new title, so just saying. However, the biggest reveal came with the last picture, where we see a shattered version of Glamrock Chica abandoned in what's labeled the sewer. And while that alone alludes to some darker sections of the game, it's how she's dismantled that I wanted to call attention to. Chica has no beak. And as anyone who's been on this 6-year ride alongside me might remember, Chica missing her beak in this series is a big deal. Way back in the days of FNAF 4, Scott went out of his way to draw our attention to Toy Chica missing her beak.
So, completely out of nowhere, Scott emailed me saying, clue, during the minigames in FNAF 4, why would the tiny Toy Chica be missing her beak? Oh
my gosh, and even in the asset, you see Chica's beak lying on the ground.
Wow, so many memories coming back from that one. Oh, that was such a cool stream and such a cool day. Anyway, the missing beak is a reference to two things. In FNAF 4, there's a tiny toy Chica with a beak that's lying on the ground, which itself is a reference to way back in FNAF 2, where the new version of Chica at the time, dubbed Toy Chica, would lose her beak when she went on the attack. So to see Glamrock Chica here missing her beak seems to be Scott and Steel Wool suggesting that she is none other than a reskinned version of the toy animatronic dating back to FNAF 2. And while that might seem like a leap in logic, the closer you look, the more this seems to be the case. Look at the similarities in the face shape, eye size, and hair feathers between Toy Chica and Glamrock Chica. Same round head, same slimmer body shape. Heck, if we're truly getting old school with it, let's count fingers and toes, friends. 4 fingers and 3 toes on Glamrock Chica, just like the 4 fingers and 3 toes on Toy Chica, which, mind you, is not the same as every other iteration of Chica. Even the material that she's made out of appears to be the same, that hardened, glossy outer shell that would crack and shatter rather than rip or tear or mold like you see with the other old versions of the animatronics. Want even more proof? Remember how I said that Foxy isn't present in this game yet? Well, you know the only animatronic without a toy version? Foxy. It was true in FNAF 2, no toy Foxy. It was true in the FNAF 4 minigame, Bonnie, Chica, Freddy, but no Foxy. And here again, if these are indeed reskinned toy animatronics, there's no toy Foxy. Follow the missing Foxy, my friends. Follow the Foxy. Now, why would this matter? Well, it actually matters a lot. If you can remember back that far, the toy animatronics are actually meant to be friendlies to children. You don't have to take my word for it. Let's listen to another blast from the past explain it.
They've spent a small fortune on these new animatronics. Facial recognition, advanced mobility, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database so they can detect a predator a mile away. Someone may have tampered with their facial recognition systems. The characters have been acting very unusual, almost aggressive toward the staff. They interact with the kids just fine, but when they encounter an adult, they just stare.
They interact with kids just fine. The reason they attack us in the game is that we're an adult, a security guard that looks an awful lot like William Afton, but kids are fine. Again, if Security Breach is all about animatronics helping Gregory against the threat of Vanny, this makes perfect lore sense. Gregory is a kid. The toy animatronics are designed to protect kids. Coincidence? I think not. Between the visual similarities, the missing Foxy, and the lore connections, I think that this one might just be a slam dunk. But hey, that's just a theory. My first theory of the day. We've still got 2 more to cover.
The Z8 is absolutely essential. Accuracy, speed, it's unbelievable.
Theory number 2, Elizabeth Afton is the real villain. Over in Bookland, things are getting weird, which, you know, when it comes to a series where a rotting flesh suit filled with robot spaghetti is normal, is saying a lot. We'll get around to me being impregnated by a video game and giving birth to a baby rabbit in the next mini theory, but first, I wanted to touch on a security breach theory that I've been banging on for about a month now. The fact that we'll need to redeem Vanny the killer for some sort of good ending in this game. I feel like the evidence for this has been pretty convincing thus far. Her being called a reluctant follower in FNAF VR's audio recordings, the fact that in FNAF AR we have a series of emails from a character named Ness, as in Vanessa, Vanny, actively searching for such contradictory terms as help and how to induce compliance in human subjects, indicating Glitchtrap's control over her is not complete and she's trying to escape his grasp. There's more, but I've covered all that in much more detail in a previous theory. Suffice it to say, I feel good about that theory as it applies to Security Breach, but now we're getting even more evidence from outside of the games via the most recent Fazbear Frights book, The Cliffs. At this point, we're at book number 7, so you're probably aware at how these things work. 3 short horror stories set in various corners of the FNAF universe, followed by an epilogue that continues an ongoing narrative about a creature named the Stitch Wraith, with Scott telling us that details from these stories will give clarity to the lore of the games. So what's new this month? In the latest epilogue, we have a lot of things going on. William Afton, having just spontaneously exploded his body in a previous story, now possesses a bunch of trash and machine parts. He's basically acting like a vacuum, sucking in everything around him to create, no No joke, a giant 15-foot tall trash rabbit that the book calls the Afton Amalgamation. And if you think that sounds weird, yes. Now, I am not gonna sit here and say that we will at some point in this series be forced to fight a giant trash bunny possessed by a serial killer. No, the reason I bring Trash Afton up is that what he does in the book seems relevant to our ongoing Vanny theory. Quote again, the problem was that when the trash monster stabbed the detective, it infected him with the spirit of the horrible man who animated it. For sure, Afton's spirit would fill the detective with evil, but what if it did more than that? What if it killed him? Jake had to get the infection out. Afton, at this point in the lore, is just an infection, a virus that needs to be extracted in order to save the host's body, and it can be transferred just by a touch or a small wound. And so yet again, we get even more evidence for innocent people getting Afton infused into their bodies and needing to be cleansed, just like I've been predicting with Vanny this whole time. But there's another reason that I want to talk about this epilogue. Sure, the main action of the story is focused around our heroic detective teaming up with a Stitch Wraith to use the screaming mask of the puppet to destroy the giant Afton trash bunny, which is every bit a fever dream insane as it sounds. But while all of this chaos is going on, there's someone else running around controlling things behind the scenes. Baby. Throughout the battle, we continuously catch short glimpses of a long-necked female animatronic. This, my friends, is Baby. The long neck is actually a callback to book 1 of the series and her story to be beautiful. Anyway, she fuses up with the Afton Amalgamation until they start using the puppet mask against it, at which point she pieces out. And it's only then, after she leaves, that Afton loses. We get confirmation of this in the final sentences of the story. One final quote, the awful man's spirit wasn't as powerful as it had pretended to be. Afton's spirit was barely hanging on to this reality. Something besides Afton had been controlling the trash rabbit, and whatever it was worse. The real threat here wasn't Afton at all, it was Baby. She's the one at the end of the story who escapes to fight another day. She's the one who leaves the cliffhanger, and that, my friends, is weird. Let me explain myself. I think everyone, Scott included based on his Reddit posts, was surprised when Security Breach didn't come out last year. And just like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, when you have an elaborate connected lore, release dates lining up matters a lot. Except for one problem. When the ship is already sailing and there are so many companies and moving pieces and agreements involved, changing launch dates becomes really hard and potentially really expensive. To my knowledge, the book release dates never really shifted despite the game getting delayed. So could this epilogue be a preview of what's coming after Security Breach? Think about it. In the Stitch Wraith story, Afton is doing what we expect him to do in Security Breach. He's acting like a virus infecting someone, in this case Vanny, who then needs to be cleansed. But then Fazbear Frights effectively ends Afton's story. It outright calls him weak. He's defeated by the mask, and it sets up Baby to become the ongoing big bad moving forward. What I'm saying is that what if this book was supposed to come after Security Breach had been released? But now, because of the game's delay, we're getting a preview of what it's setting up moving forward. In the trailer for Security Breach, we get this line.
There is more going on here than you realize.
Maybe there really are some new tricks up this game's sleeve. But what could Baby be working on moving forward? Well, for that, it's time to talk about theory number 3.
It's Jimmy John's new Mediterranean wraps made with Sabra,
Not Jimmy
cheese, so you can enjoy.
Theory number 3, the Body Snatchers. And now it's time for Matt Pat's final thought. Or final theory, I suppose. Man, those were really cringy for those first couple episodes. Why did I think that was a good idea? Anyway, I'll keep this one a bit shorter since the episode's getting long, but basically at this point we've got ourselves 21 short stories in Fazbear Frights, and they cover everything from haunted animals to killer dolls to deadly video games. But there's one consistent theme across a shocking number of these stories: body snatching. In book number 1, we have To Be Beautiful, where Baby steals a human girl's body piece by piece so she can take over her identity. In book number 2, we have Lonely Freddy, where a boy is lured to the back of a Freddy Fazbear's pizzeria and mind swapped into a Freddy doll so the animatronic AI can go out into the real world posing as him. In book number 3, we have Room for One More, where mini Renas shove themselves into a security guard's stomach so they can escape out into the surface world, a very direct parallel to the sister location ending. Book number 5 has In the Flesh, where, fine, I'll talk about this one, a male game game designer, after a series of events, literally gives birth to a physical form of glitch trap by slicing him out of his own impregnated stomach. And of course, the game designer is named Matt. The guy is also a supreme jerk to everyone else throughout the story, so thanks a lot, Scott. Very subtle. Didn't know you felt that level of hostility toward me. But again, animatronics using humans to escape out into the real world, to become real or outright posing as their identity. And last, but probably most explicitly, is the latest story, He Told Me Everything, in which, and I'm gonna tell you what happens in the story, and you're not gonna believe me, but this is what happens in this story. A cult-like science club experiments using a substance called Phasgoo. The experiment involves the students pulling out one of their own teeth and feeding it to the goo, which then connects a gooey tendril to their finger. We eventually learn that the goo is draining the students' organs and bones in order to grow into a perfect clone of the original host. It is odd, and it really feels like it's pushing the limits of what can and can't exist in the FNAF universe. Now, could all of this just be recycling the same ideas for horror stories in a series that now has an enormous number of installments and is in constant need of new content? Absolutely. But it is the strongest recurring theme in the book series, and one that, when coupled with the Afton infection concept, seems like it could very well be the next logical step for the games. Think of it like Prop Hunt for FNAF. Who's real and who isn't? You don't know, you gotta figure it out. We've exhausted what one killer can do, so why not an army of killers? Besides, animatronics posing as real people is already something that Sister Location opened the door to, so if you have the ability to infect the masses, that's a new direction to take things, I guess. I'm just saying, we've had bad animatronics, looks like we'll have good animatronics, we've had people stuffed inside animatronics, we've had animatronics stuffed inside people. Now in the books, we're on a regular basis having animatronics turning into people, so why not an army of AIs inhabiting flesh-stolen suits? And if I'm right, and Baby is indeed filling the villain role for the series moving forward, seems like the sort of thing that she'd totally be into. Skin suits helped her escape Sister Location. She is literally able to be a body double for the protagonist Charlie in the original novel series. She's not a killer like her dad, she's a copier, a girl who's upset about dying young and losing her humanity early. So why not try to regain it back while creating an army of body snatchers to come along with ya? But hey, that's just a theory. 3 game theories. Thanks for watching for 10 years, guys. By the way, theorists, if you're worried about some creepy animatronic possessing you through your screen, then you'll really love our sponsor for today's episode, NordVPN. With Nord, you can rest easy knowing that no reanimated Lapin-themed serial killer.
Not Austin. Holy crap, I've already watched almost 20. Nope, I've watched like 10. But 10 takes 3 hours.
Dear NVIDIA? Hi?
NVIDIA.
It's me, Austin? Do I have that right, NVIDIA? I mean, I did write this script and I'm reading off of it right now, but NVIDIA doesn't make games, do they? Okay, alright, you know what? Let's just cut the crap. You saw the title, carefully crafted out of only the best organic farm-to-table bits available by Amy and Jason. No need for me to ramble on incessantly or talk about my personal life at all. This is gonna be a long one, so let's stay focused and on topic. Ray tracing. It's the way of the future for computer graphics, or rather, the past of computer graphics. Confused? Me too! Or at least I was until I finally went on a deep dive of what ray tracing actually is, and it is utterly fascinating. And I'll be honest, what finally made me decide to look at this with the scrutiny it deserves was when I saw that the next Five Nights at Freddy's game is gonna have ray traced graphics. Really? Really? You're just gonna... No, okay, you know what? And Fortnite has it too. Not that you can really tell the difference between ray tracing and rasterizing. And since I currently have an RTX 2070S in the mail? Question mark? Come on, K-West, please don't be a scam. It is high time I find out what this stupid thing is and why it seems to be everywhere all of a sudden. They even ported it into the Quake engine of all things, which means... Wait a second. Just give me just... Can I... Never mind, it was all worth it! Yes! Okay, again, focus, Austin. Ray tracing. How do they work? And if you were like me, you were just like, yeah, it's a new techno-babble thing for better graphics, and you left it at that. And if that's what you thought, you know, you're not that far off. It is better graphics, period. End of story. But it's not better graphics in the traditional way of just shoving more teraflops into a single piece of silicon. It's an entirely new way of rendering game graphics that, when it's widespread and the technology is finally available to everyone because cryptocurrency has crashed for the 50th time so people can actually buy the dang cards. It will make gaming a heck of a lot more enjoyable and immersive. Probably, or it'll take a nosedive into oblivion when someone finds a way to make rasterization 1,000 times better. But there's the key, right? Rasterization. Actually, that is a good idea. Let's take 2 giant steps back, because if you're anything like me about a month ago, you never really considered how graphics get from your game to your graphics card to your HDMI cable to your screen. You can probably handle how it gets from the screen to your eyes though, right? It's light. Anyway, if you're an idiot like I was and have no idea how computer graphics work or how they've worked in the past several decades, you really cannot understand why ray tracing in real time is such a big deal. So first, rasterization. Rasterization is not the only way to do true 3D graphics. There's also voxels, which we're just not going to get into, but I know if I don't mention it, someone in the comments will, and oi! Anyway, rasterization is the primary way video games that are 3D have been rendered for basically the entire existence of 3D computer games, and rasterization is how you take polygons or many-sided shapes like squares, triangles, all that stuff, and turn them into something that looks and feels 3-dimensional. For a lot of years, the only thing that was really making graphics better, aside from some lighting improvements, was upping the amount of polygons you could render per second. Star Fox for the Super Nintendo, for example, could handle about 1,000 polygons per second. The PS1, by contrast, could handle over 90,000 per second. Pretty impressive improvement. This model I downloaded, however, of the Fallen Knight from Dark Souls 3 has over 42,000 polygons in itself alone, meaning if I ported it to the PS1 somehow, it'd only be able to render about 2 frames a second. That said, it actually could render it, which is pretty impressive, honestly. Nowadays, we can put so many polygons in a model that, to our eyes, it looks essentially smooth, especially with the work of clever shaders and post-processing, and it's not really that important. What is important is that polygons are how rasterization works. Using polygons of consistent sizes and shapes makes it really easy for a computer to assess how far away they are or what angle they're at to the camera. If you know your triangle always looks like this when it's head on and it's tilted this way, the computer can pretty quickly determine what that means for angles and distances and all that good stuff. And in order to do this, a computer breaks a scene like, this one into a grid. This is actually called a raster, so it's actually the cornerstone of this entire technology. Everything that's within this raster, basically your field of view or screen or camera, is what the computer processes for you. In order to translate this admittedly rough approximation to 3D into a flat image, first your computer draws the background block, then it draws Freddy, then the floor, then the Goomba, and something looks wrong here, doesn't it? Yeah, it's definitely wrong. Everything's in the wrong order. So have the computer render stuff closest to furthest? Well, no, it can't really do that either. I personally do not know why. I am not a computer scientist, but computer scientists tell me that you cannot do this. Instead, your computer does something really clever. It stores the depth as its own separate image, where things that are closer are a darker color than things that are further away. And for any given pixel, it will only draw the pixel for the object that's darkest in that spot. This is what's called a Z map, or a Z map if you're from not America. Appropriately colored, this is what that looks like. And here, let's even show it with super low res to make it really obvious what's going on. This is what the scene looks like with a 16 by 12 grid. Your computer will go through and grab a Z value for everything that's on screen, which would look like this when it's done. Remember that closer objects are darker, and darker gets preferential treatment. When your computer goes from left left to right, top to bottom, rendering pixel by pixel, picking the color, using the Z-map as its guide, only renders a pixel for an object if its corresponding Z-pixel is on screen. And when it's all done, it looks like this. With more complicated 3D examples, which I can actually simulate in After Effects. Tanya, get the lights! That's better. Most modern rasterized games use what's called Gouraud shading, or sometimes Phong shading, which lights individual polygons by a certain amount relative to how far away they are from the light source, or they're occluded by something and they cast a shadow, and that is rasterization technology. And it's carried us from Battlezone in 1980, a game which rules, by the way, all the way, well, honestly, to every new release that's coming out today, and it is very good at what it does. All these things I mentioned, polygons, the Z-map, Gouraud, and Phong shading, plus some very specific post processes that are designed especially to make the images this combination of processes produces look good. All these things combined are what we call rasterization. Take all the polygons hitting a given pixel location, pick the closest polygon and toss the others, color, shade it, anti-alias it, and all that jazz, and spit out an image to your screen. A simple linear process that we call rasterization. And if I have time at the end, I will rant more about why I think that is a terrible name. But in the meantime, rasterization is not quite perfect. There are limitations. For instance, these specific rendering technologies have difficulty rendering reflections, which it turns out is kind of a huge deal. You can maybe at best get 1 or 2 reflections before the engines start to melt down. That's enough for a convincing mirror or water reflection or a window, but that's about it. And this is a big problem if you're trying to create realistic lighting conditions because, well, that's simply not how light works. In the real world, light from the sun, your monitor, your phone, lights, all of it is bouncing constantly from surface to surface, losing energy as it does until it eventually, I don't actually know what happens at the eventually. The very last photon bumps into something and gets absorbed. In any case, light bounces a bazillion times before this ever happens. It also passes through some objects and changes as it does, being bent this way and that. Some wavelengths are absorbed and it becomes colorized. I mean, just look around your room. White surfaces are casting the light of colored objects near them, appearing slightly the same shade. And all this light that's bouncing this way and that way is getting focused in past your pupil to little receptor sensors, also known as cones and rods, in the back of your eye. This information is beamed to your brain and decoded as an analog image, an incredibly unreliable one at that. And this is where ray tracing comes in. And it came into the scene a lot sooner than you might have expected. In 1980, let's just go back in time for a moment. It's just a jump to the left. While this wasn't the actual invention of ray tracing, that actually goes all the way back to 1968, believe it or not, this paper by Turner Whitted, an improved illumination model for shaded display, was the first major practical application of ray tracing, with actual renders using primitive ray tracing technology. Which, I mean, look at it! This is 1980, this looks really good! And it's here where we finally describe what ray tracing actually is. Remember before when I said that light bounces off of surfaces it hits and then hits your eyes and becomes an image? This is exactly what ray tracing does, but with a slight and clever twist. It works in the opposite direction. Believe it or not, this is actually how some early civilizations, including the Greeks and Indians, believed vision worked. They thought we were all shooting out laser beams from our eyes and painting whatever we saw. Love that. I wish that's how it worked. While absolutely goofy when it comes to human vision, emission theory, or if we want to be accurate, ray tracing operates on this exact same principle. You have a camera, or in this case a screen, facing this direction, toward a scene. The camera then shoots out a ray which travels forward until it hits something, then it bounces until it hits something else, and it does this camera accurate. Absolutely goofy when it comes to human vision, emission theory, or if we want to be accurate, ray tracing operates on this exact same principle. You have a camera, or in this case a screen, till it hits stop or it hits a light source. And through all of these bounces, it's sending data back to the screen, or rather to the GPU, which will eventually paint something on the screen. It's sending distance, illumination, how many things are between it and the light source it hit, the whole caboodle. For example, if your first ray hits a spot that would be shaded and bounces toward a light source and hits something, then it knows that the area is in the shade. Meanwhile, if it bounces off and it hits a light source, it knows that the spot it hit is in the light, and it also also knows how far away that object is from the screen, giving it size information. It's simple, right? Well, except it's not. One ray will at best give you 1 pixel of information, sometimes none at all. It could bounce off into some place outside the scene and just tell you nothing other than how far away the spot it hit is. It's not very useful. This is why ray tracing uses a lot, and I mean a lot of rays. The RTX 2070S can, in theory, output 7 giga-rays per second. That is 7 billion rays! That sounds like a lot, right? Oh, not even close. Ray tracing, which, by the way, the name comes from the fact that this technology has to keep track of the path rays take, aka trace them, has been used by movies for like ages. Pretty much all Pixar movies use ray tracing, and they've been using it for a while because of the amazing pictures they're capable of making. In 2006, Pixar rendering software developers wrote a paper detailing the processes and innovations they used to make the movie Cars, and in section 8 they say they shot out 100 million diffuse rays, 37 million specular rays, and 26 million shadow rays, just to render this demonstration image with a maximum reflection depth of 4, meaning rays could only bounce 4 times before no longer retrieving data. This picture took 106 minutes, or just over an hour and a half to render. Just one picture, one frame. Granted, this was only done on an Apple G5 with only 2 gigahertz of processing power through 2 cores and 2 gigs of memory, but ray tracing in movies has only ever gone up, and the barriers to using it in games and real times has been a steep one. A game has to output a picture just about this size in HD every 33 milliseconds at minimum. Closing the gap from 106 minutes to 33 milliseconds is not as easy as it sounds, even if you take into account today's computers being faster by a huge margin. Modern computers would have to speed this process up by at least 19 million %, 380 million % if we're talking about 60 frames per second here, and that would be to produce an image that looks like this. It's pretty good, but would you want to play a game that's just like, what, you and 15 old cars just sitting, just hanging out? I mean, I'm probably the only person who wants to, and I'm nuts! Why is this process so resource intensive though? I mean, call me crazy, but isn't it just tracing the path lines take? Can't a basic graphing calculator do that? And no, I mean, yes,
talk about FNAF later, but
no. Tracing one line is pretty easy, but in order to capture those reflections and matte finishes, we're not talking about just one line. We're not even talking about just 150 million lines. Each time a ray hits a surface, it's oftentimes not just creating one more ray to capture the reflection, unless the surface is a perfect mirror. It's creating 2, maybe as many as 4 more rays in the process. That means in just 4 bounces, like that image generated at Pixar, sending out as few as 100,000 rays can turn into 25 million rays. And if you use 1 ray per pixel on an HD monitor, the number jumps to over 540.8 million, like that. 4K, and it's 2.1 billion. All of these being traced, calculated, filtered, and painted onto your screen in just 1/60th of a second. And then it has to render the next one, and the next one, and the next one 60 times. This means an HD monitor with only 1 ray per pixel initially used with just 4 bounces would require a card rated at 15.9 giga-rays per second for just 30 frames per second frame rate, 31.9 billion if you're doing 60. That means the RTX 3090, the best ray tracing card from NVIDIA, I'm really sorry, which is only capable of outputting 10 giga-rays per second in perfect conditions, is not capable of rendering a scene with that many reflections with just 1 initial ray sent out per pixel. You can manage 3 reflections though, probably, although that is assuming a lot. And even then, the image probably wouldn't be that good. It'd be very basic and frankly, not that great. Giant movie studios like Pixar can afford to film an entire movie with just ray tracing and 3,000 samples per pixel because they can afford to take 29 hours to render a single frame. One of the reasons it's computationally demanding has to do with the workflow, the path all this data takes before it reaches the make a pixel stage. Old rastering technologies were linear. Draw your polygon, shade it, do some other post-processing, rasterize, shade the raster, render to the screen. Done. Ray tracing, on the other hand, it's recursive. You generate a ray, you chart its path, you shade it, then you do it all over again for the same ray. The explanation for why this has to happen is kind of difficult. detailed and complicated, and it involves this formula, but it's a much more demanding process, which, again, for one ray, isn't all that bad. But if your computer is calculating billions of these things every second just for one game, it can get a little out of hand. On top of all of that, images that are developed using only ray tracing are a mess, because all it's doing is tracing the path that rays take. You get this kind of pointy picture that frankly looks kind of terrible. So after all that, it has to run some pretty sophisticated denoising algorithms all over the original render to turn this into this. It's a lot. So if even the most modern cards are going to struggle to render an entire game with ray tracing, what is even the point? Well, to start, every game with ray tracing support on the box does not rely solely on ray tracing. They use a combination of old, reliable rasterization techniques in combination with ray tracing in order to produce some incredibly good results. They use the old techniques to handle the stuff they've frankly always been really good at: depth, angles, and relationship to the player, while saving all that silicon melting ray tracing processes just to handle lighting and reflections, because rays are capable of all the things normal rastering isn't. Color balance from surface to surface, multiple reflections, dynamic shadows that form naturally. These are effectively impossible without painstaking light mapping using traditional methods, but with ray tracing, it's a snap and it looks way better. I don't like to future predict a lot, but I know when ray tracing was first announced to the consumer market years ago, there was a ton of speculation about whether or not it would take off, with good reason too. Ray tracing, as we've gone over, is a computational nightmare. So what's the benefit? Well, it works. It's an incredibly reliable way to render graphics. It starts to take computer graphics out of the world of polygons and texture maps and more into the world of cinema, with cameras, f-stops, and real lights, real depth of field, not simulated. It can also make game development a lot easier. You place a light and it behaves like a light should. I think ray tracing is here to stay in the mainstream. I really do. The question becomes, will we ever have games made solely with ray tracing? And I don't know the answer to that. Mixing traditional rasters with ray tracing saves a ton of resources, but who knows? Maybe someday NVIDIA will slap a ton of ray tracing chips in their cards and we'll be playing real-time Pixar games. Not anytime soon, though. And that is ray tracing. Holy smokes. And you know what? That's the bare bones explanation. There's a lot of stuff I just glossed over for the sake of making this video not 30 minutes long. And if you want to know more, there's a ton of really good stuff out there. I'd start with NVIDIA engineer Eric Haynes' lectures on the topic, which themselves are brief if you want to know more. It's where I started down this rabbit hole, although it's not where I ended up. Didn't I promise a rant? God, this is a long video. Okay, I'll do it really fast. I personally hate that we're calling rendering techniques that are not ray tracing rasterization, because all rasterization is pixel information. All images sent to your screen are rasterized at some point. All of them! So ray trace graphics are still rasterized. I think this all happened because we started calling gaming graphics rasterizing because that's what it did, and we want to be sure that everyone knows that ray tracing is a truly new thing. But I really wish we'd call the old system legacy rasterizing or something, because it's really confusing to people who actually know what rasterization is. Sincerely, Austin. Well, that was a doozy, so I'm gonna blitz through this one. My high-tier patrons, Matthew Ridge, Miss Kendra.
Bye-bye.
Y'all quit messing around.
Yeah! Honda?
I ain't buying no Honda. Ever.
You stupid ghost thought you could get revenge on me? Do you know who I am? I'm William Afton. I always come back. I am Golden Bonnie.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the wet springlock suit clamping down on your subscription feeds. And oh my gosh, guys, finally, after all that waiting, after being patient for so long, after all the delays, it has finally arrived. It is here. A brand new Freddy game just released where we finally get to go up against Vanny the Killer Bunny. Here it is, Security Breach. Furries Rage. Didn't know it had a subtitle. Apparently it's about an onslaught of angry furries on the attack. Oh wait, sorry. Misread that title. It's a Fury. Fury's Rage. Very important distinction there. Well, anyway, let's fire this puppy up.
Let's see if they're ready for Freddy.
Y'all quit messing around. Let's ride. Yeah, Honda!
I'm so good looking.
Not quite what I expected on multiple fronts. A game-long apology for all the delays with the real security breach.
They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me when they find out that I have to delay the game again. What am I gonna do?
You can tell that Scott's feeling a little guilty these days, huh? Also, apparently he sleeps in a fairy tale bed. Learning a lot about you with this one, Scott. Anyway, just because the official game is still TBD doesn't mean that there's any less to theorize about. We've got a new book, we've got secret bosses, and we've got a lot of pent-up theories behind the floodgates just waiting to pour out. So today, I'm doing another roundup of short FNAF theories, some looking back to the past, some looking ahead towards the future, and some that are so out there that, well, you're gonna see when we get there. So open your minds, your hearts, and your hollow animatronic chest cavities reserved for the bodies of dead children, because I'm shoving theories in everywhere. Theory number 1, we definitely play as Michael Afton in FNAF 3. In the newest Fazbear Fright book, Gumdrop Angel, released at the beginning of May, we as always have our 3 main horror novellas. The first is the title feature, Gumdrop Angel, a tragic tale about a girl who transforms into a giant gummy bear piñata thing that gets eaten alive by a swarm of saliva-mouthed kids at a Freddy's birthday party. Talk about your hygiene concerns. This one became a whole heck of a lot scarier reading it in the aftermath of a global pandemic. But as you might imagine, not a whole lot of lore to be found in a story about a sentient gummy bear. Our second story, Sergio's Lucky Day, is all about Balloon Boy, or should I say Lucky Boy, a doll who's wearing a propeller hat and holding both a balloon and a sign that says, "I'm a lucky boy." In this story, our main character Sergio finds the doll and ends up buying a lottery ticket because of its advice. The next day, Sergio finds that he won himself $600,000.
I won a lottery!
That's great. It's a story that's a bit confusing because the doll does seem to offer good advice, encouraging Sergio to leave a job that he hates, leave a girlfriend that he hates, upgrade his life in small ways, all things that improve Sergio's existence. But as a result, Sergio becomes obsessed with the doll, asking it for advice on everything, including how he can look good for his big high school reunion. Lucky Boy suddenly takes the chance to turn evil and tells him to remove his ears, scalp himself, cut off his eyelids, chisel his lips, trim his nose, and remove and reuse other body parts to become taller. As you might imagine, Sergio makes a big impression at the reunion. Again, not a whole lot to say here since it seems so tangential to the character from the games. I'm assuming that this is going to end up being connected to the upcoming Book 9 story, The Puppet Carver, but we're just going to have to wait and see. And just when you thought that this book wasn't going to deliver on any lore reveals, we get to our third story, What We Found, which is quite literally just a retelling of FNAF 3. Stop me if this one starts to sound familiar. A night security guard working at Fazbear Frights, a horror attraction themed around the murders and disappearances happening at the Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria franchise, begins suffering from severe hallucinations the day the crew brings in a Springtrap suit found hidden in the walls of a different building. Hudson, our night guard, winds up trapped in a pizza oven and gets roasted to death at the end of his shift. It is really sad and also a really obvious parallel to the events of FNAF 3, right? But here's the thing, it also really feels like it's meant to confirm for us that Michael Afton is who we play as in FNAF 3. If you remember back to a couple years ago, I had a theory that Mike Afton is our player character in pretty much every game in the franchise. We see the name Mike on FNAF 1's paycheck, we see the name Mike again on the monitor and sister location. In fact, the player's guide for that game, The Freddy Files, practically confirms that part of the theory. So that's Mike appearing in 2 games, but what about FNAF 2 and 3? The name Mike doesn't appear anywhere in either of them. Well, in FNAF 1, we know that Mike eventually gets fired for tampering with animatronics and his odor. Something that would happen if, you know, he was a rotting corpse walking around from restaurant to restaurant to free the souls of the dead kids trapped in the suits put there by his father. So isn't it a little coincidental that Fritz Smith, our protagonist from FNAF 2, gets fired for the exact same reasons, tampering with the animatronics and odor? It's also why Michael would keep getting attacked. We know from sister location that he looks just like his dear old daddy. And lastly, it's why Golden Freddy says it's me every time he appears. It's the brother's soul crying child trapped in the suit recognizing and reaching out to his sibling Mike. But then what about FNAF 3? When I first presented the theory, I thoughtfully omitted FNAF FNAF 3. It made sense to me from a narrative angle, but in terms of actual physical evidence, there wasn't a whole lot to point to outside of the hallucinations. Since the phantom animatronic jump scares in FNAF 3 were moments pulled from both FNAF 1 and 2, it implies that the person seeing them must have been present in both those locations. But beyond that, yeah, bupkiss. However, what we found may have just given us our missing piece. Our security guard Hudson in the story has a very tragic existence. His dad took his own life at an early age, and his mother got remarried to an abusive man named Lewis. And this guy is awful. Like, he is real bad. Eventually, we learn that Hudson seems to have burned his house down, killing this violent man in the process, and then repressing those memories. Fast forwarding back to the present day, as he's tormented by Springtrap, he hears his dad's voice coming from the suit. That, along with a former abusive teacher named Mr. Atkin, or Mr. Adkin, depending on which page you're talking about. I'm looking at you, proofreaders. You got some splaining to do. Anyway, Hudson kills his violent father in a fire. A father whose voice comes out of Springtrap, along with another person associated with childhood trauma and with a name suspiciously close to Afton. The security guard himself then dies in a fire in a tightly contained pizza oven. To me, it sounds a heck of a lot like the journey of Mike, who would also be responsible for burning his spring-trapped serial killer father to death at the end of FNAF 3 before he himself meets a fiery end in FNAF 6, also trapped inside of a small box. It's potentially the confirmation that I've been waiting on for years. Or not, who knows. Speaking of FNAF 3, here's a small observation that didn't fit anywhere, but I wanted to call out. You know how we're pretty confident that Golden Freddy was possessed by two spirits, Crying Child and Cassidy, the vengeful spirit? Well, it seems like Scott may have been hinting at that since FNAF 3. I couldn't believe it either, but take a look. Here's a photo of the bad ending from that game. Notice how the mask in the background, Golden Freddy, has two lights on in its eyes instead of just one like all the others? Each light would be representative of a spirit trapped in the suit. Shout out to Game Theorist subreddit user The Real Bruffi for that one. And while we're on the subject of Cassidy, theory number 2, Cassidy died in the ball pit. Recently, it was confirmed by Scott Cawthon on Reddit that the Fazbear Frights book series will end at number 11. Random number, with the 12th mini book full of stories that didn't make the cut acting as a bonus. Gotta admit, it's a bit of a shame because this whole time I was hoping they would get 76 more out of this thing just so we could make a joke along the lines of, was that the right of 87? Anyway, it means that we're in the endgame now, specifically with the story of Detective Larson and the Stitch Wraith, the overarching narrative that happens in the epilogue of each installment. And that's nothing to sneeze at, my friends. Is that idiom acceptable after 2020? Anyway, it's a big deal since this is the story that's historically had the biggest lore reveals, most notably the hints that led us to believe that Golden Freddy had two souls trapped inside of him instead of just one. And with only 3 epilogues left before the end of the series, this story needs to have itself a really big payoff. So when we last left our heroes, they had just battled a 15-foot trash rabbit called the Afton Amalgamation. By the end, Larson got infected with the glitch trap virus, and Jake, the remaining spirit inside the Stitch Wraith, realized that he could use his, his remnant powers to basically go into people's memories and make the good ones stronger in order to help them. Quote, maybe he could pull a memory out, a good one, and make it bigger and brighter than the rest. If he could ease the man's pain. It was almost like blowing up a balloon, only the balloon was a memory and the air was Jake's will. It's about on par with the level of insanity you'd expect from FNAF in the year of our lolbit 2021. And well, that's certainly...
That's one thing he's never talked about enough. He's never talked about lolbit once. And I kind of want to know why he's never talked about lolbit once.
An interesting story.
I think this is the first time he's ever mentioned lolbit's name throughout the entire 50 videos.
Detailed. What I instead want to focus on is Larson's half of the plot. The detective who's been trying to piece together all the mysteries around Fazbear Entertainment. Getting infected by the Afton virus has had some weird side effects on him. Specifically, it's allowed him to hop between the memories of a bunch of Afton's victims. Quote, he was getting glimpses of the past. They were memories, but not his own. These images belonged to others from different places and different times. So it feels like this is the literary device that's gonna allow the books to explain the missing children's incident. Larson is gonna get clues via this memory hopping to either see for himself or get the clues to investigate what happened to Susie, Gabriel, Fritz, Jeremy, Charlie, and Cassidy. But then things start to take an unexpected turn. One final quote. As his mind swept him from one visit to the past to another, he always saw the same thing in between. He saw a ball pit. Oh boy, here we go, friends. Get ready, shark. You about to be jumped. You see, despite all the craziness of the Fazbear Fright story, they've all roughly held to the same logic. Technology infects humans, endoskeletons become haunted, people can be replicated, but there was one that always stood out. For those of you who don't remember, the title story of the very first book was Into the Pit, the story of a time-traveling ball pit that allowed a boy named Oswald to go back to the past to visit the year 1985 and see the after effects of the missing children's incident. As he does this, he's chased down by Spring Bonnie disguised as his father. It was weird, because time travel is always weird, but you know, we didn't think too much of it at the time because it was a one-off story in a collection of random one-off stories. But now, my friends, we're coming back to it. Of all the 24 stories that Fazbear Frights has had, this is the one that the big overarching narrative of the series suddenly deems important enough to come back to for some reason. The time travel ball pit. And that's not our only clue that this thing's important. Remember Security Breach, Furry's Rage? More like MatPat's Rage at this point, because not only does the game include a dabbing Chica, but it also features a secret boss battle if you complete hard mode. A secret boss battle against this, a slithering reference to FNAF 4's confusing lore. Chica without her beak, the 6 a.m. alarm clock face, the FNAF 4 locked box, what appears to be an IV bag in the back there. Basically, in this one sprite, we have Scott acknowledging that the real final boss of this whole damn series is figuring out what FNAF 4 was trying to tell us. It's also him poking fun at the FNAF 4 dream theory, considering the thing's name in the source code is Dreamgeist. But of all the stuff that's hidden inside of that head, there's a few random round objects that don't really fit anything from FNAF 4. Are they Easter eggs? Or maybe they're balls from a ball pit, considering that balls and ball pits have never once been important to this series. And in the level where you fight the Dreamgeist, we see screenshots from previous games, sister locations blueprints, a camera feed from FNAF 1, again implying some level of time travel, or spanning across time, because remember, Dream Theory came out before Sister Location was released, which makes that FNAF 5 blueprint reference really stand out here. Now, by no means am I saying that there's time travel in the games or anything like that, but the sudden reemergence of the ball pit in Fazbear Frights opens up a few interesting possibilities. One, that Cassidy died in the pit. Remember, the vengeful spirit has powers that go beyond all the other spirits, to the extent that it's able to trap Afton in a state between life and death. So if anyone or anything is gonna imbue a ball pit with time powers, Cassidy seems like the one to do it. And we know that someone did die in there because both In the Pit and the latest epilogue make a point about the pit's sticky balls. Get your mind out of the gutter there, people.
Yeah, why did he say it like that, though?
Quote, he studied the plastic balls. It's sticky balls.
It's sticky balls.
Get your mind out of the gutter there, people. Quote, he studied the plastic balls. The substance covering the plastic surface looked like blood. Old blood. And here I thought the worst thing that happened in a ball pit was getting pink eye. Fire up the golden Freddy in the ball pit thumbnail, boys. 2, that the series is gonna end with Larson and the Stitch Wraith using the ball pit to save the missing children from Afton and release their spirits. Why would I...
You know, I was hoping the what is his name?
Using the ball pit to save the missing children. That the series is gonna end with Larson and the Stitch Wraith.
The Stitch Wraith. I was hoping that the Stitch Wraith was actually gonna be not a good character. Because, look at the thing. That should be an aggressive character. I wanted to see an aggressive character.
Using the ball pit to save the missing children from Afton and release their spirits. Why would I assume something like this? Well, giving Larson memory powers would be enough to tell the kid's story. Let him see glimpses of their trauma, clues that lead him on an investigation. The ball pit, though, becomes necessary if the story plans on him physically interacting with those kids. So I wouldn't be surprised if the ending of this entire book series is unwinding the thread that started it all. The missing children's incident kids are saved, which, in the process, undoes all of the other horrific stories that spin out from the Fazbear pizzerias. In the process, Scott retroactively gives all the sad stories from the Fazbear Fright series a happy ending. And finally, number 3, Detective Larson becomes Afton in what is a self-perpetuating time loop scenario. Oh, sure, you all laugh, and trust me, I think it's dumber than YouTuber boxing. But hear me out here. We have ourselves a character, Larson, infected by, as the book puts it, Afton's darkness. We also have ourselves a ball pit that allows him to go back in time for some reason that's going to be important to the narrative. So what if Larson winds up going back in time to investigate, only for the darkness to take over and turn him into William Afton, setting all the events of the story into motion? Who knows, maybe we truly do exist in the darkest timeline and Scott Cawthon gave the green light to a story that allows Afton to be a creation of his own future self. Tell you what, it would explain how Afton was able to create such futuristic advanced robotics when he was literally in the early 80s, because that's something that will never get explained. Like I said, that theory is real dumb, but you know, it is on the table. I
didn't, because
I wouldn't put it past this.
He said FNAF 3 had to have taken place in 2033. So that took place in 2033. Then Glamrocks has to at least take place after FNAF 3,
Series
right?
time travel opens up all sorts of dumb decisions, and time loops are real hot right now. And heck, we do see a lot of ball pits in that new trailer, one that comes complete with a day-night mechanic. Huh? Will I be right? Will I be wrong? We've got ourselves 3 more books and an indeterminate wait for security breach to arrive, so you can bet the theories are just gonna get more and more ridiculous until that day comes. So in the meantime, remember to actually listen to my dear friends Rhett and Link's new podcast, Ronstadt. If you like FNAF, then chances are you're gonna really dig their new project. It's a horror sci-fi comedy about a guy who sounds suspiciously like Rhett from Good Mythical Morning. He becomes a 911 call operator who has a sixth sense that allows him to solve supernatural mysteries while also helping people on the other end of the line.
This is actually a game I've seen. We're an operator, and you have to like solve. Whoa, my chair's being super loud. You gotta like solve mysteries. Stuff like that.
I'm so scared. There's this thing, and it's after me.
Kind of like Ghostbusters meets Doctor Who. And even for me, a picky
called
podcast
Killer
connoisseur, it's
Frequency.
really
Some
enjoyable. So check them out. I am super proud of the work that they're doing on that series. I want to give it a little bit more love because it's definitely worth your time. It's actually from the same people who make Markiplier's podcasts, which if you haven't listened to those are also really good. So just high quality audio content right into your ear holes across the board. Anyway, I dropped a link for them down in the description below. Go check it out, especially if you're in the mood for something that's still a bit FNAF-y, but a little less jump scare intensive. And
Don't miss Marvel Animation's X-Men 97.
Get this done by working together as a...
This is going to be a hard one. Today we're going to talk about FNAF, like we have so many other times before on the channel. Speaking of, how many times have we talked about FNAF on this channel? Let's see. $43.
Huh? 43? Have I watched 50 videos? These two count off. So that'd be... Well, no, because this is on the Game Theorist. Just... What? Even then... Well, some of this doggo... Because it's
Jeez. For some reason, I thought it was more. Wait. Oh, that's what it is. If you...
Oh, he doesn't count this stuff?
Add the game theory videos and all the partner shows, we've technically done 49 episodes on FNAF. And let me just say, this is not the big 50th episode that I really anticipated. For those of you who don't know, FNAF has been in the news a lot lately, and not for any good reasons, like the release of a new game, or them finally deciding to make the obvious call and cast me as phone guy in the upcoming movie.
Hello?
Consider that my audition reel, Blumhouse. I would also be willing to accept the role of Purple Guy. Phone Guy, Matt,
the FNAF musical.
No, the reason it's been trending on Twitter and blowing up all over the blogosphere
I love the FNAF musical.
have centered around the creator Scott Cawthon and his recent decision to retire from the series. You heard that right, friends. Scott, my longtime nemesis, is stepping down. Only one will remain standing, and that one is me. He's actually retiring with plenty of money, so who's the real winner here?
Him.
It's not me.
Well, Matt Pat, you're making quite enough money, bro. He's making quite a lot of money from these videos.
As he himself said in his final post, and I quote, "I've had a blessed, fulfilling," it took me a minute to find it, I'm sorry. "I've had a blessed, fulfilling, and rich career. I've tried to make some good games, let the debate ensue, and I've witnessed the creation of possibly the most creative and talented fan base on the planet. But here, on the 7th anniversary of the first game's trailer, I realize I miss a lot of things that I got to focus on before FNAF became such a success. I miss making games for my kids, I miss doing it just for fun, and I miss making RPGs even though I stink at it. All this is to say that I'm retiring."
end quote. He then goes on to thank everyone for their kindness, say that he's excited to spend time with his family, and assure everyone that FNAF is going to continue under the guidance of someone of his choosing. Scott, consider this channel my application for the role. I'm here for you, buddy. All kind of joking, but also kind of not joking aside, this alone would be a huge deal, right? One of the most successful indie developers of all time stepping down from his still mega popular series after 7 years, with a book series still being released until the end of the year, a new game on the verge of being released, and a movie that's still in the works. I mean, he takes his victory lap around the internet as everyone celebrates his work, and he fades away to go spend time with his family doing whatever it is that indie devs do with their piles of cash. Buy a cereal wall, a candy room, bacon every day for breakfast. I don't know why I think that, but I just imagine that
bacon on the pictures on the wall in the back.
Something that rich people have for breakfast every day because it's like the best food ever. But that's not the complete picture of what's going on here, because it's actually the circumstances around his retirement that caused the hashtags to trend. You see, in the days leading up to his announcement, word had gotten out that Scott had contributed sizable amounts of money to various political campaigns in the years between 2016 and 2020. Using the website OpenSecrets.com, an independent nonprofit that tracks U.S. political donations, users learned that Scott had contributed around $42,000 to various political campaigns. Now, that on its own might not have been all that newsworthy. No, what made people sit up and take notice was who he had contributed funding to. Republican candidates like Ben Carson, Mitch McConnell, Donald Trump, controversial political figures whose voting histories had been anti-civil rights over the years, especially as it relates to the LGBTQ communities, which, you know, a large portion of the FNAF fan base is. And I've seen a lot of people online responding with a "So what's the big deal" to all of this news? But you have to stop and actually think for a minute about the position of a lot of the LGBTQ fans of this franchise. This revelation understandably hurt a lot of members of the FNAF fan community, considering that Scott's franchise has been this welcoming and inclusive space for them, one where a lot of people have found the ability to express their unique identities. To know that their support of these games and their game's creator, especially the financial support that comes with that their dollars had wound up funding campaigns for people who are looking to withhold or remove their rights, to fund the elections of people who would forward legislation that treats them as less than human. Yeah, that's gonna feel really horrible. It's gonna feel like a betrayal. It's gonna feel like you had funded your own worst enemy. At first, people thought that Scott's account must have gotten hacked, right? There was no way that he could have done this, or at the very least that maybe he donated to a blanket Republican fund where his dollars had gotten funneled into individual campaigns without his knowledge. But no. After a few days, Scott took to Reddit and affirmed that these were indeed his choices, which then just proceeded to blow the internet up even more. A few days later, he retired, and that was that. A confusing and awkward end to the career of someone who had legitimately changed the face of horror and indie gaming forever. Now, a lot of you have been asking me for my response to the whole thing. Does the channel stop covering FNAF? Do I still support Scott? How do I feel about all this? How should you feel about all this? And honestly, there is a lot to unpack here. A lot. One of the reasons it's taken me so long to respond is because I've had to sort it all out in my own head. I didn't really know how to feel. We've been teaching my son Oliver, who just turned 3 recently, about how sometimes you can feel multiple emotions at once and how that's confusing and how it's hard sometimes. And that lesson at 3 is still just as hard when you're 33. So I had to take time to do my own soul searching and do my own research, quite honestly. One of the great things about the internet is that it moves so fast, right? You need something and boom, it is right there available at your fingertips. But one of the awful things about the internet is that boom, it moves so fast. There is no time to think. Everything requires an immediate response, a hot take, your knee-jerk reaction, a headline. Search trends last for like a day or two at best. New game releases are like old by the end of the week. New video, well, gotta be the first to like and comment without actually watching what it's about. There's no time for thoughts, for research, for introspection if you're going to be part of a conversation, or no time to look back and actually analyze the data. I mean, heck, by the time that you bothered to finish reading Scott's response to all this drama, he had already posted his retirement. So, since this is going to be a long and tricky episode to say the least, let me start off by making it crystal clear that I am pro-LGBTQ rights. And you don't have to take my word for that. I was in theater for years before I started doing YouTube, and it is difficult to be a narrow-minded bigot in that industry. If you know, you know. I'm a member of the LA LGBT Center, and I attend their events because I support their mission. And most importantly, I've done the best I can to keep a sensitive ear open to LGBT audience members, and also to my team members when they tell me that something isn't okay, or no longer okay, or they explain an LGBT perspective that I don't know or understand because I don't live that. I don't have that experience in my life, so I'll never be able to know everything or be able to truly speak on behalf of people in that community, but the best I can do is to try and remain an ally who's always ready to be supportive and as sensitive as I can be. Anyway, I don't say all this to make excuses or try to defend myself by wrapping up in a rainbow flag. Actually, coming off of Pride Month, it actually bothers me how so many companies just use identity politics to be trendier, try to sell more merch. It feels more like clout chasing to me rather than, you know, actual stances on things. Now, I believe that if you want real change, it's not changing your logo to a rainbow for 30 days, but rather it's giving people of all types opportunities 365 days of the year, regardless of how they identify or who they love. And I'm proud to say that the team consists of people all across the spectrum, and I'm proud that they're here because they're talented, and they deserve the chance to show off their unique creativity. Which is why, before I get to addressing the actual hardest subject of all this, Scott himself, I think it's important to say this right up front, or I guess as up front as I can in this long of a video. I will still be covering and supporting FNAF as a franchise. Just like game theory has become so much more than just me sitting in my closet nerding out every week, and is now a collaboration of creative people coming from all different walks of life, Five Nights at Freddy's is much more than just a single guy living in Texas. I know, it's easy to point at his little anim dude avatar and assign everything in the franchise to him. Heck, I've made a running gag out of our little rivalry over the years. But in reality, Scott's just a figurehead, a visual shorthand to represent everyone who is now instrumental to the running of this franchise. All the authors and illustrators of the books, other game developers, merch companies, the Fazbear spin-off universe of fan games, each employing dozens of people who use the franchise as their launch pad for their livelihoods, or as their own personal creative outlet. By not supporting the franchise as a whole, I'm not supporting those creators. And even more importantly, it's also that I wouldn't be supporting the community itself. The people who still do find this franchise as a safe haven, a source of entertainment, a source for their unique creative expression. Scott said it in his retirement announcement. I read it earlier. I've witnessed the creation of possibly the most creative and talented fan base on the planet. And he's not kidding. There are so few fandoms like the FNAF fandom. I mean, what other franchise has so many darn fan games dedicated to it? And to me, these fans are the lifeblood of the community now, of this entire franchise now, not just Scott himself. And let me make it clear, just because I choose to support the series doesn't mean that I think anyone is wrong to not support it. That's definitely not the case. Wherever you choose to draw the line on this issue is completely valid. I'm just taking you through my thought process and all the variables that I went through as I came to terms with this whole issue. Sure. But aren't I, by supporting the series, contributing to Scott's income and thereby what he chooses to do with that, you might ask? And yeah, you probably are, sadly. And that's just a choice that everyone's going to have to make based on their own personal criteria. To me, the good of supporting the community around the franchise and the jobs that it creates is worth whatever minor impact that Scott may be able to enact in the political sphere, which is an issue we'll be getting to in a second. Because here's the thing, friends, this sort of dilemma applies to pretty much any major company that you talk about. There are good people and bad people pretty much everywhere. And not even that extreme, there are just people that you agree with and people that you disagree with everywhere. For one example that I think we could all relate to, just look at Walt Disney. There's great evidence to show that Walt was probably prejudiced against other races, women, other religions. As one biographer states, quote, Disney willingly, even enthusiastically embraced anti-Semites and cast his fate with them. So, do you stop watching Disney movies as a result of that money going?
Not to mention, some of the older cartoons
directly into his
with
pocket.
I went blurry for a second. Like
Or,
Nazis.
I guess at this point, the cryogenic pod that the Walt Popsicle waits in, waiting to be reincarnated one day. Or a more recent and much more extreme example, billionaire J.K. Rowling, creator of the Harry Potter universe, who has just all sorts of problematic viewpoints that she chooses to share on Twitter. Do you stop supporting the Harry Potter franchise to prevent adding to her immense wealth? You can, and it is absolutely a valid option. Hitting people in their pocketbook is always the best place to get them to notice. But where things get complicated is when you start looking to their influence outside of just their IP. J.K. Rowling, for instance, is rumored to earn a cut of every ticket sold to Universal Studios. Does that mean you then boycott that entire place? Even if that isn't true, it's still a licensing deal that she profits from, and by going, you contribute to her ongoing success. It is like this impossible dilemma. I think the TV show The Good Place actually summed this issue up best.
These days, just buying a tomato at a grocery store means that you are unwittingly supporting toxic pesticides, exploiting labor, contributing to global warming. Humans think that they're making one choice, but they're actually making dozens of choices they don't even know they're making.
In my mind, it ultimately amounts to a personal choice where you have to weigh the good of a decision against the bad. As YouTube video essayist Lindsay Ellis said in her examination of whether you can support Harry Potter without supporting J.K. Rowling.
Because of her wealth and influence, she's going to be believed more than the lived experience of trans people. And while you can absolutely control the way you read or engage with a text, you cannot control the way an author uses their money and influence.
And if LGBT rights are something very important to you and you think Scott is dangerous to those, then him stepping down from the franchise and removing himself from social media dismantles a lot of the things that could make him dangerous moving forward. So you can always weigh that into your consideration of how you're going to view the overall franchise. Again, where you choose to draw that line is absolutely your choice and your choice alone. I'm just taking you through my week of soul searching and all the factors. So that's why I'm choosing to support the franchise moving forward, but it leads perhaps to the biggest question of them all, which is Scott himself. How to feel about him, you know? Again, because the internet moves so fast and because everyone just hates to read, I never really saw people looking at what he actually said in his response to all this drama. Instead, just jumping to the conclusion of, well, he admitted that he donated to these people, so he needs to be canceled now. And hey, for some people, that's enough. Just supporting some of these individuals is an outright deal breaker. And again, that is totally your right to make that call. But to me, I wanted to know more, right? Because I had a feeling that maybe this is tied to the state of American politics. And this is stepping way outside of my comfort zone here on game theory, but personally, I just hate American politics. It's always been a frustrating process to me because it forces you into one of two buckets. Are you red or are you blue? Are you elephant or are you donkey? Are you Republican or are you Democrat? It is a binary choice between two parties, two people that are for these really important jobs, and that's about it. There are no other options. Or there are other options in the form of independent candidates and third parties, but because the system is set up the way it is, they don't really stand that much of a chance. And so everyone is always telling you that if you vote for them, you're throwing away your vote. So long story short, most elections just wind up being a compromise. You have to pick and choose whatever your most important issues are for that election cycle, and because no one candidate truly embodies them all, you have to vote for the lesser of two evils, in a sense. There is never this one perfect candidate that truly represents me as the voter, and I hate that. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Scott felt like he was in a similar position. So I wanted to look closer at his response. And admittedly, it's a long one, but I think it's important to not overly edit Scott's words in this case. But don't worry, we'll break it down as we go through it. I've debated greatly how best to address this, including not addressing it at all. But with so many people from the LGBT community in the fan base that I love, that's not an option. I'd like to think that the last 7 years would have given me the benefit of the doubt in regards to how I try to treat people. But there I was, trending on Twitter for being a homophobe, getting doxxed, with people threatening to come to my house. All this because I exercised my right and my duty as an American citizen to vote for and support the candidates who I felt could best run the country. For everyone. And that's something that I won't apologize for. Okay, let's break there for a minute. First, as someone who has received very vivid death threats and have had to go into hiding out of fear of my family's life, just because I do a dumb show online where I call Sonic slow, personal attacks and threats are not okay. Never. period, end of story. Agree or disagree with him for who he chooses to support, fine. Pull your support of him, of his franchise, of his games, absolutely. But harassing and threatening someone's life and his family simply because they supported someone you disagree with makes you no better than the people that you're fighting. That's just the way I feel. And when it comes to giving Scott the benefit of the doubt, like he asks for in this response, honestly, he has that from me. It's easy to overlook, but Scott over the years has donated over $1.2 million of his own money to charity.
Scott called it himself!
Including $50,000 to the Trevor Project, an organization that is focused on helping LGBTQ youth. Does that necessarily negate the $42,000 that he made in political donations? Again, that is a personal choice for you to make the call on, but I think it at least merits hearing the guy out. Anyway, the quote continues. For those of you who took the time to look, you saw that the candidates I supported included men, women, white people, black people, Republicans, and Democrats. I supported Kimberly Classic in Baltimore because I believed that she really cared for the African American community there and wanted to pull them out of poverty. I believe she could have really made a difference in a time when so many black communities were struggling. She lost, unfortunately. I supported Tulsi Gabbard, a Democrat, even though I disagreed with her on several issues, because I felt she would have been a good and fair president. And yes, I supported President Trump because I felt he was the best man to fuel a strong economy and stand up to America's enemies abroad, of which there are many. Even if there were candidates who had better things to say to the LGBT community directly and bigger promises to make, I believe that their stances on other issues would have ended up doing much greater harm to those communities than good. All of this explanation, I fear, is wasted, as people don't want to discuss with one another anymore. They want endless apologies and submission. People who are expecting those from me will get neither, end quote. Okay, so now this gets to the heart of the problem that people had with Scott, who he chose to support through his donation dollars. And the list is quite long if you look at opensecrets.com. 16 candidates specifically singled out for donation dollars, with one Democrat, Tulsi Gabbard from Hawaii, like he called out in a statement, who, in his response, he not only chooses to support, but actually calls out as his first choice of candidate for president. I think this actually merits looking into. It's a bit weird. I'm about to roll into kind of like a mini game theory on political donations, which I don't really love, but hey, if we're doing it, let's do it right, so here we go. So, looking at the timeline of his 2019 and 2020 donations, Tulsi is in fact the first to receive any money from Scott, followed by his donation to Trump 2 months later. Now, this timing also happens to coincide with Tulsi starting to lag in the polls. What this tells me implicitly is that when his first choice, Tulsi, was no longer a viable presidential candidate, he instead pivoted and donated to the candidate that he most believed in, who also had the best shot of winning, Donald Trump. But what was the policy that Scott appears to have cared about the most? Well, if you look into all of the candidates that he chooses to support, there's one and only one commonality across all of them: tough foreign policy, keeping the military strong, keeping trade strong, and standing against foreign powers like North Korea. This also coincides with his statements about defending against enemies abroad, recovering the economy, and how other issues would do more harm to the country than good. Apparently to Scott, nothing worse can happen to your civil rights than getting dunked on by an overseas nuke. Now, I've seen people say that everyone on Scott's donation list also had a history of opposing same-sex and transgender rights. I chose to look into this, and across the board, that's largely true, except for Tulsi, who, well, she was inconsistent about it at best. It's true, she had a history of being anti-LGBT, but since joining Congress in 2013, she supported efforts to promote LGBT equality, including co-sponsoring pro-LGBT legislation like the Equality Act, which, if you don't know, is a bill to amend the 1964 Civil Rights Act to promote and protect LGBT individuals. And then, again, at the top of 2019, she went on Twitter to defend trans Americans in the military, so big ups to her on all of that. However, things get more complicated because in 2020, her reputation was again put into question when she introduced a bill that many saw as anti-transgender, something that was leveled hard against Scott's choice to support her. But it's worth noting that this was after Scott chose to donate to her campaign. The TLDR of all of that voting nonsense is this: when Scott chose to support her campaign, publicly facing, she was pro-trans rights. That's it. That's the best I can put it. Outside of that, the only commonality that I could see across pretty much every candidate that Scott chose to support was keeping the military strong. Now, to be sure, not everyone places the same emphasis on that issue or considers America at high risk. People on the other side of this issue may believe that the bigger threat is personal rights of people who are already in the country. Again, I am not here to decide that issue or pass judgment on anyone's priorities. God forbid, I do not want to do that. But it is my theory, my political theory, that Scott, like so many other Americans, may have found himself caught in a situation where no one candidate truly reflected the complete slate of policies that he supported. And when his first choice of candidate bowed out of the race, one who was publicly pro-LGBTQ rights at the time, he moved on to the next best option in his mind, considering the issue that he thought was most important, in this case foreign policy, therefore him supporting Trump. And let me be clear, I'm not trying to explain away his actions or anything like that, not at all. Am I surprised that he donated to these people? Yeah, but is it enough for me to throw away all the goodwill that I've seen him put into this franchise and his community over the years? No. It's not. Like I said, a donation is a donation, and to many that is more than enough to condemn him. But I just thought it was interesting in my research and deserved to be called out when talking about this really complicated topic. I think the challenge here is that life isn't black and white, red or blue, and that the internet a lot of times struggles with nuance. It struggles with those gray areas. I gotta be honest, I'm sad that this is how everything wound up. Seeing scottgames.com go dark after years of me checking it for updates or digging into the source code for hidden clues, it was a sobering moment. It was a sad moment knowing that it was dead now, as a fan of this franchise and as someone who respects all the work that Scott's done. But I think the solace that I have, and what I would encourage anyone out there who is struggling with this to look at, is the net good that this series has provided. Regardless of Scott's political affiliation, his true beliefs, whatever they may be, this series has been a source of security and identity for so many people over the last 7 years, and it will continue to be that moving forward for even more. Life just isn't a game of absolutes. Life is all about trying to do the greatest good with the hand that you've been dealt, and the good that is spawned out of Freddy and his friends, for creators, for fans, for gaming as a whole, it's incalculable. My last few theories have had this recurring theme of, it's a new era of FNAF, the old story is dead, we're on to the next iteration of this franchise, blah, 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 blah. And I gotta be honest, now that rings true more than ever. But I assure you, I'll be here with you for the ride. But hey, that's not a theory, honestly. That's a fact. I am going to be here with you for the ride. But this is a game theory.
They're not
Thank you for watching, and thank you for staying open-minded. I'll see you in the next one.
Jeez. I'm going to skip this one. Let me see.
They are advancing again here. He brings it down onto his chest. Knife of war.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, there's... Ah! Oh, this is cool. Okay. Wow, and it's only for a frame. It's literally one frame. Wow. What? Oh, this is creepy as all get out. What is this?
Maybe I don't skip this one.
Let's hop into this. Matt, you have the website pulled up here. So this is the website, right? Yes. I haven't gotten a chance to check this out yet. Because as I alluded to, I've been reading a lot about Phasgoo. I've been digging into all the stories, and so I'm deep into Stitch Wraith territory right now. So it's nice to actually go back and revisit Security
I want to hear more about the Stitch Wraith.
So what do we got here? We got mysterious website. Immediately, my mind goes, ooh, stay hidden. Glitchy hover text. That's always exciting. Immediately, my mind
goes... You're playing Minecraft, Doggo? I wish I had Minecraft on PC. I'm gonna say I don't got the money, but I do, but I'm not trying to spend it. I can't buy it on PC right now. What do you think? Should I watch this one?
Text is there.
It's about like security breach.
My mind goes to, what can we brighten about this? So I'm gonna want to pull up Photoshop. Do you have Photoshop pulled up?
I do.
Great, excellent. I'm glad. Good. There it is. Anything I can click on? Boop the nose.
There's
not Boop the Nose.
a lot.
Got Pizza Box here. Got a phone. So
something.
glad to see Fan always represented. They're on the right track. Good job. Good job, Steel Wool Studios, making sure that the true enemy of the FNAF franchise is present, which is the Fan. Phone. You know, very, very obviously that we need that. We're in, it seems like a security booth of some sort. I'm assuming this green button, ooh, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, is going to do something here, so we'll save that for a second. What else can I click on? Anything else that I can hover, click on? Oh, there it is. There's that Boop the Nose. Stay hidden. Stay hidden. Yeah, okay, so not too much to interact with. We know all.
What a wonderful day!
There was a virus. It made Abe smarter. And it almost...
All right! New Five Nights at Freddy's book drop. Let's see what's new to talk about in the world of FNAF. Readers beware, you're in for a scare when Fazbear Entertainment unveils their most twisted creation yet, sea bonnies, small blue fish with rabbit ears. When Mott drinks a tainted glass of water, tremble as they multiply inside his stomach and steal his identity. One cloned human made up of thousands of little blue bunny fish. Nope. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that asks, have you signed my petition to make me the host of Jeopardy yet? I just need about 80,000 more signatures to get to our goal. And whether or not you know or even care what Jeopardy is, just know that your signature on that petition is a way to help support me getting to live out a childhood dream of mine, while also just a huge vote of support to all of your favorite digital creators who often get overlooked and tossed aside by mainstream media. As a great example of that, our petition, when it crossed 200,000 signatures in a week, got covered by one blog. Huge shout out to Newsweek, thank you for recognizing a digital creator's value in the world. Meanwhile, an older school celebrity whose petition took nearly a year to get to the same place got tons of articles all over the place. Just saying, iniquity in this space, it's a real thing. Anyway, it's not like I'm gonna be leaving the channels or anything like that, if anything were to come of this. So if you have any questions, those are all answered down in the description along with the link so you can go and sign it. Push me over the goal. I just love to show the world yet again why this community and why digital creators as a whole are worthy of attention and respect. I know you guys are. I'm fighting on all of our behalves, and I'm gonna keep shoving it down people's throats until they start to listen. Anyway, thank you so much for your support. Now, on to FNAF. You know the phrase jumping the shark? It dates back to an episode of the classic series Happy Days, which aired in the mid-70s and early 80s. This show crushed, running for 11 seasons and staying as a top 5 most watched show for 3 straight years. People loved this thing. Anyway, season 5, episode 3. At the peak of the show's fame, they do a special series of episodes where the characters all take a trip to Hollywood, and the cool guy in the show, the Fonz, is challenged to test his bravery by jumping over a shark on water skis. And as you probably guessed, he does it, complete with swim trunks and trademark leather jacket. It was a moment that was so ridiculous, so over the top, and so dumb that it single-handedly created the phrase that would forever after be used when a series loses all of its sense. At this point, FNAF, it's jumped all the sharks, just a big ol' shark sandwich, giant tower of sharks right there. The only thing that would make this more sharky would be if it suddenly introduced a shark animatronic. They haven't done that yet, right? Okay, well, there's still time. Those Bonnie Guppies getting dangerously close, just saying. But in all seriousness, over in Bookland, the Fazbear Fright series is...
Scott purposely did that, though. This guy's been saying jump in the shark forever, and then he purposely made Bonnie a fish just because of that.
Just released its penultimate installment, and it's weird. Tiny rabbit guppies that steal your identity. A pink substance called Fazgoo that hunts you down and steals your identity. Animatronics that body swap you in order to steal your identity. There's a definite pattern in these stories, isn't there?
Stealing your identity. That guy's name is definitely not Tim Long.
Could animatronics stealing identities and humans not actually being themselves be somehow important to the lore of the series? Certainly seems like the books are beating that point over our heads. And honestly, this points to a larger trend here. For as crazy as these stories have gotten, and believe me, they've really gone off the rails at this point, there's definitely still merit in them from a lore-solving perspective. Because, as I'm about to show you, for every story about underwater rabbit guppies swimming around in your insides, there's another one or two that get you asking brand new questions about both the past and future of the franchise. So go ahead, take a break from eating your best friend that happened to fall into a vat of pizza sauce, something that yes also kind of happened in one of these stories, and consider the following 3 theories ripped straight from the pages of the books. Theory number 1, Chica started as a mediocre melody. In Fazbear Fright's book number 9, The Puppet Carver, we're told the story of Jack, manager of a failing pizzeria named the Pizza Playground. Yeah, it's not actually a Freddy Fazbear establishment. And you see, that's an important detail since every other pizza place in the Fazbear Frights book series has tied back to Freddy's in some way. But for some reason, this one is deliberately different. What's also noteworthy about the Pizza Playground is the restaurant's animatronic band, which, we're told, breaks down frequently. These things are straight up busted. The roster includes a banjo-strumming country pig, a bear creatively named Baron Von Bear, 2 other unnamed creatures that have already broken down, and a, quote, weird bird thing. Now, if the words banjo pig don't jump out to you, well, congratulations, you have a richer and more fulfilling life than I do, because when I hear that phrase, my mind immediately jumps to one thing: the mediocre melodies. The crew of broken animatronic rejects able to be purchased way back in FNAF 6 Pizzeria Simulator. A crew of animatronics consisting of a banjo-playing pig, an off-brand Freddy Fazbear ripoff with a southern accent named Ned Bear, a talkative hippo, a cute young frog, and an overdramatic elephant. They're characters that we all brushed off at the time because they just seemed unaffiliated with anything Fazbear related. And then they came back, returning an ultimate custom night where they collectively gave voice to Cassidy, the one you should not have killed, as evidenced by voice lines like this.
Everyone underestimates me, but then they turn their back and I'm like, boo, and they're like, what?
Sorry, queued up the wrong clip. It's this one.
This is how it feels, and you get to experience it over and over. I will never.
Stop with the same ad. It's the same Honda ad over and over and over again. I'm only getting Honda ads. I'm not buying a Honda.
Let you leave.
You know, it suddenly occurs to me that maybe they were the ones that had to be Cassidy's voice in this game because he's a spirit who's trapped inside Golden Freddy, a springlock suit who was never actually given a true voice box, whereas everyone else in the series was given a voice at least at some point. Just a thought that I had randomly in the recording booth as I was rereading these lines. Also, Springtrap is able to talk because he has a guy inside of him, so interesting. Anyway, the mediocre melodies, a generic Freddy alternative, a country pig that plays the banjo, unnamed other characters that break down frequently. It seems like Pizza Playground's animatronics are indeed the mediocre melodies, which makes the call out of a weird bird thing being part of the band particularly interesting. Was Chica originally a mediocre melody? Chica has always been a bit of an oddball in the group. For instance, she's the only one to go missing for a game, specifically in Sister Location when she's the only one of the core 4 to not appear. And if you'll remember all the way back to the teasers for Sister Location, Chica's party world was listed in the source code as a separate establishment away from Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals. We also know that Freddy and Bonnie have been together since their literal goal.
Ending my stream after this video anyways. So, I hope you enjoyed, doggo, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Golden days, which means that Chica had to have been a later addition to the crew. Maybe she was with another band of animatronics the entire time. I mean, even the theming makes more sense with the mediocre melodies. Something about chicken animatronic wearing a bib just fits better alongside a farm-themed banjo pig and bear with a southern drawl. Kinda makes you wonder where Foxy the pirate comes in now, huh? Anyway, the reason I bring all of this up is that for a long time I've suspected that Chica is the key to the whole timeline of these games. No joke, I've literally...
Chica was the first death. I was
really had an email in my inbox for years addressed to myself reminding me to follow the missing Chica, since her coming and going from the lineup seems important, but up until now I've never had enough dots to put together in a timeline. We've known for a long time that she was the first to get stuffed with the little girl Susie. But now this story, potentially connecting her to the mediocre melodies, is yet another piece of evidence that we can use. So if you ever see a video titled Follow the Missing Chica, you'll know that we finally figured it out. Theory number 2, Balloon Boy solves a lot? Oh boy, it's time I talk about him. I don't know if you've noticed this, but 50 videos into our FNAF series and I haven't talked about Balloon Boy once. Not a single theory dedicated to that guy. Go back.
And you haven't even said the words lolbit twice.
back and check me on that, but I've intentionally avoided him, largely because he doesn't fit anywhere. His design is different, his behavior is different, he doesn't seem to be possessed by kids, and honestly, I've just never had a good sense of what to do with Balloon Boy in the lore of this franchise. Until today, in that same puppet carver story with the mediocre melodies, we're introduced to Porter, the handyman who's supposed to be in charge of the faulty animatronics of the pizza playground. But Porter dreams of bigger things. You see, he's a bit of an animatronics genius, and his plan is to take wood and transform it into something alive. To quote from the story, "I'm almost finished with the prototype of my machine. It will create low-cost but highly functional animatronics made from only an inexpensive slab of wood." And not only is this guy a genius, he aspires to greater things. Quote again, "Once I get a patent on my invention and find a buyer, I'm gonna be out of here so fast I'll leave a dust trail." I mean, taking wood and imbuing it with the ability to move on its own, yeah, I'd say that's gonna earn you some quick cash. And here's the thing, it works. In the story, we see Porter turn a log into an actual moving character, no remnant or phasgoo required. He flips a switch on its back and it just comes to life. They describe it as resembling the drawing models from high school art class, but specifically call out that were you to put the figure in a fuzzy suit, it would resemble a bunny or a fox or a bear, and you'd have a low-cost animatronic. In short, it feels like this story gives us a lot. First, reading the story felt like reading Henry's origin, a brilliant creator and animatronic inventor just looking for a buyer to partner up with to launch his career, a buyer maybe named William Afton. Seems to me that Henry was
my chair.
The college engineer with a great idea, and his earliest experiments were in the form of these living wooden dolls. This, in turn, explains both Balloon Boy and the Mini-Renas. Remember, the book described his wooden puppets as resembling the drawing models from high school art class, which, if you're not familiar, are these guys. That is why we have so many living dolls wandering around these pizzerias that don't seem to have spirits inside of them, only able to say basic words like, "Hi."
Hello?
In short, Balloon Boy isn't an animatronic, or at least not the way that we all consider animatronics, as, you know, living robots with dead children's souls trapped in them, infused with remnant, all that good stuff. Taking it one step further, this might even have timeline implications. Wooden dolls appear in pretty much all the games currently thought to be the earliest in the timeline. FNAF 2, of course, with Balloon Boy, but also very heavily in Sister Location. On the main console, there's a marionette named Little Joe, a doll named the Magician, a gypsy figurine, and a series of human heads. Ennard's Mask, Music Man, the Mini-Renas, Baby, Ballora, even the puppet's face all seem to stem from this era of Henry's creations. It seems to me that the wooden dolls and marionettes were all designed as he was trying to develop the look and feel of the Funtime animatronics, leading up to the eventual opening and immediate closure of Circus Baby's Pizza World. As a reminder, Baby's Pizza World has never actually appeared in a game. Rather, we know that it exists based on hidden website text, and that it was closed down due to a quote-unquote gas leak, which is just PR speak for Afton's daughter getting nabbed by Baby, and the characters got retired down into the basement, which would eventually become Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals. The only game that happens earlier than these two is currently FNAF 4, and wouldn't you know it, that's also the only one without a Balloon Boy appearance, or rather a questionably canon appearance since Nightmare Balloon Boy was in it briefly as part of the Halloween update. Long story short, perhaps the appearance of Balloon Boy and the other wooden clown-faced characters marks the start of William and Henry's partnership. I know a lot of people tend not to believe me when I say that a lot of evidence points to Sister Location happening early in the timeline, but I think all of this is yet more fuel to that fire. And while we're on the subject of William, theory number 3, William Afton is a stepfather. At the beginning of this theory, I made the observation that a huge number of Fazbear Fright stories have a theme of identities being stolen. At this point, it feels like it appears once in every book. The other massive theme that keeps recurring in these tales are single-parent households, dads abandoning the family and just straight-up bad dads. Lots and lots of bad fathers. Up through the 8th book, 12 of 24 stories feature a single-parent home. Just to run through some quick examples, in the book Step Closer, there are 2 stories that have a dad up and leave the family. 1:35 a.m. is about a foster child that had an abusive foster dad. The New Kid, another abusive dad who left. The Cliffs is about a single dad losing his son. Breaking Wheel has the character Reed, who has a single dad who's, quote,
he's not a bad dad for losing
trying his best. And in the short story, What We Found, which is basically just a retelling of FNAF 3, Hudson loses his father when he takes his own life on account of mental illness, only to wind up with Lewis, yet another abusive stepfather. To me, this is not a coincidence. It's the books yet again trying to point our attention to a common theme in the game, that Afton may not be the father that we've assumed he was this entire time. At this point, we're fairly certain that the orange guy from the FNAF 6 minigame Midnight Motorist is Purple Guy, who is
That's Jack.
Also William Afton, and we see that he's far from a caring and compassionate father, banging on doors, yelling at his son, making threats. Shock of all shocks, a guy who moonlights by kidnapping kids and running experiments on their remnant soul juice isn't a father you want to go into the backyard and play catch with. Whoa, who would have saw that one coming? But the fact is, the books seem to be alluding to another layer in this, that he isn't actually Crying Child or Elizabeth's biological father. It would explain why Baby in both the Silver Eyes trilogy and Fazbear Frights feels a cold distance from her dad. Not just that he's lost in his work, but that he's not interested in her outside of what she can do for his experiments. That might be why he actually prefers Henry's daughter to his own. It might also explain Afton's relationship with the Crying Child, how we've suspected for a while that
Because, like, Henry's daughter can do more, because she can transform into a human, but also a robot.
Afton might have been running experiments on him, torturing him with animatronics and supervising him with surveillance cameras from his underground office. Taking it one step further, remember that story of Hudson whose dad took his own life? Well, Henry in both Silver Eyes and FNAF World is shown to take his own life. And Hudson in the Fazbear Fright story is a very clear parallel for Michael Afton. So could Michael Afton have started as Henry's son, only to wind up as William's stepson? Think back to the Sister Location cartoons.
Clara, the baby isn't mine.
An undying vampire in purple repeatedly saying, "He's not my son," in between every night of that game. I mean, it is a big swing when it comes to theories, but I think there's at least some interesting parallels there to consider. Supporting this, we've also yet to see any adult females in the Afton household. Now, I've speculated that Bellora's song is about a wife leaving her...
How many females have we actually seen besides in this cartoon? And not robotic? None.
Husband when he can't escape his own grief, but who knows? That song could be related to Henry's grief at the loss of his daughter Charlie. In the original novels, we're shown that Charlie dies, and that Henry loses his mind with grief, leading him to eventually take his own life. What if the line about an empty tomb isn't William's sadness, but rather a song about Henry's? And that in the aftermath of his death, his kids go to William, his partner. Oh yeah, speaking of Charlie, did you know that the puppet's name officially was Coils the Clown for a while? It's true.
Coils the Clown!
In the story Jump for Tickets, we're introduced to a character named Coils the Clown who, quote, has a lanky body with lemon and lime stripes. It has long arms, 3 fingers, and a face that looks like a crescent moon that turns upside down when it's sad. And just like the security puppet in the game, Coils the Clown is canonically responsible for roaming around the restaurant looking for intruders and gets sad when a child dies accidentally on his watch. Again, like everything with all the books, there's definitely some changes that have been made, but the thought of the puppet having an actual name, and that name being funny like Coils the Clown,
the puppet's real name is the Marionette.
Made me pretty happy, even though it was a small thing. So there you have it, friends. 3 more theories to chew on down in the comments below and on the Game Theorist subreddit. You can bet that I will be reading all of your thoughts, so make sure you keep them coming. I don't know if any of these will lead to massive lore revelations, but hey, they were things that I thought were at least worthy of calling out and thinking about. And all of this is without even mentioning the stuff that's happening around Security Breach. I mean, have you seen the new images coming out of their secret website? It's pretty terrifying stuff. Still early days to be sure over there, which is why I didn't want to comment on any of that yet, but you can bet that we're starting to get close to the actual release of a game in this game franchise. FNAF season is upon us yet again, and finally I'll have a game to talk about rather than more books. So stay safe and watch out for any misfiring animatronics tied to security databases. In the meantime, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. You know, we joke about it a lot on the channels, but FNAF really has taken over my life. I mean, if I'm not gonna scour all 10 Fazbear Frights books for lore the second they're released, then who's gonna? Recently, though, I've been trying to broaden my horizons by consuming content that isn't FNAF related. I know, shock of all shocks. I'm actually dipping my toe into the world of modern independent cinema. You know, things like Willy's Wonderland, the Banana Splits movie.
I've seen them both.
Oh, shoot. Well, Haunted Pizzeria inspired or not, Willy's Wonderland and the Banana Split.
Both. I haven't seen the Banana Splits fully, but both. Great
movie. Oh, shoot. Well, Haunted Pizzeria inspired or not, today's sponsor, NordVPN.
Okay. You guys don't want to watch this. Do that. Tomorrow I'll be starting off at 54. I'm going to be ending stream here for if there's even someone watching. It says there's only one person, but I don't know if there actually is anyone. But if you are, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and
in the meantime, remember, it's all just a theory. A game!
What'd they say?
Tied to security databases. In the meantime, remember, all 10 Fazbear consuming content in independent cinema. You know, things like Willy's Wonderland.
Willy's Wonderland was such a great movie. Did I watch the full thing by myself? Yeah, I did. Sorry. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this stream, and see you tomorrow or whenever. Bye.